Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 324. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today, as always, by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I feel weird. I feel pretty good. Well, first of all, I'm just happy that obviously we're back to fighting strength again,
right?
Which we'll obviously get into shortly. But dude, I had one of these nights I haven't had in a really, really long time, where I'm in bed the whole time, and I'm just waiting to fall asleep, and it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't. I think I slept for like 30 minutes. So today's going to be an interesting show.
Yeah, that sucks, dude.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. This
reminds me, when I was in high school and I worked that deli job for several years, I used to have to work. I don't know why I did this to myself. I worked like Saturday and Sunday, like 8 to 4. Like I never got to sleep in ever. And then I would always I never cared about going to school and like being late. I didn't really care about that, but you couldn't be late to work. And then I would obsess over the time. And then I would often get up, like just sleep for 2 hours and then get up and go. And because I was so obsessed with not sleeping, you know?
Yeah.
In other words, I let it get into my mind. So I totally understand. We'll see how flippant and weird and belligerent, maybe racist, you get later on in the show. Chris, good to have you here with us. Welcoming back to the show, Dustin Furman, executive producer. Welcome back, my friend. Good to see you.
Hello. Thank you. I'm very, very happy to be back. You guys had me worried for a second. It was 1 o'clock. I had sent the link and I was like, did these boys change the time on me? No, but then lo and behold, you did show up. So we're good. But yeah, I'm really happy and thankful to be back. Thankful to all the audience, to you guys, to everyone who supported me over the last, I guess it's been about a month, like a full month since I've been gone. So yeah, I am very, very happy to be here with you guys.
Yeah, man. We're happy to have you back. Now, are you back only because it's pro and then you're going to leave again? Or are you back now on the show? How are we playing this?
My plan is to be back on Sacred, specifically as long as I can. I don't see any reason why I can't. Not to make this too serious, but the weird thing about grief is that you have really good times and then you have really bad times. Especially if you're married, you have two different dynamics going on. So my plan is to be here, but if anything comes up, I might not be able to, but the plan is, yeah, I want to be here. I especially want to talk about Pro. Let me tell you, I want to talk about Pro.
Yeah, me too. And we will talk about Pro, and we'll talk a little bit about what's going on with Astrobot, and because we're all playing that, and so on and so forth. I want to hear your thoughts on Concord because you missed that whole thing. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What a funny coincidence that you're not on the show during Concord, Dustin, because you missed like the whole. We finally had something to talk about.
Yeah,
you know, after just waiting and scraping by and listening to the most stupid things that come out of Chris's and my mouth, and to tease this podcast because we knew you were coming back. I actually almost teased it myself because you texted me the Pro image or whatever, and then said, put me in, coach, or whatever. And I was going to text that out or tweet that out. And then I was like, you know what? It's not my secret to tell. We'll let everyone be surprised when the time comes. But I'm happy to have you here. My Zoom recorder, we record our audio through Zoom and then as backups or whatever. It just says write error on it, but it's still recording in the background. So
interesting.
We'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. You never really know. So, but Dustin, it's good to see you. You look good. You look different. I don't know why. Did you get a haircut or something?
About a week and a half ago, I totally shaved my beard off.
That's what maybe it is. Yeah.
And I thought here's the thing. I've wanted to do it for a while, but it's like, if I look like a little boy, then I got to be on all the shows and I just didn't want to. And I'm like, well, maybe now's the time to try it. And I looked like a little boy. It was exactly as I thought. So I'm already growing it back, but it's slightly there, but yeah. So yeah, I'm not shaving my beard again, but I mean, as far as physically wise, I feel the same, but maybe that's it.
Got my little beard brush here.
Oh,
can you hear that? Does that come through?
that is coming.
Yeah, a little
through.
bit.
It's nice.
A little ASMR for you.
Yeah, Micah is into some ASMR stuff. And one she showed me was like a woman cutting and breaking up soap, which I found
I've seen that.
Which I found quite pleasing. You know,
Yeah. There's something.
She's into like some of the. I don't think she's in it for the ASMR stuff, but she loves a lot of like the mukbang stuff, and that stuff makes me want to kill myself.
That's weird. Yeah, I don't really understand.
Like I can't even imagine why you'd want to hear someone eat.
I don't even really.
Okay.
It's funny that people do that on purpose, because I feel like even when I'm eating, I'm trying, not necessarily intentionally or consciously, but I feel like subconsciously on some level, my brain is trying to tune out the sounds of me eating.
Right.
Like I don't even really want to partake in that audio experience. I don't really
I
understand.
hate listening to people eat. Like it's disgusting to me. And I don't know why. That's the thing. Like that's the thing about misophenia or whatever they call it, is like, I don't know why. It's always been that way. My brother used to swallow his, like, he would like eat, drink or eat. Oh, gross. Oh, like, drink a glass of water, whatever, and then get it right into my face and like swallow it so that I would hear it, and he knew it was annoying to me. And my mom and my dad are both, they don't eat loud, but they're loud swallowers of like liquids. And I'd always be like, why can't you just, some people, when they swallow, they're like shoving it down. It's like, just swallow. You don't need to like, why is there a gulping noise? What are you doing? Why don't you know how to eat?
Speaking of the mukbang stuff, you said Mike is into that. Was she a Nikocado avocado fan? We
were talking about that. I don't think she was, but we were talking about that specific situation in the recent days. I love that.
Yeah.
It's funny stuff.
I think it would be funny, maybe an angle for us. It wouldn't work because we do weekly content, but like, what if we predated a bunch of episodes and instead we came back 300 pounds?
Yeah.
Like one day showed up and we're like severely obese, like the reverse.
Right.
I think that we could be onto something.
I have a new, this has come and gone for me in the past, but and I don't buy the Newman's Own here, even though it's very good, but there was a time when I would drink like a Newman's Own carton of lemonade like every day. Because that shit is so fucking good. And now I'm back on that kick. Liquid calories, I try to avoid them except for my one can of Pepsi. But now at night when I eat my snack, I have like a bagel or something. I usually would have a water. Now I'm having a lemonade glass. So I'm unbalancing things. I'm probably going to get a little fatter. It is what it is. You missed Jaffe going in.
Oh my God.
I heard about that.
At the live show about himself being fat and other people being fat. So that was interesting and awkward. You missed one. At that live show, I'll tell you that.
When I talked to Brandon shortly after he got back, and that was one of the main things he told me about how he ripped into literally everyone about being fat, and it was awesome in his words. It was awesome.
It was funny. I mean, Jaffe has like a license to do whatever he wants, So, and what a strange man he is. By the way, the live show was really fun. Somehow, I don't know how this happened, but the live show has already been edited and is in the back end. So
what the fuck?
Wow.
I don't know what the fuck your excuse has been, Dustin, of why it took you like so long to edit these things, but nonetheless, the show is edited and ready to go. I don't know when we're going to put it live. Maybe give it a little time. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah. How about next time I just take a week off to do it, and everyone else can do my normal job?
Yeah.
Idea?
Be careful.
You can pay everyone else to do my job then too.
Be careful.
Ooh.
Do you want me to pay even more people to do your job? Dustin?
Let's do it. How many people will it take?
It's already unraveling. You've been needed.
Did we have the wrong Sacred Symbols logo for like a couple?
Yeah. It was like, I don't know what the fuck these chuckleheads are doing, but you're needed back desperately. I said that in the beginning. I'm like, I love Ben. He's doing a great job. And I love Jimmy and all the guys that are doing a great job, but I really would prefer my guy doing everything because I just know things are getting done. I don't really have to, this YouTube thing's got to go live. Don't use the Sacred Symbols Plus logo for a month on Sacred Symbols. Those kinds of things. Don't accidentally publish a video to YouTube that's not supposed to be there yet. Then take it down, then put it back up. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'd rather, and it's a little more awkward for me because I can't quite be as frank with Ben as I am with you. Ben looks like he's going to punch me in the throat half the time I talk to him. So,
right.
it's a little, it's like, and I'm like, I think you work for me, but I kind of feel like I work for you in some weird way.
Well,
you know,
to be fair, we didn't have like a Shannon Sharp kind of mistake.
Oh boy.
So that's.
Did you see what he was on his? I just saw a clip of it. He does like his podcast, and he was on. He said that after that happened, for people that don't know, Shannon Sharp used to be an NFL player. He's an analyst now. He accidentally went live on IG while he was fucking some woman. So you didn't see it, but you could hear it. And then he was on his live show, and I just saw a clip where he said Cat Williams had called him or whatever after it happened and said, "Well, you're not gay today."
Oh my god, that's crazy
for me, son.
But on the mistakes, here's the thing. To be fair, Colin, guess who else has published a video live when they weren't supposed to?
Yeah,
at least. I think I've done that maybe two times, maybe 3. So all I'm saying is give these boys some credit, because the amount of details, this job, that's actually the difficulty of this job, is the details. Each time, a million different things. So I think they're doing good.
The devil's in the details.
Yeah,
as they say.
Yeah, look,
it's not really quite. Yeah, there he is. It's the plus logo on the sacred symbols. Yeah.
Yeah, he's dancing in the metadata.
The tags. I don't think we even use tags.
I think YouTube says they don't really do anything.
Yeah.
Or maybe maybe Jimmy told me that.
I've heard that exact same thing from like YouTube reps, and it's like, oh, cool that they're still there then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we love that.
Really awesome. That it's just like there's literal vaporware that just is just chilling on the UI.
Yeah, it's good stuff. YouTube's great. Well, here we are, reconvened again for Sacred Symbols episode 324. The San Diego show, big hit, a lot of fun. Had a really good time there. Thank you for everyone that came out. You had a great time with us. Hopefully, you bought a lot of merch, which we really appreciate. We didn't lose money, which I always appreciate. So thank you for that. No more live shows in the United States until 2026. I don't know what we're going to do in 2025. If we do a live show in 2025, I think I know we will go overseas. So prepare for that. England, will we be inside you? Maybe. Ooh. I don't know yet. We'll see. Canada? I think I've been to Canada a little too many times, a few too many times in my own life. I think I'm good on that. Mexico? No, we're not going to Mexico. All right. Why did I say that so flippantly? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like oh man.
I spent a month in Mexico one day.
Oh. I've never been to Mexico somehow.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Like that's how I feel about most places that I go to. You know, like this is fine. You know, I just think I really think I freak out at the idea of crossing, because I already don't like getting on a plane to go to like a different state and having to deal with that whole rigmarole. So the idea of doing it with like full on different governments freaks me out. I have this nightmare scenario where I feel like for no reason at all, I'm going to be like stuck in Qatar or something somehow. Like I'm going to land in London to see a friend, and then I'm going to take a cab and he's going to accidentally drive me to like some fucking war zone. And then I'm just not going to be able to get out. Makes no sense, but it's a real fear.
And it's weird because getting out of the country is way easier, like going to, depending on where you go. But anytime I've went to another country, they're like, oh yeah, come on in. Come back to the US. They're ready to search your body cavity search. Doesn't matter if you've been here your whole life. Doesn't matter. Yeah, they want to see where it comes out, you know?
I've said a GoPro up your lower intestine. It's crazy.
Yeah. You know the picture you take when you come back? You have to take like a picture and I'm always like, and then you have to like hand it to the person. And that makes things a little more complicated. But this is what gets me mad when I've only flown overseas ever. I mean, I've flown overseas on many occasions now, but only from SFO. So from San Francisco. So, an SFO, and I'm sure this is in a lot of big airports, they kind of funnel you, and it's like Americans go over here and everyone else goes over here. And the over here, like the international, like the foreigners, always get through the line quicker. And I'm like, this is fucking insane. This is my country.
How dare
Let me back in.
Yeah.
Let me back in.
I feel like my luck is very strange, where I feel like everything's going to go great. It's going to be a great trip. And then I'm going to lose my passport somehow. You know,
That's always been my fear. But you just go to the consulate. You'll be fine.
I know.
They give you papers.
I'm sure it's all really, really trivial, but like it's for some reason it feels like a mountain in my mind.
Well, because there's these two arguments. Like some people say, like, you know, when you get to a hotel and like an internet, you know, you're in Europe, you're in Asia, wherever, you, like, put your passport in your like drawer in your hotel or whatever, so you know where it is. I'm the exact opposite, where I'm like, this thing's coming with me everywhere. Yeah, and I bring it to me. I put it in my backpack, and I'm like, no, you're just gonna be with me, just in case I get kidnapped by the cartels. They really appreciate American passports. That really matters.
You legally have to carry it in Japan.
Oh, do you? I didn't
The
even know
police
that.
will stop you and ask you for it. It didn't happen to me, but I've heard that happens a lot.
That never happened to me either. But I didn't make eye contact with anyone in Japan, so hopefully they didn't notice I was there. Okay. All right. So San Diego show, big hit. Had to kick someone out of the show.
I heard about that.
Now, this was a weird situation. I don't even know this person's name, so I can't call them out by name, even if I knew who they were. But I've made these connections during and after the show where I'm like, oh, this was all the same instance, because when we got to the venue in San Diego, we had this very strange. I've said in the past that I've never really had a truly strange interaction with an audience member, like I've never had a bad interaction. And then I've never had like a truly awkward or weird. It gets weird sometimes, but nothing like crazy. And I've met thousands of people at this point over my career in person until that day, where that clearly a deeply unwell person who's a fan, and I appreciate that. And I'm sure we have a deep well of unwell people listening to the show. I don't know what his particular deal was. Yes, of course. And he came up and he seemed like enthusiastic or whatever at first, but then you could tell like something was really off about this dude. He had me sign he had like this really nice hardcover Billie Eilish book. I don't know where this came from, but it was like a Billie Eilish. I don't even know any of her songs, to be honest with you. And I'm like, you want me to sign this? And he's like, yeah, sign it anywhere. And then he like scribbled something on the side of it or whatever. Like, you can sign it here even. And then I just took the pen and signed CM right over her face on the front of that cover. Like, you told me to sign it anywhere. I didn't know. But at that point, I didn't know. I thought he was just being kind of like strange maybe, or funny. But then you realized it wasn't funny. He started crying. And then I went to, shake his hand to comfort him, and he pulled it away. And then he was just weird. And I'm like, all right, so something's like, he was talking to me about his medication and like how they put him on more and more medication or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And then we went in, I didn't think anything of it really. And then we had this person that was mega disruptive so on stage, if you're ever on stage, you can't really see the audience.
Yeah.
We also have no monitors at this show, which was a bummer. And by that, I mean, you couldn't hear yourselves very well either. It wasn't a great setup, to be honest, but I couldn't really tell what was going on, but there was a person creating a hullabaloo in a part of the audience for half the show, and it was the same dude. I don't know what that was all about. Listen, please don't be disruptive at the show. I don't care if you're mentally ill or totally stable. You can't be doing this at the live shows. You know what I mean? But that was the only, I think, negative part of the entire experience. We had a meet and greet that was really fun. We had a good time with the audience there, met a lot of new faces, some familiar faces. The show went off without a hitch and was a lot of fun. I liked the format. I liked the quiz show stuff. I thought it was cool. The audience was very gracious with everything. And even after the disruption, when I realized that guy was ruining people's experiences in his little section, I was like, I'm sorry about this. I offered everyone refunds if they felt like they needed it. No one said that they, can always take me up on it later. I don't want people to have their experience ruined. It's important to me that people come to the shows and have a good time. So, but it was fun otherwise. The venue was cool. And we're going to do a Constellation episode on it. We'll record it tomorrow and go live next week about the show, like just topics kind of surrounding the show, which we did last time. We had a live show too. I want to talk specifically about being backstage at venues and how fun and mysterious and interesting every venue is backstage, and how there's like all sorts of weird history backstage at all these different places. And there was a wall. Actually, it was a first aid station backstage at this particular venue, covered in band stickers and like all these different things. And I stuck the Sacred Symbol logo on it, sticker. So that's kind of cool. I love that kind of shit. A little bit of lore building, as it were. So yeah, show was good. We'll put it up for patrons soon. It's ready to go. I guess we just have to pull the trigger at some point. But you were missed, Dustin. Everyone missed you. Everyone asked about you.
Dude, that night. So I wanted to be there. I couldn't be there, obviously, for numerous reasons. But I was looking and watching people post photos, and I was in touch with Brandon, who was there running merch. So if you bought merch, you bought it from Brandon, the Glorious Ginger. So I was feeling bad that night, I'll be honest, but I was happy it went off without a hitch. I saw some people saying it was the best show yet. So really happy to hear that. But I felt the love that night, and I'm excited for next time, whenever that may be.
Yeah, next time we'll do something, I think, in 2025 somewhere in the world, and then back to the States in 2026, Wichita, Kansas.
Springfield, Ohio. I heard that's
a
pretty popular place right now.
Speaking of that, do we have a letter about this? I feel like we do. Christopher Gorley wrote in and said, "Hello, Chris. Have you seen any delicious dogs lately?"
Delicious dogs. I love this planet, man. It's crazy. It's so wild.
It is wild. Like, it's funny. Please stop eating the cats and the dogs if you are doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a resident crackhead eating dogs, don't be doing that. You know?
Don't eat the dogs.
Don't eat the dogs. Please leave the Garfields and Odies alone, please.
Dude, the AI images of him with like ducks and cats and shit like that.
It's fucking weird, man.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
I saw one of like him where he's like kind of stumpy looking, riding a cat with like a sword or something. It's just like, all right, man.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, it's Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast. We're back together as a trio. Good to be here with all of you guys. Remember, you can get us early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia. Join 13,400 something of you guys right now, paying a monthly fee of $1, $2, $5, $10, or $25, depending on the tier you want to be at. We couldn't do it without you. So yeah, early ad-free access to Sacred Symbols Plus once a week, twice every other week. Discord access, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show. Spotify access, RSS links for your podcast. You never even have to deal with the Patreon app. By the way, I haven't brought this up on the show yet because I think it begins in October, so I didn't want to get too ahead of myself. If you are, so Apple has been very aggressive with third-party vendors and getting their cut from the third-party vendors. So if you sign up on the Patreon app for a new subscription, beginning I think sometime in October, you will be charged, and it will show you, you'll be charged like a 30% rip on that fee. To avoid that, if you're already signed up, you have nothing to worry about. But to avoid that, I encourage you to just sign up on the browser, like a browser. And I assume on Android, it's probably fine too. But just a warning, it's not going to happen without you knowing. But if you're wondering why that's happening, you can simply just circumvent that. And shout out to Patreon for really trying to communicate this and fight back on it because it sucks. I understand Apple's perspective in some sense. I just don't understand why it has to be 30%. It's just so severe. It's not like you're serving a game. You're not serving shit. It's a conduit by which you're accessing something. And I don't see the same thing as like a PSN or a Steam rip of 30%. I would think like 5% would be good, like a processing fee of some sort. But that's the way it is. And we can't do anything about that. So just keep an eye. If you're already a subscriber, which again, 13,000 plus of you are, nothing's going to happen. And if you do want to sign up on iOS after that, you only get charged, I think, the first time you do it. And then I think then it's over for you, but it's like, just don't give them your money at all. Just use a browser.
And then you can go back to the app. Is important detail is that you can sign up in the browser and then use the app.
Yeah, just log into the app and you'll be fine. So fuck Apple on that perspective. I like Apple, but on that perspective, fuck them. They're really getting upended. I really think the Apple ecosystem is going to look very different in 5 years. Epic has been, and Google have been really doing a lot of damage to them, especially in Europe. It's the reason why the new phones will start using USB-C. Or if they haven't already.
They do already.
Oh, yeah. So that's because they got sued.
Yeah, good. Jesus Christ. I hate the lightning cable.
Yeah, I understand the argument that I don't know if it's even true anymore, but I know the argument used to be, especially during the chunky fire cable or whatever that was, like the old iPhone and iPad ones where they were like the data, it moves faster and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, whatever, dude. Apparently that all comes from the European Union suing Apple for e-waste. And saying like, basically like, why do we need all these cables? And it's actually a decent question. I don't mind you having proprietary stuff if you want. I would prefer the market to manipulate that. But I think Apple is so extra market at this point that you got to kind of reel them in a little bit.
Well, dude, the thing about I don't know if this is look. I feel like I take relatively decent care of my things, but I swear to God, lightning cables specifically just fall apart so much faster than any USB-C or any other cable that I've ever owned. Always, they always end up going green or like splitting apart.
Yeah, the split. I was going to say, like, I don't know if this is coming through on this camera, but every one of these I've ever had for years and years and years split like this, and I take care of my shit too. Yeah, that's a big thing with me. Is I definitely take care of my shit. I'm known for that in my life. With people around me where they're like, "We're very persnickety." I'm like, "Yeah, but it doesn't matter because here's this thing."
It's got that. We can't see it on the camera, but it has that crack like in the middle that almost goes down.
I'm sorry, it doesn't come through my low res. Yeah, it's a crack. It's just right up the middle, and then it starts to bend here too, and expose the cables. It's like, what is this Chinese garbage? You know, like your Apple. The phones aren't that. The phones are amazing. I've dropped this thing. I've never broken it like an iPhone or a screen or anything in my entire life because they're really great. The phones are great. This SE that I have. Yeah. But the fucking cords, Jesus Christ.
Lightning is also, it was fast when it came out, but compared to USB-C, it is slow now. So they were holding on to it just to be assholes, really.
Get fucked, Tim Cook.
Get cooked.
Get cooked, Tim.
Tim Apple.
Tim Apple.
Tim Apple, was awesome. The lovely Tim Apple. He's got a worm in him. Look at him.
What else here? Oh, Sacred Symbols Plus. All right. So new episodes recently. Did a really great episode with Hogue. We did Sacred Cross Duke. We did an episode on Wukong. I did a fun tier list episode that's been very controversial with the audience, with Brad and so on and so forth. Micah did a mailbag recently. So a few things. I interviewed and sat down for about an hour and a half with Abubakar Salam, who is in House of the Dragon. That's the game, the name of it, right? House of the Dragon. And he was in that show Jamestown. He was in Napoleon, the recent film. But he is the owner and CEO of Surgeon Studios, the studio that worked with EA Originals to get Tales of Kinzera Zhao out, the Metroidvania, which I really liked a lot. We had a great conversation, very little about the game and more about the reaction to the game. I think people are really going to enjoy that conversation. It was cool to talk to him and to get his point of view on that. I highly recommend that game, and I feel bad for that game. And we get into that a little bit there. So that's fun. Next week, 2 big episodes we're going to record. First one is Astrobot review discussion. Mike, are you there? No, I thought I heard her, but she's not there. I don't know who's on that show. I think it's me, Brad, Gene. I don't know if either of you guys want to be on it. You're more than welcome. We're recording that next week. I would love to be on it. Okay, cool. So that'll be fun. And then I'm going to sit down for the first time, I think, this year with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, the tech outlet, and talk about PlayStation 5 Pro in a very deep way, technically, and we'll do that next week. So please do look forward to that. LastStandMedia.store for merch, t-shirts, stickers, sweatshirts, hats, etc., shipped by my wife, Micah. And leave nice reviews everywhere for us. You know, we haven't gotten very many new reviews on iTunes and places like that, so go ahead and leave us a nice review. Leave us a nice star rating, if you will. I was looking at the top 50 US video game podcasts. We have 3 of them. Not so bad. What are the 3? Sacred Symbols, Defining Duke, and Summon Sign. I would like Constellation wouldn't be in the games network. I think we're gonna punching up when you guys, and I'm saying when you guys start doing it weekly. Getting close now. Do you want it or don't you? Do you want it?
We can let Brad host it.
Or don't you? Okay, that's fine. I guess what I'm saying is one way or the other, punching up's going weekly when the Super Switch is announced. And maybe we'll get 4 in there. That'd be pretty cool. Okay. Let's get into some topics of discussion, stretch our legs / spread our legs. I don't want to spend too much time here. So here's the thing I want to say about this. Weekly thread put on Patreon in the newsfeed for our show and the other shows. You answer those. I pull out your inquiries and you find them sprinkled throughout. We already heard from Christopher Gorley about the dogs being eaten in Ohio. I don't think we've ever gotten more write-ins than we did this week. It was something like 350.
Oh, yeah. Well.
And I was like, I read. Now, people don't believe it. I do read them all. If it's like, I'm not like reading them carefully, like I'm fucking studying, but I'm reading them. And after reading the 50th, why is the PS5 Pro so expensive message, I was starting to glaze over a little bit. But it was cool to hear from so many different people. I'm sorry that we couldn't include more of you. Keep writing in. But we have a correction here. Ben Kerfoot wrote in, said, hi, CNC. It's pronounced Hart-Lee-Pool, not Hart-Lee-Pool. So we talked about this town where they hanged the monkey. I don't know if you listened to the episode, Dustin, but there was a town in England during the Napoleonic Wars where a French ship was scuttled off of the coast of the UK. And then the people went out and rowed to the boat, found everyone dead except for a monkey that was on the boat that was like, the pet of the ship or whatever. And then they hanged him.
Sounds like a sequel to Obra Dinn. Do you remember that? Chris, you played that, right? Where it's like everyone's dead on the ship. I didn't play it.
I watched like gameplay, like I watched like videos of like entire walkthroughs of it because I was like fascinated by it, but I felt like it wouldn't be my kind of game. So I know.
Dude, it's a cool game. I was playing it.
It is cool.
Like days before I left, that's what I was playing. And I was playing with Holly because I'm too dumb for it. But it's a cool game. But yeah, so Obra Dinn is like you go on the ship and everyone's dead and you have to figure out what happened to all the different crew members. So I'm saying this is the sequel, but there's only a monkey alive.
Well, we were calling it, I was calling this town Hart-Lee-Pool because it's, spelled Hart-Lee-Pool. But apparently it's Hart-Lee-Pool. And then Ben says, as someone from Carlisle in the north of England, he had to show me how to say that. Like, I don't know how to say Carlisle. That's a little more straightforward, I think. In the north of England, it was pretty funny and irritating to hear it said like that so many times. Maybe if we pronounce more words as they're spelt, people may not hate the British, namely the English, as much. No, we'll still hate you. No one speaks worse English than the English. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. Why are things so difficult? Do you hear how easily we say words in the English language?
Bottle of water.
Yeah, that's the classic. Bitch. It's like bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Tomby way.
The thing that I've really been clued onto, I don't know if we've mentioned this before, and I can't really do it. I can hear it in my head, but I can't really do it, is the way Australians say no.
No.
It's like, what?
No, mate.
No.
I can't. Give us your lighter. Yeah,
no.
That's I don't know, man. I think English is one of those things where it's like, I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like we took it and we made it better,
Right. We made everything better. I mean, I'm just going to be real with you.
Most things.
So, well, people are pouring from all over the world trying to get here. I mean, I wouldn't poo-poo that, in my opinion. No. And our version of English it's the best. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know what else to say about it. Did I ever show you guys that video? I must have brought it up in the past of the people. It was really disturbing. It's a great thing, though. It's a great exercise where it's a video of people speaking fake English, but it's what English sounds like to people who don't speak English.
Yeah,
I love those videos.
And it's so good. I was like, holy shit, this is amazing because it really does sound like this, but none of it's real. And this is what it sounds like to people that don't speak it. Now, can you imagine what British English sounds like to an American? When you ask, do you're out to dinner with an Australian, would you like any more water? No.
It's such a terrible impression. It's such a horrible. It's not even close. It sounds like a bear passing away from old age. What you're doing?
Holy shit! All right, Ben. Thank you for the correction. Sorry to offend English-speaking peoples around the world. How you get Hart-Lee-Pool out of that? Anyone's guess.
Hart-Lee-Pool.
Ryan Del Vecchio wrote in and said, Colin addressed the Wolfenstein 2 collector's box. Thank you. This has been sitting here for a while. A listener sent me this at the P.O. box, and I'm sorry, I have your letter here probably somewhere. I usually stack up people's letters and then answer them all at once, if they leave an email address or something to acknowledge them, so I'll get to you at some point, I assume. But he sent this Wolfenstein 2 PS4 box, but inside it's the actual collector's edition with the BJ Blazkowicz figure in it.
Oh, cool.
And so I didn't know that I was getting this whole thing because he was like, oh, I have a BJ Blazkowicz figure. And I'm like, you know what? I love Wolfenstein. I wouldn't mind having like one little thing. This is not one little thing though, is it? So I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But there it is. Addressed, Ryan. I will get it out of the shot soon, I promise. I don't know where I'm going to put it. And then as we know, things stay in the shot for a really long time. I started putting my G.I. Joes in here in 2021, I think, and they're still not done. So
yeah, you gotta. I didn't even notice that there was like a BJ in the background.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. One more inquiry, and then we'll get into the actual show. Weary-san wrote in, said, "Hey boys, any thoughts on the return of Linkin Park and all the drama it's generated over the last week? Yes, Chester's voice was absolutely iconic and impossible to replace, but the more I've listened to the new song, the more I'm willing to tentatively give this a new iteration a shot. After all, short of staying gone or coming back with a new name, it's not like they were given a choice in the matter of replacing him." I don't think I have strong opinions on this because I'm not a current Linkin Park fan. I don't know any Linkin Park after Meteora, to be perfectly honest with you, but I did love Hybrid Theory, and I liked Meteora. It wasn't as good as Hybrid Theory, but Hybrid Theory is a iconic rap rock record. In fact, it's probably the most iconic rap rock record that's ever been. So that came out when I was in 10th or 11th grade. I mean, that was like my era and my shit, and people loved it. Everyone had that record. That record went diamond certified in the United States. I mean, it's huge. So yeah, I have a connection to that record, and I wanted to like Meteora more than I did, but I didn't. It reminded me a little bit of when No Doubt came out with Tragic Kingdom, which is an iconic album, and then they came out with Return to Saturn, which is like, it's fine. Yeah. So those are the only two. Like anything after that, I think their third record was called Minutes to Midnight, and I don't know anything on that record and anything beyond that. So I don't want to call myself like a fan. I'm a fan of those first two records, but pretty bad. The new Linkin Park. And for my opinion, just gonna throw it out there, like pretty bad. Not the new music. I think the new song is bad too, but I have no real opinion on that. But in hearing them play things from those first two records, I'm like, no. And actually, it was I think your Derek, that pointed out that they're not even singing some of these songs in the right key to accommodate the new vocalist. And I was like, yeah, there was something off about some of these songs. So yeah, it's been a thing that's been going around recently. I don't know if you guys are fans of Linkin Park at all, but I personally think it's pretty bad. Like the renditions with a female vocalist. I don't really know. I would have loved for that. Do whatever you want. I don't really give a shit. First of all, I know Linkin Park existed before Chester joined the band. I know that. And so it's like, yeah, they're going back kind of to their roots in some sense, although I think they have a new drummer now too. So that's cool. It's like, yeah, do what you want, but really you could have just made a new band, you know? So who am I to judge, really? Journey has survived all of these years on their third singer. Alice in Chains has not had their singer for 30 years at this point. Sublime is the dude's son at this. So, I mean, it's not that unusual, but yeah, I'm not into it. Do you guys have any opinions on the Linkin Park situation?
Yeah, I like you, Colin, Hybrid Theory, Meteora. Both of those to me are 10 out of 10. Minutes to Midnight, that's where they started to fall off for sure. And everything after that, continually downhill, I would say. But I think what's her name? Emily Armstrong, I think. Yeah. I thought she sounded good. I'm not saying it was the most amazing thing I ever heard, but I definitely, the key change thing, it makes sense that if they have a new singer, it's better for them to change the key of certain songs to fit her voice than to have her sing in a key that she's not good at. That's actually a thing that Iron Maiden really fucked up with in the 90s, is they had this guy who was totally incapable of singing certain songs, and they had him do it anyway live. If you listen to it, it's fucking terrible. So even though I don't like it, I think it makes sense for them to do that. I'm more interested in the people that are very upset that she's apparently at least was a Scientologist.
Yeah, I don't care about any
She
of that.
defended some guy that ended up.
Danny Masterson.
And then she recently said that was wrong or something. So
yeah,
to a lot of people, that's a deal breaker. And everyone has their own, do what you got to do from your moral standing. And certainly I'm not saying that any artist can get away with anything and I'm going to still support them, because of course there are things that's like, what's that band, Colin, that
Lost Prophets?
Lost Prophets.
Oh, the Lost Prophets.
There are certainly limits, but to me, I'm not looking to the singer of Linkin Park for moral leadership personally. But if you care about that, that's fine. But I thought she sounds good. I thought the new song was pretty good too. Obviously nowhere near those original songs, but
yeah,
it's at the point where if they were in Pittsburgh, I would go. Because I've never seen, I mean, sadly, I never saw Linkin Park with Chester, but I think I would go. You know, they're not going to be my favorite band like in 2006, but it's cool. I'm glad they're back. Overall.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about it, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I saw the key change stuff, and it's just like, to me, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. I guess the first thought is why wouldn't you just get a singer that could sing in the original key? I guess, but Chester's also like a really unique dude, and those are just hard songs to sing in general. Like there's really not a lot of people who can do that. I do kind of like the idea of a female vocalist just to separate it a little bit, just so it's not like, I'd rather there be like a person there who's really difficult to draw comparisons to Chester for, just to avoid like, you know what it actually reminds me? It reminds me of Destiny when they replaced Lance Reddick. And it was Keith David taking over his role, but like Keith David wasn't doing like a Lance Reddick impression. You know, I'm glad that they just was like, hey, you know what? This is the new singer of Linkin Park. It's like, she's not going to do an impersonation. This is just like who she is. And I know that they do key changes at concerts sometimes for bands, even when they can sing in the normal key, just to preserve their voice for long tours. So it doesn't strain their voice. So there's wiggle room there. I thought the new song was fine. I thought it was kind of okay. I like the melody of it more than I like the way that it's mixed or the way that it's done. Like, I think the chorus is actually pretty good. I just feel like it takes a while to get to like that punchy chord. Like when she comes into the chorus, I think it's like, oh, this is good. I like this. They got some of those octaves at play. Like it almost sounds like a Rise Against song to me a little bit, which I dig. But yeah, the whole story around like her being a Scientologist is like, you know, whatever. I can't possibly approve of every single thing an artist is going to do. And it's not like this is like a Bill Cosby situation, you know, where it's just like, I can't really, in good conscience. The Danny Masterson stuff is not great. It's not a great thing to have on your record. The Church of Scientology is crazy. I don't know if you have ever looked into, oh my God, Colin, what's that? I want to get her name right. It's the lady from Leah Remini. Yeah.
Leah Remini. Yeah. She did a lot of stuff with it. That's why I became really aware of a lot of it.
Her stuff's really fascinating. So that church is definitely no joke about like how crazy it is. But I think the more interesting part of the drama to me is that the Bennington family and the previous drummer seem to have an issue with this. And they're not really cool with what Shinoda's doing with it. I think that's kind of...
I didn't know the drummer had a problem with it. I just thought he didn't want to play anymore.
I didn't know either. I kind of looked into it and I was like, oh, there seems to be, you know, not that you necessarily need the approval of Chester Bennington's family to do whatever you want with the band, you know, but there is something there where it's like, not great, but I thought the song was fine. Curious about the new album. I like Linkin Park a lot. Like there was a point in time I was kind of annoyed where everybody was like, oh, Linkin Park is they went through like almost like a mini Nickelback for a little bit. Like a micro Nickelback where like everybody was like, Linkin Park's cringe. It was like maybe like 4 years of like, oh, you like Linkin Park? And I was always like, yeah, what are you talking about? Did you not listen to Meteor and Hybrid Theory? Like that alone like sets them for life to me. It's like they could put out fucking polka music at this point, and I'd be like, yeah, well, that's not very great, but you're not taking Meteor away, dude.
Yeah, I remember when Meteor came out when I was a freshman in college, and I remember it was the only record I pre-ordered because you could you got a T-shirt with it, or whatever, like a Linkin Park shirt, which I was like, oh, this is awesome. Yeah, it is interesting. We are not a music podcast. It doesn't matter, but we're all musicians and we all like Linkin Park. So yeah, I guess it is a relevant thing to talk about, and it's been very active, just actively being discussed. It's funny when I saw that I knew they did that like introduction show, and then it went on YouTube the next day. So I went and watched it, and then I'm like, no, I know what I want to hear. And I went to the set list, and I was like, I want to hear One Step Closer. You know, which is not even a song I really like. I mean, that was obviously the song that introduced me to them. That was their first single from Hybrid Theory, but and the video is like very memorable, and like the tunnel and all that kind of stuff, and it's a great song. But I was like, I want to hear her sing this, and I'm like, well, I don't think so. You know, especially when you get to the bridge, you know, when it's like shut up, that's like an iconic Linkin Park song, and it's not good. And so I was just like, to me, I'm like, it's
unfortunate. Yeah.
Well, to me, I'm just like, do what you want. I did see the Benningtons not into it, which is meaningful to me in some sense.
Sure.
They need to remember that he replaced Scott Weiland in Stone Temple Pilots. So you kind of got to be a little bit careful in assuming things about bands like that. So it was okay for him to do that. You got to have to accept that it's going to happen with other groups too. But I would have loved to see them. You brought up Lost Prophets. Lost Prophets exist still, but they're a different band. You know?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's because they can't play their back catalog because he wrote all those songs. But I'm just saying it would have been interesting. What I would have loved to see is like, we're coming back, we're named this other thing, and we're going to play some of the old stuff. But
we're
not Linkin Park. You know,
they're Plinkin Lark.
Right, Plinkin Lark. They're Linkin Park, but it's spelt right. You know?
Yeah.
It's Lincoln, Lincoln, and then PARQ.
That's something Derek would say. Plinkin Lark. No, yeah. I mean, Mike Shinoda's done other stuff too. He's known to do other projects. You know, he's Fort Minor is like a pretty famous one that he did. So it's like, yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity there too. But at the same time, I don't know, man. I'll give her a shot. You know, she sounds good on the new song. I think. I just think the composition of it is like a little weird. I don't like that it takes so long for her to come into the chorus, because I think that chorus with her actually slaps. So I'll give it a listen. I liked Linkin Park for a long time, and I love Meteora personally. Like Breaking the Habit was like that song for me where I was just like, this is fucking wild.
Track 6, I want to say, right?
I think of Meteora, right. Maybe. I don't remember I can't possibly begin to remember the number.
Yeah,
the number on the album.
I like Hybrid Theory.
Video was amazing.
Yeah, well, they had a lot. They had a really great. Meteora came with a DVD that was really cool too, and showed a lot of the visual aspects. Like, because the cover of Meteora, I think, is really cool with the dude spray painting, with the mask on or whatever. And I love the cover of the first one. That's like a super iconic nu metal stuff with like the dude with the wings or whatever, or like the soldier or whatever that is. And so I like Hybrid Theory better than Meteora, but I would say my favorite Linkin Park song is Don't Stay, which is track 2 on Meteora. I love that song. The opening scratching in that song, Mr. Han. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, I really, but that's not a rap rock song at all. So that's what's interesting about it. That's like an actual not rap rock Linkin Park song. But anyway, it's not a Linkin Park podcast. I just wanted to bring it up because I thought you guys liked them too, and I was curious what you thought. Yeah. It was interesting reading people's feedback. It does seem to be very divisive, but I think they'll be just fine. So
and shout out to I know Hybrid Theory and Meteora get a lot of love, but shout out to Bleed It Out on Minutes to Midnight. Like when me and Jalen drove to LA when we moved here first, like whenever that song would come on, it was like it's like a really contagious song to sing along to. It's fun. So they were they're great. I like Linkin Park.
Yeah, they are good. I've seen shows. I never got to see them either, which is weird because I've seen so many bands, and you guys have been to many shows too. I don't know why. I'm not into. Well, this is what I was going to say. Is like I'm not into arena shows. For instance, when I saw Green Day in 2004 during the American Idiot tour, and I was like, this kind of sucks. You know, like it's cool. I like that record. It has nothing to do with the music. It's just like there's too many people here. I'm too far away. The noise is too diluted. You have to see bands in that perfect pocket if they're going to become really big. And I think about that during the Hybrid Theory tour. I was in high school and I knew friends that saw them in New York City, and I didn't go. And they saw them at like Roseland Ballroom. It's like, dude, that would have been fucking nuts. It's like 1,500 people, you know? And it's to say the band I really want to see live that I've never seen is Muse. They inherently do arena rock, but I just don't want to see them in that environment. You know, I love how loud they are, and I would love to see that, especially for a 3-piece. And I would love to see that in a real venue. So Linkin, in other words, what I'm saying is Linkin Park is just impossible to see under my parameters anymore. And so I won't see them there, you know?
Yeah.
It bothers me because, dude, I saw Elton John in Vegas at like a 2,000 person venue. I like couldn't even believe it, you know? And I was like, dude, Elton John's playing this place right now, but we can't get Muse to play in a fucking 2,000 person venue or whatever. Anyway, well, I'm just complaining about nothing. Guys, it's good to be here. Let's get into the PlayStation news. There's a lot of it to get through. By the way, before I get into any of it though, Dustin, are you keeping footnotes?
I am. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Mine have been all wrong, I think, but I'm trying my best. Sometimes, and I did the thing where sometimes I would put it in the chat. You know, the thing I used to get mad at you for doing. Well, not mad at you, it's just a little distracting. And then I was the one who was distracting people. So it was quite ironic. But before we move into any of the new news, do you have anything you want to say about Concord?
I don't know if there's anything to say that hasn't already been said.
What do you say about Concord that hasn't already been said about Afghanistan?
Well,
it looks bombed out and depleted. That's an old Dave Chappelle.
I will say,
but he wasn't saying it about Concord. I think it was, what do I say about that fur coat that hasn't already been said about Afghanistan?
Yeah. I think it was the most interesting thing being on the outside of the situation and just seeing everyone react is how a lot of people were trying to point it to one singular thing. Like, oh, well, it's $40. That's the reason why it failed. Oh, it's too woke. That was the other one that people were like, that's why it failed. It's like, no, it's probably a mix of a bunch of things, but I think at its core, the big thing is that it literally was just not an appealing product to almost anyone. And that shows in the sales, is that on multiple levels, the characters were unappealing. When it was free, people played it and they didn't find the gameplay that appealing. The price point wasn't appealing to not everybody, but some people. And it's like, when you have that kind of mix, it's like, well, yeah, I was really surprised that they pulled it that quick and to the degree, but in hindsight now, because I think that's what you talked about with Hogue, like maybe they're trying to do a write-off situation if they're able to refund everybody, stuff like that. So yeah, huge L for Sony, absolutely. And unfortunate, especially when you see the whole like lineup of Concord and then 1 week later a game like Astrobot that scores 90 plus. You know, just take a look around, Sony. Maybe try to learn a lesson or two after this. We'll see what happens at Fair Games.
Yeah, we will. And others that are coming too. I should have probably just waited to ask you this for later, because there is a piece of Concord news. So I guess I moved it up to the top here and we'll just talk about it quickly if we want to. But during your exit, Dustin, Amazon Prime had revealed the secret level anthology that they're doing for 15 different video games. I have a list of the games that are up. One of them is Mega Man, which I made a little GIF out of it. It looks pretty fucking sick. But Pac-Man's one of them. Warhammer 40K, Armored Core should be interesting. The Outer Worlds, Crossfire, Dungeons and Dragons, Sifu, etc. So there's going to be a bunch of them. But Concord was one of these vignettes that were going to be in there, or one of these pieces of the anthology. And since the game was canceled 10 days after it came out, people were wondering, does this mean Concord's thing is out of the Amazon Prime secret level thing? And apparently, according to IGN, though they talk to sources that are unnamed, they say that IGN understands that this episode featuring Concord is indeed still slated to air this season. So that's interesting. Maybe a hint of Concord coming back, although I just wonder if it's like, this is done, why would we not air it? But I think I have a theory about it. Yeah, go ahead.
So in that trailer, it shows Kratos with a very modern day looking background. I was wondering if the Concord part is not an entire episode, but something featured in some kind of PlayStation crossover episode.
Well, there is one of the 15 things, bullet points, because they're all games. One of them is just PlayStation Studios. And so you might be onto something there. There is something seemingly unknown. Some of the thought was maybe it's for something unannounced, but for me, I'm like, that's too risky.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do something like that. So yeah, we'll see. So Concord, hopefully we'll never have to talk about it ever again. By the way, you didn't buy it, right, Chris? Or no, I'm sorry, Chris bought it. Dustin, you didn't buy it.
No, I wish I would have though.
Right, I was going to say, I wonder if you had the physical version of it, because I was. Do you agree with me that will be one of the rarest physical PS5 games for collectors in the future? There's probably maybe, if they're destroying the ones and you're not allowed to buy them anymore, you could imagine that they sold fewer than 10,000 copies of that game physically, and I would think that might even be pushing it. Yeah,
I would assume, especially, I'm sure there are games that would have less copies, but they're not as. There's no story behind them. They're just. For example, something like one of our games, like Super Barrels of Baking, there might be less copies of that out, but it's not a PlayStation first party that got pulled and had this giant story behind it, right? So
so much lore.
It's amazing, dude. Seeing the eBay prices on copy of a paperweight, just because it has this history behind it, pretty cool.
Yeah,
but yeah, I would imagine it's definitely going to be one of the rarest and most sought after games looking back a few years from now.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if anyone was able to walk out with a sleeve of them. You know how they come in sleeves of like 15 or 20. Nice little payday for you if you have one of those. RIP in peace, Concord. I don't think you're coming back, but some people do. I really have no idea one way or the other. I just don't think it makes any sense to bring it back. That's why I say it doesn't. Like, you're not going to make your money on this game. It's over. What are you going to do? You're going to release it for free? It doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
So I think it's over for that game. And the way, by the way, I didn't even want to get too deep into it, but since we're here, the way a few people that worked on the game are talking about it sounds like it's done. I don't know, like they've had little like requiems, you know, for them on social media and all of these kinds of things. So we'll see. You just don't know what you have till it's gone. Goodbye, Star Child, and be well. All right, what else do we have here? Oh, okay, a few little things here. So we're going to talk about PS5 Pro later on in the show, and that will be fun. But our friends over at Push Square noticed something interesting if you're looking to buy just a standard PS5. Over at the official PlayStation Direct website, they note you can save around $100 by now buying Sony-approved, Sony-sold, refurbished PlayStation 5s that are about 20% cheaper than the real thing or the new thing. I'm so confused by this. Are people really buying PS4s or PS5s for $400 when you could just buy a new one for $500? I'm not saying $100 is a trivial amount of money. It's not. What I'm saying is if you've saved up $400 or you have the $400, don't you want to just save a little bit more or spend a little bit more and get the new one? That's what's so surprising to me about this. But nonetheless, this is an option for you, and it comes with a 12-month manufacturer's warranty, which is pretty nice. So if you're looking forward to that, want to save a little bit of money on a standard PS5, you can get them with a disc drive for $400 or £389 if you're in the UK. Man, the pound is decaying. I'm sorry over there. People got really mad at me on social media for pointing that out, by the way. Dustin, am I crazy in thinking that you just save the extra money and get the new one?
In this case, when it comes to refurb products, if you can buy one directly from the manufacturer, that's usually a really good sign that it's going to be as good as a new one in a lot of ways. For example, Apple refurb is fantastic. You should probably buy all your Apple computers from their refurb because they are such good quality. You get the warranty, stuff like that, and you can save quite a bit of money. $100, that is an additional game that you could get, plus you'd have money left over for saving for another game or something like that. So I would feel comfortable buying a refurb one for $400 directly from Sony. I wouldn't trust anywhere else personally with anything when you're starting to get into the hundreds of dollars, like an Amazon or a GameStop refurb, because half the time they just wipe them down and make sure they boot up a game for 10 seconds. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they do. So I think it's cool that it's out there. I would feel very comfortable in choosing this. If you're getting your first PS5, I would say you might as well get this from Sony. Of course, I would wait to see how other people look on YouTube to see what the condition of their refurb status is, but I think it's great that this is an option for people.
Are you of the same mind as Dustin, Chris? I'm surprised. I just feel like it's not not a little amount of money, but just a fraction of the amount of money you've already saved to just go all the way. You know,
right?
To me, I'm a little confused by that.
Well, I guess for me, I just look at it like, I mean, I think Dustin's view of that's a lot of games theoretically. Like if you you know what I mean? Like that's a considerable amount of stuff to add to your library. It might not be like new stuff because it's like, okay, $70. That's that's like the price for a new game, but you could pick up Helldivers, Concords, and Shadow the Ninja for that money. You know what I mean? Granted, Concord is, not around anymore, but the $40 price point kind of game, the $20, something on sale. I could get why somebody would be like, oh, well, if it's going to be refurbished and there's a guaranteed kind of warranty for 12 months and it's coming from the manufacturer, so the quality's probably going to be good. Like, even if I did save the money for a new PS5, why wouldn't I just get this and then a bunch of stuff to play on it? I don't know. It makes sense to me. I personally don't fuck with refurb like refurbished stuff or like used games in general. Like I remember I had like a really bad experience at a GameStop. No, it was at a Software Etc. where I got a used copy of the same game 3 times, separate games in the same day. I went back, I got a different disc. It was fucked. I brought it back, got a different one. That was also fucked. And I was just like, just give me the new one. And then ever since then, I've just avoided used things because I just don't want to deal with the headache. But if that doesn't bother you and you don't have that like negative association, I don't see why you wouldn't do this, quite frankly. Especially because you're not getting it from like a secondhand kind of, again, like a GameStop where they're just gonna, I don't know, spray Fabuloso in the in the hard drive and call it
in
a
the
day.
disk drive. Just
I
Give it.
I guess what the way to best articulate the way I feel about this is that I feel like the console should be cheaper.
Right.
But I do love this comment on Push Square. Shout out to the guy who left it, basically saying like, well, there's the price cut we all been looking for.
Yeah.
Get your refurbished PS5s for $400. I'm sorry.
I gotta shut my AC off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because otherwise I'll freeze to death in here.
Go ahead. How cold do you think it is in there right now?
dude, I can turn mine on and off with my phone.
Nice.
Chris loves app support though, so I'm guessing his doesn't do that.
Yeah, my home thermostat doesn't have that connectivity either. Apparently, that's very trivial to do, but I don't want all. Why does everything have to be connected to the internet? You know,
everything's got an app.
Yeah,
I was just saying, Chris, I can turn mine off with my phone.
Yeah,
Wouldn't have to get up, interrupt the show.
I know. I hate it. It's so, especially because like I don't know. It'll be off for ages, and so I'll forget that's on auto. Like for hours, it'll be like off, and I'll be like, oh, I guess it's off. And then I'll come in here, and then right when we start, starts up, and then I freeze to death, and then it's horrible. But I don't know. I don't need another thing. I'm kind of with Colin. I was like, I don't need another thing with an app. I'm so tired. At some point, it's like my cereal's gonna need an app. My dog's gonna need an app, and it's like your dog is 50% eaten, and it's like, oh no, it's terrible.
When I bought all my appliances in my house, I intentionally, because they were all like, oh, you want this and this and this, and I'm like, just give me a fucking stove, dude. Yeah, just give me a stove that I walk up to and I turn a knob and it sparks the flame, and give me a fridge that keeps things cold.
You don't want a fridge with a screen on it that you can go on. You can go on to X videos on your fridge.
Oh my god, dude! My uncle Mike loves showing, like he has this really really nice fridge and he has this huge screen on it, on like the freezer door, and he has just like a rotation of pictures of the family on it. He loves that.
Crazy.
To me, I'm like, this is just too much, and this is all just eating into your bandwidth too. Yeah, just little bits, little chip damage. Just stay. I don't want any more of this. Leave me alone.
I do like those fridges where like it's kind of like you could see what's in the fridge without opening it. Where it's like the screen is almost like a camera.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of cool, and that's one of those things where it's like that's useful in a way that's like it's a bit much maybe for me. Like I don't know if I'd ever really care to get something like that, but
just open the fridge though.
Yeah, but then I guess.
But you can check it when you're at the store.
Yeah, I guess it's just the washing machines, the dryers. Come on, man.
Yeah, you need an app for your washing machine. There's no buttons on it either, so you need the app.
Key upgrade for the apps though, my sprinkler system. That's a key upgrade because people still use these like 70s and 80s style analog things with switches, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. Just give me the just give me the app, where it's going to turn them on and off in the zones, and you say like turn on zone 3 for 13 minutes, and then it does it and do it at 5 a.m. and skip it when it rains. That kind of shit. Come on, can't go wrong with that. That's useful.
But that's gardening. Like I feel like if you're gardening and you're working with your hands anyway, I feel like you kind of want that tactile. Like throwing in an app in that situation kind of feels a little almost sacrilegious.
That's interesting. You feel that way.
I'm gonna start saying that for every single condescending. It's interesting that you feel that way. That's great.
All right, Eagle Eye over at Wario64 discovered something not so surprising as the margin wars continue. DualSense controllers a la carte have been increased $5 and now cost $80. I guess that would be $80 now at most places. Or would it be 70 to 75? One of those things. But this apparently is not only a PlayStation Direct, but also at Best Buy, at Target, and so on. So this is a from on high directive. Prices have gone up. The controllers are more expensive. This doesn't affect Portal or Edge, which are both already so expensive that it would have been insulting to charge even more for them. But maybe they would have. So if you're looking for a new controller, be ready for that. And I do need a new controller at some point, but then I'll just get my controller with the PS5 Pro. So that'll be nice. I wanted the Astrobot controller. Someone actually messaged me saying that they have one that they would sell to me, at cost. And I'm like, maybe I would do that, but I can just get this. I'm going to get the new one. I don't really care what color it is. I like to get the different colors because it's fun and exciting in some sense, but who really cares? I'm not looking at my own hands. It could be a paper bag for all I fucking care, as long as it has buttons in it. All right. So there's that. What else? Oh, this broke right before we started recording. As you turn on your PlayStation 5 over the coming days, although by the time this goes on free feeds, you probably would have already encountered this, a new firmware update is now available. It is mandatory, and it brings a lot of big updates, including personalized 3D audio profiles, party share, adaptive controller charging, and so on. But the biggest thing is this new thing called the Welcome Hub. They even made a video for it, which you can check out on the PlayStation blog, and they linked it to on YouTube, so it's probably just there on the YouTube channel if you want to check it out. It's only 30 seconds long or so, I think, the video. But it basically shows how when you turn on your PS5, you can kind of customize your screen, or at least one of the verticals. So you have like the store and all these different things. One of the verticals will be your new Welcome Hub, and you can kind of stick things to it that you want. So like these specific games, these friends, this trophy information, and so on and so forth, even charging information for all of your peripherals, which is kind of cool. So actually a more meaningful update than usual, because usually things are updated and I'm like, I don't know, man. It's system stability. It's like, okay, cool. So there's that. And other features are rolling out in beta as well. So you can go read about all of those on PlayStation blog if you'd like. Did either of you turn on your PS5 today yet? I haven't
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet, no.
So I'll play with this and we'll have more to say about it next week if you'd like. Okay. I was really curious what you guys have to say about this. A lot of people wrote in about this, but Bobby T did as well. Says, hey, Fats. Can we get your perspective on John Garvin acting like a bitter ex on Twitter this week regarding the nod to Days Gone and Astrobot? He made a comment about Deacon being reduced to promoting other games when surely Astrobot is a celebration of all things PlayStation. Doesn't his comment ironically reduce the very game he's talking about? As always, stay gorgeous. So, I don't know if you guys saw this. Did you see this in real time, or maybe you read a story about it? But I pulled up a story from Push Square. Our friends over there, Sammy over there, has a nice little kind of roundup of it. And so here's what happened. All right, so here's what you need to know. Bend, the team that made Siphon Filter, the team that made Days Gone, right? They're working on seemingly a multiplayer project of some sort. For a long time, John Garvin was one of the leads and creative director of Bend Studio. And he's been on our show before on Sacred Symbols Plus. He wrote Siphon Filter, he wrote Resistance Retribution, he wrote Uncharted Golden Abyss, wrote Days Gone. And they never really talked about this specifically, but I just know from my own sources that there was some sort of internal struggle there. And, a guy named Christopher Reese, who's like one of the other co-leads, kind of rose to the top. John Garvin exits. Later on, Jeff Ross exits, and so on and so forth, who was the director of Days Gone. So this is all kind of the setup that you need. This all happened over a few years ago. And John Garvin has since been working with ex-Sony executive Michael Mumbauer on a game called Trace War, which was originally called Ashfall, and it's got some involvement with NFTs, and I don't really know. So John hasn't seemed to have taken his exit from Bend well. And I don't really blame him, by the way. Like in the main, yeah, you were there since the very early days, since before it was Bend Studio, I'm pretty sure. I think he was there in the Idedic days. And so it's like, yeah, that's kind of part of your heart and soul. And you put the team on the map, and one way or the other, for whatever reason, come hook or crook, you're gone. And you're bitter about that. And I would be bitter and upset about that too. But this has been playing out in public for so long now on social media that it to me, it comes off as unnecessary and sad. Listen, there are things that I'm really bitter and upset about in my life. Like, things that happen to me, wrongs that have been committed against me, all that kind of stuff. And you have every right to be bitter and upset. I think that's fine. You just can't wear it on your sleeve. It's just not a good look. You can kind of, and we had a whole episode about Schadenfreude, right, on Constellation, and how, like, I'm like, yeah, dude, like, you can sit back and laugh as misfortune hits the people you don't like, or do all these kinds of things, but you can't let it control you like this. And it's just not a good look. So over time, John has kind of lashed out at Ben, lashed out at there being no Days Gone sequel, and so on and so forth, to the point where people at the studio have started to get involved in answering it. And this happened, I think, a month or two ago. We discussed it at the time. But Ben's studio, in promotion of the game, then released a piece of art where it just said big congrats to our friends at Team Asobi on the launch of Astrobot. It has a picture of Deacon St. John on the beach as an Astrobot with the dogs playing on the beach or whatever. It's like, whatever. And not unlike everyone celebrates the internal studio releases of all of the games, by the way. I mean, this even happened with Concord. And obviously this is something that happens. It's like, have one of your, when a game comes out, have one of your concept artists create a piece of art dedicated to that game, kind of bringing your shit into it and publish it on social media. It's just obvious they've been doing this for years. And John said, kind of sad that Deke has been reduced to promoting other games. Well done, Ben Studio. Way to protect your legacy. And it's just like, and then it goes on and on with other stuff, kind of answering people and quote tweeting them. I see my character reduced to a cartoon shill promoting some small game and I'm being harsh and all these kinds of things. And it's just, you know, I like you, John Garvin, and I was going to email him about this and see if he wanted to even come on the show. But I'm like, I don't know him quite like that, where I'm going to like try to give him advice or tell him to calm down. But publicly, I have no problem doing that because it's our show and we talk about the things that are happening. It's like, you're in territory, John Garvin, where you're not looking great. And I don't know if anyone in your life is telling you that. I refuse to believe that no one in your life is telling you this. I just refuse to believe that. And I'm not trying to bring it back up, but it's reminding me of what happened with Nick Calandra in Second Wind, where he was looking like an idiot on Twitter. And I know people were saying something to him because I was. And sometimes you can't get through to them, but you're not looking great. You can't have these kinds of public meltdowns. And it's also missing what is going on. Astrobot is a celebration of Sony's history. It's kind of, isn't it like giving you your flowers? Like, oh, you made it. Here's your character in this game that celebrates our history. So I'm not even sure what you're upset about. I don't know if you have anything you guys want to add about this, either of you, but it's not, John, if you're listening to this or watching this, and I know sometimes you do end up seeing this stuff, it's like, I like you. I care about you. I think you're very talented. Love talking to you. Rein it in, dude. You know, someone who cares about you has to say it to you. Like, and I'm sure it's being said, but rein it in. It's not a good look. You're not protecting your legacy well by acting like this, in my opinion. Anything you guys want to add before we move on?
I think you put it pretty nicely. It's I think a lot of people see this and they don't have any empathy for John's position, and I'm glad you pointed that out, that it would make sense that he might be feeling pretty bitter, but you're right. It's you don't, like, it's one thing to even just say this, but then to get in the weeds with people. There's this one where he's responding to a guy and he's saying the same thing 3 different times, like an elementary school, like, I know you are, but what am I? Not quite like that, but saying, what have you created? What have you created? It's like, you might want to take it easy. They could have just not included, any Days Gone character in it at all. And then would you have felt left out? Like, oh, we're ignoring this part of PlayStation's history? Because it could have gone, they didn't put Sweet Tooth in there, which I thought was weird. But so there's characters that are left out.
Yeah, that's especially weird because there was just a Twisted Metal show.
Yeah, that is weird. I didn't even realize. I haven't beaten it yet, but is Gabe Logan in there?
I don't think so.
So that would be his only other character because, he worked on Resistance and worked on Uncharted, but those are not his franchises. So your guy got in there, man. Pretty big deal, in my opinion. Like Nathan Drake's in there, right? Like,
there's a bunch of iconic characters, and I don't really understand what there is to be upset about. And I get it. Like, bitter. It's fine, but like, have to understand, Days Gone came out when we were we were still getting games early, which is a while ago. It's 2024. It's 5 years, dude. Like, let it go. Like, I get it, but you can't. I think you put it pretty succinctly. Like, just you can't do this in public, man. Like, you feel however you want to feel until the day you die. You know, you could be on your deathbed bitter about the fact that Deacon St. John, the iconic Deacon St. John, wasn't given his proper flowers in. He was, though, because he was in the game. I really don't understand it.
Yeah, it's also just, listen, again, speaking from, and I think everyone can kind of speak from some level of experience with bitterness, and you're wrong.
For sure.
I feel like you got the wrong end of the, but I will say from experience too, that a great way to overcome that feeling is to just make something else that's bigger and better.
Right.
And then that level of success and those level of accolades and how you've moved on, you realize internally, at least I have, it's like, why would you even care about this shit anymore? You didn't lose anything, really. You've only gained. But you have to set yourself up for that. And it is my hope that he is able to set himself up to make something bigger and better, to the point where in 5 years you look back and you're like, who gives a shit about Days Gone anymore? It's something I wrote. I loved it. I wanted more of it, but it didn't work out. And now I've done this thing, and it's way bigger and better than Days Gone ever was anyway. So who cares? That's the revenge you need if you were in that situation. Do not let it consume you, John Garvin.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
It's just weird. I just think the whole like way to protect your legacy thing is just bizarre, because it's just like, dude, with all due respect, Days Gone is fine. Like, this isn't Solid Snake. This isn't like, with all due respect, this is not one of these IP. The fact that it's there at all is pretty nice. Not that it was like a disaster. It's not like a Concord level failure or anything. But like, I don't know. I feel like you got to read the room in some way and understand like what you're working with. Like, understand the tools that you're bringing to the fight. And it's like, okay, I got Days Gone. And it's like, fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You can move forward. I don't even think it would be that difficult to make some. I feel like that team is talented enough to make something way better. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. I don't understand this protectiveness of Deacon St. John, as if this is like, a really just deeply iconic, like, beloved figure that needs to be protected at all costs. That like, oh, I don't want to see him depicted as an astrobot. That's like disrespectful to the legacy of the character. Deacon St. John.
I mean, that's the point. Is like, if Naughty Dog can be like, yeah, Joel and Ellie can go in, and
yeah,
then I'm pretty sure we can put Deacon St. John in there.
Yeah,
or Kratos or whatever. It's like, I totally agree with you on that front. It's cool. Yeah. I've never made anything remotely as good as Days Gone, but in the video game realm. But it's like, I don't know, man. I just feel I know him somewhat decently over online. We've talked on several occasions extensively. I think he's a nice guy. I think he's smart. I think he knows games. I think he's made some cool shit. You just gotta what. The other thing too, and I think part of it comes from this. Actually, it's like kind of a double-edged sword. Is that, and I don't like talking about, the amount of money other people have made, obviously. And we're going to talk about that in a little while, actually, about talking about other people's money in some sense. But he's made a lot of money. So it's some sort of, do you not care about from that perspective or whatever? Or what's the deal here? But I would like for him to just wrap it up a little bit. Go quiet and just make your shit. And that's it. That's all you can do. Okay. Hopefully we don't have to talk about that again.
Yeah.
A few more quick pieces of news. PalWorld has popped up. It looks like it's going to be at Tokyo Game Show on PlayStation 5, according to an official games listing found by Gamatsu of the TGS show floor, released by the organizing body. So PalWorld looks like it's coming to PlayStation 5. Not a huge surprise. It's surprising that it's been, God, it just came out this year, didn't it? And it feels like it's so long ago, but it came out earlier this year on Xbox and PC.
Yeah.
Probably too late for it to be super relevant on PlayStation, you would assume, but maybe not. I don't know. Are people still playing this game, PalWorld?
I haven't heard anyone.
Yeah.
I have to assume
I can check the Steam charts.
Yeah. I feel like this is one of those like Roblox type games. Not that it's like on the same level of success, but like there's probably a lot of people still playing it just in silence.
There in the last 24 hours, 23,000, almost 24 on Steam.
Yep.
Like
alone.
that individuals that have played it in 24 hours?
In 24 hours, yeah.
Okay. It's not great for where it was before, but I mean, that's awesome if you're a regular game. And I guess this is a regular game. So yeah, more power to them. I'm not going to check it out. No interest in that game at all. Will you guys play it on PlayStation? Probably not.
No, I tried it on Xbox already, and it was just like, yeah, okay, I see.
All right. This has been making the rounds. I have nothing to really say about this, but I felt like it would be disingenuous to not address it because some people have written about it or whatever. But do you guys know who Chris Deering is? This is an old PlayStation executive, like very old. Chris Deering was one of the leads of Sony Computer Entertainment Europe during the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 days. He is American, I think, which is funny, but he ended up leading the charge of the European part of PlayStation during the PS1 and PS2 days. Very important region for PS1 and PS2. Europe is still very important for PlayStation, but that was really the home base for those consoles in some sense. So he's a really important person, or he was. He left PlayStation 20 years ago. And he did an interview recently with a podcast with Simon Parkin. And he talks to him and he says a few weird things. And he talks about layoffs. And he basically says that when people are laid off, they should go drive an Uber or go to the beach for a year, and just says weird kind of flippant shit. I want to acknowledge that he says this stuff, but he has not been involved in PlayStation for 20 years. So who really gives a shit what he has to say? He has a really interesting story in that Sony. So he worked at, as you guys might know, Columbia Pictures was purchased by Sony in the late 80s. That's how Sony Pictures kind of got spooled up. And he worked at Columbia at the time, and they kept him and found a lot of talent with him, especially as a marketer, apparently. And he moved into PlayStation day one before PlayStation even launched, and rose to the head of SCEE in the PS1 and PS2 eras, like I said. So he was like some weird dude that didn't even come from the industry, but then really helped catapult PlayStation into success from a marketing perspective. The marketing around PS1 and PS2 were iconic, but I didn't want to ignore this story. It's just that, like, who cares? You know, he's not anyone anymore. And it's not, no offense to him. He's a filthy rich, wildly successful executive, still sits on a bunch of boards and stuff like that. But from our perspective, it's like, I don't know. So I didn't want to ignore it and be like, oh, they're defending PlayStation executives. It's just like Chris Deering left Sony the year God of War came out. God of War 1. So I don't know. It's not like Sean Lane saying it or someone else, Jack Trenton even. It's someone so distant. So I don't know. If you guys want to talk about it, I have nothing to really say about it other than that.
When I looked at this article, I felt like, I don't want to say he was fully out of context, but the context doesn't sound as bad as him just saying, oh, go drive Uber now. Because he says, I think it's very probably very painful for the managers, but I don't think that having skill in this area, game development, is going to be a lifetime of poverty or limitation. It's still where the action is, and it's like the pandemic, but now you're going to have to take a few to figure it out, to get through it. Drive an Uber or whatever, go off to find a cheap place to live, and go to the beach for a year. But keep up with your news and keep up with it, because once you get off the train, it's much harder. And I'm much more optimistic about the future. And he was kind of just saying, like, these things come and go in waves with the industry. It has good times and bad times. So if you have to be away from the industry for a little bit and find a different job, that's okay. But be ready to come back, because the train keeps moving. It didn't sound nearly as harsh as the headline, reading the full context.
I totally agree. That context is important too. But before you even get to the context, it's just like, who cares?
Who cares? Yeah, I agree.
You know?
Yeah.
So I didn't want to ignore it for that reason. But yeah, it's like 9 out of 10 people listening to the show, and you guys are mostly PlayStation enthusiasts, probably have no idea who Chris Deering even is. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. Why would you?
Yeah.
Like, why would you know? All right. 2 other quick pieces of news. Street Fighter 6 has sold 4 million units, according to Capcom. So congratulations to them. Great success for what is supposed to be a very good fighting game. And then finally, and this will segue us into what we're playing, 2 million people have, and they say they're very specific here. Focus Entertainment says 2 million Space Marines have joined the fight to protect the Imperium in Space Marine 2. We're so grateful. I assume that means 2 million copies sold because I don't think it's on any service, but they don't say that. No. So I don't know. I know it's co-op. Are you able to play with someone that doesn't own it? So it's probably something like that. They're just hedging a little bit. But this brings us into what we're playing. And I see here, Dustin, that you're playing Space Marine 2. So do you have anything you'd like to say about it?
Yeah, this game is awesome. And I highly recommend checking it out. In fact, Chris, this is a game for you. Thoroughly for you. I'm positive of it. No, it is a lot reminiscent of Gears of War. But it's like Gears of War, but it doesn't have the cover system. And it's much more aggressive because it's a mix between using a weapon and then using a melee weapon. So there's like a sword that has a chainsaw on it, like Gears. Or you can have, of course, the titular Warhammer as well. But this game is awesome in that it is very classic in that it has a full 8 to 10 hour campaign. It has 6 co-op missions with you and 2 other buddies. And it has a multiplayer suite all in one. And it's, I believe, 60 instead of 70. And I played through the entire campaign and it was awesome. I had a great time. I did play it on PC, but I can't recommend this game enough overall. I don't want to say it's not like my game of the year. Like it's like I was totally blown away, but it made me feel nostalgic for games that have gone by. And the other thing that's important to point out, I don't know anything about Warhammer at all. Mm-hmm. And there were some points in the story where I was pulling up the wiki just to learn, like, okay, who's this guy? How does this government work or cult? I don't know what it is. Am I the bad guy? Who are the bad guys here? But despite that, it was a really solid experience, and it made me more interested in learning about Warhammer 40K overall. So if you like Gears of War or the co-op missions, I played one with Jimmy and we had a fantastic time doing it. I haven't checked out the multiplayer yet, but between the co-op, which, dude, the co-op has a full upgrade system where you're upgrading your characters. You can choose a different class. So some of them are more focused on melee. Some of them, there's like a sniper class and they have different abilities. This game rules.
It's cool.
Through and through. And Colin, I would even recommend it to you as well as someone who liked third-person shooters. This one is really, really fun. It really surprised me that I was as into it because I didn't play the first one either. But
yeah,
Space Marine 2.
Yeah, dude, I'm stoked about it. Like this is on my list for sure because it just looks. The more gameplay I saw of it, I was like, this is exactly what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? Like this is like this kind of like 360 era kind of respectful of your time, you know, kind of arcadey, but like also just like very just like polished looking third person just pure action shit. Looks dope as hell. Like I don't know anything about Warhammer. I played a little bit of Bolt Gun, and I like Bolt Gun. It's cool. It's obviously like very, very light on story, but like I'm sure there's like videos to kind of catch you up on what's going on, because I hear the first Space Marine games are really good still. Like it holds up pretty well, but like I don't know if I care that much to play an entire game. I think I'm all right going in blind with this one. But this is definitely like on the docket for me. It looks right up my alley, dude.
Colin, there's a weird religious element to the Space Marines and the Empire in general. They have like when you go there, like pray to the machine spirit, and the Emperor is like the god of mankind and stuff. It's really interesting. I don't know if I'm ready to plop down money to play Warhammer, because I heard you have to take out basically a mortgage to afford to play.
My nephew plays, and it's like it sucks up all of his resources, basically. You know, like his allowance and like birthday money and shit. And he's sitting there painting them like a fucking nerd.
That's the part that sounds the most fun to me.
Yeah, his army is cool. He plays as the orcs, I want to say, or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty. I could be wrong on that though. He's probably listening. He could be listening to this, being like, "You fucking idiot!" So he wouldn't say fucking idiot. He's in 7th grade, but it's interesting. Like I like going into his room or like into his little playroom and like looking at them and he's painting them. And it does seem to be like it's like what young kids do that old people would also do.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, but it is supposed to be it is very expensive because you have to buy the codices, the toys, the maps. Like 3D printing apparently is like totally out of control. I keep asking my nephew, I'm like, why don't you just like get a 3D, like save your money for a 3D printer and then you just print all this shit, and not worry about it. But they want that official stuff. It looks cool. I am not going to buy it until it's cheaper because I just don't care that deeply about it. I also wonder if my nephew will get it and he gets his games on disc and then I'll just borrow it from him at that point. But I did buy Bolt Gun though to that point, and because I was in a real boomer shooter mode because I played like 3 boomer shooters in a row and like Ion Fury and all that random shit and just and platinumed them. So Proteus, I platinumed that. So I was really in the mode, but then I was like, I'll come back to this later. I think it was on sale, which is why I bought it. So yeah, Space Marine 2 does look cool. And it does look like Gears of War, in my opinion. Without the cover, like you said.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get into Astrobot. Let's leave that for later. Chris, Mass Effect 2 and Sly Cooper, it says you're playing here. Brooklyn 99 Forever wrote in. Said, hey guys, got a bone to pick from last week's episode, so big I had to subscribe. I can't take the Ashley Mass Effect slander anymore. The accusation of racism. If you know your intersectional social justice, then you know she can't be racist against Turians because Ashley, as a human, is an oppressed race. The Turians as a council species hold systematic power that humans do not. What Ashley has is outgroup-induced generational trauma that has left her wary and suspicious of oppressor alien races, Turians, Solarians, Asari. Even as humans just barely got council representation, the other races disproportionately pull the levers of power in their own favor, leaving humans out in the systemic cold, as evidenced in Mass Effect 3. People have wrongfully called her racist only because she is a straight white cis woman, which should also immediately expose the folly in intersectional thinking. No, Brooklyn 99 Forever, you don't understand. We like that she's racist. We think that that's one of the good things about her. Listen, I want to be really clear about something. If and when we meet the aliens, no one is going to be more racist against them than me. So you don't have to sell that on me. I'm not going to trust these people. I'm not going to know what the fuck they're saying or thinking. You know, you truly alien. So that Ashley's a racist is not a problem for me. Makes a little bit of sense. So, Chris, I think you were celebrating her racism as well.
I don't remember exactly what I don't remember bringing up Ashley at all, to be honest with you. But like I'm sure I did. As we talked about on the show
that she
before.
was racist. Like we've
on the last episode.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Do you think he was just writing into a phantom thing here?
I don't know, man. I'm cooked today, to be honest with you. So maybe it's possible. But so first of all, I left Ashley to die. Because it's less about her being racist and more about her just being like uninteresting. Like she's like probably like the least interesting character in the entirety of Mass Effect.
What about Caden? Everyone hates Caden.
Caden is also like he's at that bottom rung, but like there's at least something. Like I like his voice actor at least. Like he's got a good voice attached to him, so it's like okay. But Ashley just kind of sounds like they just got some, you know, it just sounds like there's no character to that voice at all. But yeah, so I finished Mass Effect 1 through the Legendary Edition for the first time. I never actually like finished it. I played Mass Effect 2 and 3 when they were new. And so I figured like, I should polish this off. And then I finished Mass Effect 1 a lot quicker than I thought I would. And I thought about like, do I replay Mass Effect 1 to maybe do more of the side stuff that I missed? And I thought, no. I'm kind of in a Mass Effect mood. I'm going to go to 2. And I'm going to progress because I never actually did like the import your character kind of thing. I don't know what that experience is like from 1 to 2. And so I've been doing that. But what I didn't understand, and I guess this is kind of obvious in retrospect, but it didn't even really like hit me until I was about like 9 to 10 hours into Mass Effect 2. Was I'm playing the definitive edition of this game with all of this DLC that I missed when I played the original Mass Effect 2. Like I didn't play the Shadow Broker, I didn't play Overlord, I didn't play any of these extra things. And so I'm playing through Mass Effect 2, and I'm seeing shit that I have no memory of, but I know I beat Mass Effect 2. So for a good portion of this game, I felt like I was going crazy. Because I was just like, did I even beat this game? Like I was starting to doubt my own memory. I was like, did I even beat this game? Because I don't remember any of these people. Kasumi, who is this? Who is this lady? She was not part of my crew as far as I remember. This is a completely new person. So I've been going through like, I think 15 hours or like 12 hours in, I finally got to like the stuff that I remember, where you're like, oh, okay, here's, all the crew members that I remember. And one thing I have to say, man, the quality jump between Mass Effect 1 and 2, I think I kind of intrinsically knew this, that it was pretty large or pretty huge. But seeing the transition in real time in like one package is kind of incredible. The fact that these games are as close to each other as they are in their release timeline, I think we talk about that a lot when it comes to Uncharted. Like the fact that game was that entire trilogy was made in such a short span of time. That is impressive, but like I almost think this is like twice as impressive, if not more so, because like 1 to 2, when we're talking about Mass Effect, is really a night and day difference in terms of quality, in terms of design, in terms of game feel. It's such an improvement on every level, and I'm reminded of why Mass Effect 2 was so stellar at the time and why it was just so unbelievable to play when it was new. Because the story's great, man. These characters are like incredibly well written. This world is incredibly infectious. Like you want to be in this place. You want to talk to these people. You want to do the loyalty missions. You want to do all this extra stuff. And there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't do in the original game really, until I like had to, like the resource gathering stuff, which is like it's like a menial kind of mini game. You're scanning a planet, you're looking for spikes or whatever. It's very like loose exploration, but it is kind of satisfying because it all builds to like obviously the prep for that final mission. And so I think because everything intersects with the goals of like getting everybody up to snuff, getting everybody's loyalty, getting everybody's like equipment up to snuff, and making sure the ship is prepared, and making sure you have enough resources to get this, to research this upgrade for this weapon and this character, it all feels like you're progressing towards a meaningful goal no matter what you're doing. And that's really satisfying. Like doing anything in Mass Effect 2 is satisfying. And there's a lot of these DLC missions that are pretty great too, that like I never experienced before. This Overlord kind of side mission thing is genuinely great and really harrowing. It's really good. I'm like, I think 20 hours in to Mass Effect 2 right now. I'm basically like polishing up some loyalty missions. I still have to recruit some people to my team. I think I don't have Liara yet. I haven't done the Shadow Broker stuff yet, which is like a pretty big DLC thing for Mass Effect 2, but
I like Jack.
Yeah.
I like that.
Jack's
character.
great. Yeah, Jack's great.
And I remember her loyalty mission's cool. You go to like some like jungle planet.
Yeah, it's like the prison that she was like manufactured in, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I love the Elusive Man too. I just love the visual.
Yeah, Martin Sheen.
Yeah,
Martin
I
Sheen
love the
and
visual against like the huge star or whatever.
Yeah, the giant star map. He's like a silhouette. He's smoking always.
Yeah, it's good shit.
It's just really good. I can't really describe Mass Effect 2 in any other way other than like I understand, like, because I was worried when I played through Mass Effect 1 again, where it's like Mass Effect 1's better than I remember, obviously because of all the bells and whistles that they added, and I went over that in one of the last episodes. But there's no question that I came out of Mass Effect 1 feeling like, oh, that was good, but I was a little bit worried about revisiting Mass Effect 2 because I was worried that like, oh, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's not going to be as great as I remember, and I'm totally wrong. It's way better than I remember, and it's just stellar. And I'm reminded of the fact that I tried to play this game. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I'm reminded of the fact that I did try to play this game because I remember I have a memory of writing Mass Effect 2 in the document of something that I was playing, and I was like, I definitely tried to play this before, and I realized that like, oh, that was during the pandemic. And it was like one of the first games that I tried to play during the pandemic. And one of the first missions in Mass Effect 2 is there's a plague on Omega, and there's a quarantine zone, and we got to manufacture a cure. And I remember being like, I can't do this right now.
Yeah, exactly. Too on the nose.
And then I just put it down until today. But yeah, Mass Effect is, I recommend that collection wholeheartedly. It's for Mass Effect 2 alone, it's worth it. But like, first one's great. Importing your characters is great too. Like finding all these like little characters that you have like, oh, I remember you from this mission in the first game. And like the fact that they deliver on all that is really impressive. And it must have been a headache to design and write.
Oh yeah, dude.
Which is the most impressive part of that game to me. It's just like how many moving parts you have to be aware of and, you know, pay off. And the fact that they do it successfully without breaking anything is pretty momentous. And I think there's a reason why this kind of thing hasn't been tried again.
I've said this before in passing, but I love thinking about this. I've been in the industry a long time, but the first time that I ever had a scoop, and like the first time someone ever told me something from a studio that I shouldn't have known, right? And I ended up writing about it because I was told off the record. I was at E3. It must have been 2007 or 2008, and I was outside smoking a clove cigarette. And there was a dude from EA or BioWare smoking out there. And I ended up talking to him, and we talked for like a couple hours, and he was pretty drunk. He must have come back from a party, and he told me all. He's like, so Mass Effect 2 is going to like read. This was, you have to, this was unheard of at the time. It was like, it's going to read the save and make it a huge number of choices in the game based on everything you did in the first game. And it's going to like, and it all carry over in this really intricate way, and got really deep into it. And I remember going back to the war room the next day and telling everyone that. And I think it was used as some like on background verification for early reporting about what Mass Effect 2 would end up being, which was so funny. So I always remember that because it was that specific angle of that game. And I was so excited to play Mass Effect 2. This is how you know that I was excited to play it, was that I played it on PC the first time. Oh, wow. And then the second time I played it was on Xbox 360. And then it wasn't until it came to PS3 that I played it that third time, and I haven't played it since. But yeah, really, really wonderful game. Really, really special game. They don't make them like that anymore. I have no love for Mass Effect anymore, but that Mass Effect trilogy is the whole thing. Even the third one is really, really great, I think. Okay. Yeah. And then Sly Cooper.
Oh, yeah. I've spent about 2 hours on this. I'm still kind of like early on. I'm in an old school mood lately for reasons that I think we'll all kind of get into when we talk about the game that we're all playing. But I talked about wanting to jump into Sly Cooper in one of the last episodes. I can't remember. It was probably like a month or two ago at this point. But yeah, I missed out on a lot of the PS2 platformers. Like I just kind of at this point in my gaming journey, I was kind of like satisfied with 3D platformers. Like I had played like a shit ton of them on PS1, and I loved them. And I played a ton on the GameCube that I borrowed. You know, like it was just like I was kind of satiated. And so by the time PS2 came around, I was more interested in like fighting games and like, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom and you know, Halo, Splinter Cell, Dragon Ball, the Budokai, Dragon Ball Z Budokai, things like that. And even just like some of the weirder stuff like iToy, which I thought was like just like weird and interesting and just like I'm curious about Guitar Hero. So I missed out on a lot of the platformers. I don't even think I played the Crash games of the PS2 generation, really. Which, you know, are dubious, according depending on who you talk to. But so I was like, I should know this a little bit more. I've been kind of going through the history of certain PlayStation developers, especially Sucker Punch. I wanted to check out because I love Ghost of Tsushima. And so I'm starting with Sly, and I was immediately really sad because I don't know if you know this or if you remember, I tweeted about it, but the camera is inverted and there's no way to change it in the normal game. There's a way to like fix it in like the PlayStation the system 5 settings. Like in the PlayStation 5 like emulation where you could like make the right stick go left and the left stick go right, and then that fixes it. But I didn't know that for the first like level and like the first two levels, and I was like, oh man, I don't know if I could do this. But I fixed it, and so I'm moving through it. It's charming. I like it. It's a little janky, which is to be expected, I guess, of the first entry of anything. I mean, that's true of Mass Effect. So I think maybe it gets a little bit more smooth as we go on. But one thing I was not expecting was, and I think that, how do I want to put this? I don't want to say that there's like a babyish presentation to Sly Cooper, but there is something about the way things are presented to you. This is around the time where like a lot of games were trying to build their lore and like build their worlds, and it's like, oh, we have all these new polygons, and we have all these new like capabilities in our hardware. Like, let's like try and like flesh out the world, but it's still a video game. And so you have the characters like Sly Cooper be like, oh, so I have to press the action button. I got to press the action button to double jump. Got it. He's like, Sly, press the triangle button to, vaccinate your children. Yeah. And I'm just like, okay, I don't really, I don't know why it's kind of bothering me more than, I feel like it's bothering me more than it should, because like, obviously it's like a 3D platformer for kids. And I guess maybe it's because I didn't grow up with it that I feel like I'm being patronized too, in some way. But I do like it. It's cute. I think it's very charming. This first game, it's just like because you could tell the voice acting is like very, very like they just kind of got some guy, to do Sly. It feels like.
Yeah, I actually have no idea who voices Sly Cooper. I'm gonna look.
It doesn't. Maybe this is a storied actor, and maybe they've gotten better, or maybe this is like a first gig or something, but like this feels like pretty like it feels
yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying it feels charmingly like film student, like kind of like indie band, like guys in their garage kind of making something. There's a couple of voice actors in Halo 2 that are like that too, which is funny because like they're sharing the screen with these like iconic presences. But there's like some guy who's like very clearly an engineer at the studio who's like, they're about to make a jump inside the city. And, it's like, you're like, okay, you're trying your best, buddy. Like, God bless. And it does kind of feel that way where it's just like, it kind of feels like they didn't quite use the best takes for everything. And I kind of dig it. It kind of makes it feel like this kind of skunkworks kind of thing. But it plays really well. The platforming's a little weird. Like, it's a little like, I feel like Sly's a little heavy, but I think that might be kind of the point. But I'm into it. I like the presentation of it. I like the art style a lot. I think it's got a lot of character and a lot of style. I think I like the idea of like using your cane to pick coins up. That's something that was kind of cute, because in Crash Bandicoot, if you like spin, if you attack the fruits, they fly away, which I always thought was like kind of funny. It's like just a dickhead move for no reason. Like, why do that? And so this is like kind of the reverse, but it's good. I'm enjoying it. It's scratching some kind of itch, but it's not hitting as much as I wanted it to. And I have a suspicion that this is very much a Mass Effect kind of situation where like, I have to imagine that these games get a lot more confident in what they're trying to be as they go forward. And the first one is really just kind of like this testing ground for this new hardware and, figuring things out, as most first entries tend to be. The pilot episode is often the weakest. So trying to keep that in mind as I play through it, but it's charming. It's cute. I like it.
I looked it up for you. The guy who does Sly Cooper is named Kevin Miller, and you have a good ear because he's basically done very little.
Yeah.
It seems like I hate this kind of shit. It's like Kevin Miller is an American voice actor, comedian, writer, podcast host, teacher, live streamer, and gamer. It's like,
okay, cool.
Come on, man.
So he's a person.
What are you? But it seems like maybe he's like a voice actor and producer at this point. But in his first of all, he was in Tales of Destiny 2, which is hysterical. So I definitely know his voice from that. But it seems like the biggest things he did were he seems like he worked a lot for Sega, because he was in like Jet Set Radio Future, Crazy Taxi 3, Shinobi, House of the Dead, Virtua Cop, and so on. So he definitely has friends at Sega. But then, Sly Cooper, which is 2002. Obviously, Sly 2 is 2004. Sly 3 is 2005. And then he's in Sly 4 too, and that's one of his last roles. So
yeah,
he's just a guy.
Yeah, just a guy. Just cool. I like that.
He's just a man.
Yeah.
Cool, man. I'm glad. I haven't played Sly in years and years. I like Sly Cooper a lot. I think the last time I played Sly, any of the Sly games must have been, the first three must have been the collection that came to PS3. That was in 2010 or 11, something like that. And it was teasing Sly 4 because it was Sanzaru that ported it. And don't you remember those days? Because that was when it was weird to have collections. That was like the Sly collection was actually pretty big, because everyone's like, oh, the collection of old games. And then you just got the Ratchet collection, the Jack collection, the God of War PS2 collection, the God of War PSP collection, and so on and so on and so on.
Ico and Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, right. I remember the Team Ico collection. Yeah.
I remember one of the first games I bought for PS3 was the Splinter Cell. I think there was a Splinter Cell collection, if I'm not
Yeah, there
mistaken.
was a Splinter Cell collection, and that was a big deal on PS3 because some of those games hadn't even come to PS3. That Splinter Cell was kind of a de facto Xbox exclusive.
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Splinter Cell Classic Trilogy HD.
Right. I remember that with the silver box. It was like a silver box, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
Good shit.
Yeah, so that it was more quaint at that time. Because I always remember, I've said this many times, but I just think about Super Mario All-Stars when that came out. Well, you guys were very young. I mean, you guys were like toddlers, but when that came out, everyone's like, what the fuck is that? Like, we all loved it. I loved it, but it was like, this is awesome. And then you were wondering why more companies weren't doing it, and they weren't. The only other collection like that I can think of on SNES is the Ninja Gaiden collection, which is like a very rare cartridge. And it wasn't until later that everyone's like, yeah, we can start re-releasing all this shit. People will buy it 17,000 times. It was really the Wii and Nintendo that was like, yeah, I'll buy all the... I bought so much shit on Virtual Console that it wasn't even funny how much shit I bought on that fucking stupid thing. And it's just all stuck on there. Thanks, Nintendo. All right. For me, obviously I'm playing Astrobot, and we'll get into that in a second, but I'm also playing Lily Mo Game 6. My work on the game is done, and we're going to announce it and release it soon. So I'm really looking forward to getting that going. It's going to be exciting. We're basically waiting for final art assets, do a couple final takes, get the trophies locked in, and then we'll be ready to release. So you will be playing this game this year, if you like. And we're looking forward to getting it out there. So more on that soon. All right, let's talk about Astrobot, since we have all been playing it. And I will reiterate, as I said at the top, in case people are skipping around, we're going to do a whole Sacred Symbols Plus episode on Astrobot next week. So please look forward to that. And I will save most of my commentary for that, since there's a lot to say. I also haven't beaten it yet. I am 69% through the game. And I think I have 219 of the bots. I'm playing it very thoroughly. I hope everyone's playing it like this, because I think it's honestly the most fun to play, which is just like, make sure you do everything on a stage before you move on. That way you just don't have to come back, and then you can really immerse yourself and enjoy the next stage. The game is excellent. I mean, there's no denying it. I think the game of the year chatter from my perspective is a little heavy. I think it's one of the best games of the year, but it gets nowhere close to a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or something like that for me at all. But listen, this game is so Nintendo that it's hysterical. Like I have these flashbacks of playing 64 Sunshine specifically because of the mechanic of the little, it's almost like the flood in you're kind of a little jetpack and you're on the beach. Like there's sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, I'm flashback 22 years playing that fucking game, almost to the date. Cause I mean, this was around the time that Sunshine came out. Sunshine came out a couple of weeks before this in 2002. I remember it well because I love that game. And it's unlike things you play on PlayStation. It's not a reminder of what Sony should be doing. It's a reminder of what Sony could be doing once every few years, which is releasing a game like this. There's nothing wrong with releasing a game like this. There's no risk in releasing it. 60 people, 3 years. They've already made their money back on it. I don't know how much it sold. We're going to talk about that. But it's a low risk, low reward. A great way to celebrate the brand. The big thing I've walked away from is this. We often talk on the show, and I'm especially stuck on this. A lot of people aren't, but everyone's like, where's the PlayStation fighting game? Or where's the this or that? And I'm like, no, you need to figure out something different. Nintendo does the fighting game thing that, and all the crossover fighters that exist and the sports games and all that kind of stuff. And Fortnite, the metaverse of metaverses and all the rest. Like, what's a genre that can really be thoroughly explored, that can celebrate your history and your past and be truly novel? And it happens to be the thing that Nintendo's best known for, which is the platformer, but they've not really done that. They make platformers with their different characters, but they've never really done anything that truly crosses them over like this. And so it feels novel. It's not like, it doesn't have the stink of PlayStation All-Stars or something which I thought was good, but where it's like, yeah, this is just a broke down Smash Brothers, and you just know it and everyone knows it and you can't work your way around it. But with this, when you play it, you're like, yeah, this is a new, unique, and frankly, somewhat subtle way to celebrate the game, wherein it feels like its own complete game, where you can play it without understanding any of literally any of it at all, and still enjoy it as a gameplay experience. Or you could be the biggest PlayStation nerd understand every reference and every little thing. And there's a bunch of them. It goes way beyond just the bots and the stages. There's a lot of references in the game. Dude, just turning the game on and seeing the memory cards, right, that are like the different save slots, like tickled me. I was like, this is great. You figured out a way, and it was obviously already in the Astrobot bundling game, but with more hardware, but you've truly figured out how you're going to celebrate PlayStation. This is the Smash Brothers in some sense, or the crossover that you've been looking for, in my opinion. This is what they should be focusing on. This is great. This is expandable. I think that they can do even more. And that's what's so exciting. How can the characters really can you do something where you can play as more of the characters? Can it turn into almost a Lego game in the future? And so there's that. And it can go more, and maybe that's not even the direction they want to go in. The other thing I'll say just on a gameplay level is that it's just really fun. It's really crisp. I am not crazy that they deal with the lack of difficulty in the game, because I think the game's somewhat easy, in my opinion, at least what I've seen so far, with just a couple of exceptions, is just giving you no hit points. And then they just magically give you 3 hit points during the boss fights or whatever. When the some battles, I'm like, yeah, this is a little inelegant. I would have loved a big Mario, little Mario sort of setup. Not maybe literally, but just like you get hit once and then you're really on a teeter's edge, because if you get hit again, you die. The game is a little bit annoying with that. That's where the difficulty comes from. It doesn't come from, I was talking to Mike, and Micah doesn't play these kinds of games, and I was playing, and even through some of the stages, I'm like, this stage is pretty hard. You encounter these stages that are based on the face buttons that I'm sure you've encountered. And those are the hardest stages, it seems like. And I'm like, these are maybe as hard as like mid-level Super Mario Galaxy stages. Those games were fucking nuts. Way more difficult. Like getting that 120th shine or that 119th star or whatever. It's like, oh my God. Like when you're getting towards the end and you have nothing left to clean up at the hardest shit, it's not that difficult. But I like that level of accessibility is there. It feels refreshing to play a 3D platformer, because I don't play them very often. It doesn't make me want to play more of them at all. It just reminds me that I like these kinds of games, that they did fit in once. It's not really what anyone's looking for on PlayStation anymore, but it's a really appropriate thing to kind of shake things up and have this offering for children, for fans of the brand, and all of the rest. I love all the cooperation they got from the different companies. A couple of companies missing. A couple big characters seem to be missing, although I have not collected all the Astrobots, so I don't know who's in there. And even a few that I don't know who they are. Not many, but every once in a while I'll encounter one and be like, who is this? I don't even know what this is, And so I'm looking forward to like seeing I don't want to see it yet because I don't want to spoil it for myself, but I'm going to look up a final list and be like, which ones am I missing? Be still my heart to see even Rudy from Wild Arms in there. I mean, I was like, this is sick. I was like, I can't believe it. So cool. And a few other random characters in there as well that I really loved seeing amongst the big ones too. So yeah, I think Astrobot's really special. Highly recommend buying it and playing it. Shout out to Team Asobi, which I know there are Team Eco fans out there, but I would argue they've made, ironically, maybe the best Japan Studio aligned game ever in the post-Japan Studio era. And I think because Studio Japan was both heavily diluted, and there were a lot of internal and external teams that were getting credit for various games. Like when people think about Everybody's Golf or something like that, that's not really a Japan Studio game. They produced it, but they didn't make it. And Dustin knows this, especially because he's a fan. But people still kind of give them credit for that. And what I would say is even the Team Eco games and all the rest that are kind of from that incubation era, this game's better, in my opinion, than those games. Just from a tightness perspective, an understanding of the history, pure gameplay, fun, joy. Yeah, I really like Astrobot. Highly recommend it to everyone. I think everyone's really going to love it. Again, do I think it's the game of the year? I mean, some people are talking about that. I think maybe even Chris feels that way. Like, no, I don't feel that way. But I think it's going to be in that conversation. And one postscript. Is this not a sign that Sony can just announce games and release them within 2 months? And that not only does it not really matter, but that the game ends up becoming a complete phenomenon. If it's good, it's good. You don't need to market the games that very seriously. It might give us pause about why it's taking so long to say things. It doesn't mean it's not any less frustrating. But just wanted to throw that out there. That one of the biggest things about this game is that we didn't even know about it at the beginning of the summer. And now it's like the biggest hit. So something to keep in mind. Chris, I'm eager to hear what you have to. I'm eager to hear what both of you have to say about it. But yeah, go on. All right, we had a little technical snafu there. We're not sure if Dustin's been frozen on screen for some time, but we'll find out. As I'm talking about the joy of Astrobot, but I move it over to you guys. Chris, let's take it with you first and see what you think of Astrobot.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I adore this game, dude. Like the sheer joy that I felt the entire time moving through this game, really, it really shines a light on how long it's been since we got something like this, and something so celebratory and just something so purely fun from the AAA space, not on Nintendo, you know. And by the way, I platinumed this game, which is rare. Like I if anybody listens to the show, they know that like I kind of reserve platinums for the games that I like really find I find in high regard or high esteem, or I think are really special, or that I just feel are related to things that I should have the platinum in. Spider-Man is one of those, like Spider-Man I have the platinum in, which I don't think is like a best game of all time or anything, but like I just feel like as a Spider-Man guy, it's just like my duty in some way. But yeah, dude, I blazed through this, and I had a smile on my face the entire time. And what's amazing about it is, like, by all intents and purposes, like this is a game that should feel, I don't want to say this is a game that should suck, but like everything on paper, this idea on paper is kind of terrible. You know, there's like, oh, we're gonna put the fucking what's the game about? Oh, we're building a PS5. You know, the PS5 gets, you know, blown apart, and you're putting the PS5 together. Man, there's a bunch of cheeky references, and it's, you know, it's a platformer.
And the little characters are like minions.
Yeah, and there's like minion kind of characters, and they're like, oh, and there's gonna be references to all these characters, and it's like, oh, well, the characters gonna be in the game. It's like, no, it's not actually the characters. It's just kind of this, like, again, it's like minion versions of everybody, except for some who are just like straight up the characters. Like, I don't know, but you know, on paper, it's just like, yeah, and look, I liked Astro's Playroom just fine. I thought it was entirely competent. I enjoyed my time with that. But I didn't necessarily feel like it was like, you know, I didn't feel the same level of joy that I felt moving through this game. And I don't know, man, it speaks to something. This game really kind of reminded me why I fell in love with video games when I was young in the first place. And it was these like 3D platformers, these you know, Ape Escapes. Ape Escape, Mario, you know, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm feeling like this feeling I haven't felt in so long, where it's just fun and it's just joy and it's just the positivity of the experience of just moving through these things and like and moving through these spaces and some of the just the physics of it and maneuvering through it in like a satisfying way, and those faceplate missions, or those faceplate levels, where it's like the challenge is like ranked up a bit. It could be a little bit better. I think they could be. I wish they were a lot harder, but the fact that they stopped me at all was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is okay, cool. Yeah, I'm totally in for it. I was smiling the entire time. There's levels in this game that, I shit you not, I was just laughing through. I was giggling like a freak at certain things. There's one level in particular that's like early on. I don't want to spoil too much about like what's in the game, because I really do think it's a joy to move through. But there are entire levels and entire gameplay scenarios based on, you know, popular, you know, established PlayStation IP. I wish there were more of them, but the ones that are there are really stellar. The first one in particular,
yeah,
hit me so hard, I have to tell you, where I was just like, oh, I want one of these again. Why are we not doing this? And I don't know, man, like, do I think it's game of the year? I don't know. What I do know is that the sheer amount of, is this the game that I had the most fun with this year? Is this the game that like I felt the most joy with this year? Like, unquestionably, like, no, absolutely. This put a smile on my face in a way that games used to all the time. And I don't know necessarily what happened. It's not that I don't like other grimdark, serious games. It's not that I don't appreciate those, but there is something in the simple joy of making a 3D experience that is just fun to just move through at every corner and every turn, and everything that's on screen is just a celebration, and it's there to just make you smile or make you feel good. And dude, like, and I have to say, like, I'm a PlayStation fan. Obviously, we're on a PlayStation podcast. I'm moving through some of the catalog of games that I missed as a kid, in large part because of this game in some way. And while I recognized a lot of stuff I didn't. There's a lot of really obscure stuff in here. A lot of obscure characters, and I didn't need to understand the references to any of these things to have a blast moving through them. And that, I think, is like the main takeaway for me. It's like, I really think this game hits whether you know PlayStation intimately or not. I just think it's like a really well-designed platformer. I'm excited at the prospect of this game doing really well, because I would love to get another one of these. Maybe even like a more fleshed out one where there's more, maybe like give Astro a dash or a roll or something. Like, expand the movement kit a little bit. Give us some, Mario kind of movement tech in a game like this, and like, it's over, dude. Like, and one thing I do want to say before I move on, just because I feel like I might forget, one of the biggest, I've seen a lot of people, because I tweeted a little bit about like how much I was just enjoying this experience, and how like, oh my God, yeah, I forgot that video games could make you feel this way. I forgot that video games could just be this really fun, positive, infectious kind of thing that just pulls you through to the end almost in like a blink of an eye. I platinum this game in like 2 days. I was obsessed with it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
And a lot of people reach out. It's like, "Whoa, you clearly don't play Nintendo games." And it's like, guys, I don't play much anymore, but it's not like I don't know what's going on in these spaces. Like, I've played Mario, I've played these things. And one of the best feelings, or one of the most rewarding feelings of moving through Astrobot, was not only that it was just this joyous Nintendo-like experience, but it was that this is a Nintendo-like joyous experience on hardware that celebrates that also. God bless a lot of the game design that happens on the Switch, but I fucking hate using that machine. I don't like that controller at all. Like, everything about the user experience of the Switch, barring the actual game design, I think about Zelda a lot, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And I really love those games. I think Tears of the Kingdom especially, I think, is exceptional. I think there's something really special about that game. But as I'm playing it on Switch, I'm like, man, this would be so good on PC. Or, man, I wish I could play this on a PlayStation just so I could see what the fuck is going on. I wish it wasn't so blurry. I wish it wasn't so, compromised in some way. And so to experience that like joyous game design and that like that feeling without the compromise of like this kind of, gimped hardware, it brought me back to like the PS1 days where we got like these really exceptional platformers, these Crash Bandicoots and Spyros and Ape Escape on hardware that at the time, delivered more than, Nintendo. I remember specifically Spider-Man on Nintendo 64 and on PS1. The Nintendo 64 version didn't have cutscenes. They just had like slideshows because they couldn't handle it. And it's just like, wow, it feels nice to play a joyous 3D platformer on a PlayStation again, and to get that premium kind of quality out of it. And yeah, I could gush about Astrobot a lot. There's so much I wish we could spoil, because like there's so much that I want to talk about that like I would feel like I'm cheating you out of something if you weren't to experience it yourself. But yeah, it's just a gorgeous experience. I loved it. Easily my I don't know if it's game of the year necessarily, but it's definitely like my favorite so far. It's just from just a pure experiential point of view. That could change, obviously, but they killed it. This team is great. This team has skyrocketed to me in terms of importance. Where it's like, you don't fuck with these guys. Do not keep as many.
They're apparently scaling them. They're apparently giving them a lot more money.
Good.
And scaling them up. So
good. They earned it, because this is great shit with a small team in a very short amount of time, and it kicks ass. I love it. I highly recommend it. Go out and buy. I really want it to do well, because I wanted to send a signal, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it is definitely doing well. Going to do well. We'll talk about how well we think it might be doing in a moment, but I want to get Dustin on the record here. Talk about Astrobot. What do you think of the game?
Yeah, well, I'm also part of the Platinum Club with Chris, though Chris started it after me and platinumed it before me as well, because I started it Friday, the day you're the live show, and then I think I platinumed it Wednesday. But I would highly recommend everyone go for the platinum in this game, because the types of trophies you have to go for are just going to have you see more of the game and stuff that's really fun. And it's like you said, Colin, the way you really should be playing this is completing and getting everything in a level before you move on to the next one. But yeah, this game is amazing. I had an absolute blast with it. The thing that Chris mentioned, the first level that you play that's reminiscent of a former PlayStation game, I lost it. Because I've been avoiding some of these later trailers. Maybe it was teased in it, because I knew that some of the other ones were teased in it, but I had no idea this was coming, and they absolutely nailed it. The thing that kept surprising me throughout playing it was, of course, you have all of the obvious characters in there, like Kratos, Nathan Drake, etc. That's not a spoiler. I think those are on the cover of the box. Especially when you get later in the game, some of these characters you unlock, one of them I unlocked, and I was like, is that who I think it is? There is no fucking way they put this character that's this insanely obscure, more Japanese PS1 game. And I looked it up to make sure, and it was. And there's multiple instances in this game where it's like, no way, there's no way they put this character in here. And then they did. But it's not just that, it's not just their presence, but when all of your characters are in the hub world, you can do the gacha. You basically unlock an item for each character. And so seeing what different items they unlocked and how you can go up to them and smack them and then it'll interact in some way just elevates it even further. So I really enjoyed it. I will say that I am with you, Colin, that the game is overall pretty easy. And there are those challenge levels. They do get even harder as you go on. There was one in particular that had me pulling my hair out for some reason. I don't know if it was just me, but they do get harder. I wish, and I think they're adding this in an update. It doesn't have any speedrun modes, which is something I really enjoyed about Astro's Playroom, because I think there were certain trophies that were tied to speedruns of levels. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But I absolutely love this. I was trying to keep in mind to check myself as I was playing it. That's like, okay, well, we love references, and to the point where Hollywood is obsessed with, oh, let's put this character in this. And people go, oh, I remember that character. I like it because it has this character in it. I'm like, is this game... I don't want to take too much of that and not ignore like what the game is. But through and through, I believe that even if you took all the PlayStation characters out and just had it be Astrobot, this game would still be incredible. It's just, it's like an icing on the cake already of the game overall. And obviously it's a huge part of it, but yeah, it's like Chris was saying, and this was something a lot of people were saying on Twitter, but it is a game that if you've been playing for a long time, especially if you've been playing on PlayStation a long time, and you're like, oh, games are just really fun. It doesn't need to be about Astrobot being a bad dad. You know, it doesn't need to be over the shoulder and he's struggling with his family or something. It's like, no. It can just be fun sometimes. And that's one of the things I love about this game. I will say those motherfuckers, they tied the Bloodborne outfit behind the $10 deluxe edition upgrade, and they got me. I spent the $10 on the upgrade and I got the Bloodborne character outfit, and I used it the whole game.
The hunter,
yes. So they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, and it annoys me, but they got me. So yeah, it's awesome. Play this game, and if you're interested in this game at all, don't look up and don't watch a review. Don't look at anything. Just go buy it. And
to this point, I did want to say two other things as we exit the conversation about Astrobot, and we're going to do a much deeper conversation, probably a couple hours or more on it on Sacred Symbols Plus next week. So come join us there. We can get really deep into it. I'm going to beat it, probably not tonight because there's football, but I'll certainly beat it tomorrow. And I'm actually stopping myself from playing it too quickly. I'm enjoying it. Like I don't want to. I'm doing like maybe most of a world or something. You know, it's like these little 6 or 7 different worlds or whatever, and then I'm like, yeah, move on to the next thing. I also didn't get to start playing it until really in earnest until after football on Sunday. So I haven't really even played it that much. And I'm probably 10-ish hours in. People that are saying, yo, you can do everything in 8 hours. No, you can't.
No.
Liar.
No.
You certainly can't. But I wanted to say two things to the point of experiencing it. People have gotten way too comfortable spoiling the shit out of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish everyone could just shut the fuck up. Everywhere on social media and all the other places. There's a big piece of news about this game about something that's not included, and that in and of itself is a spoiler, and people report on that, and it's like, well, if they're not involved, then we know this and this are in the game. It's like, shut up. You know, stop sharing videos, stop sharing screenshots, stop sharing all of these news items that spoil the game so blatantly. We all kind of get flippant sometimes and spoil a thing here or there, and I feel bad about it, and I think we've gotten so much better about it over the years, like way better about it. I've almost gotten militant in some way about it in some sense.
Yeah.
But it's like, why do people need to just say too much? If you say like I said earlier, and I'll admit, it's like Rudy's in the game from Wild Arms, like one of 300 characters. When you have a news story about this entire group that doesn't participate in the game, then it's like, okay, so now you just spoiled the potential dozens of characters or it's just like, just use your noggin a little bit on this. I'm not saying that people that are listening to this are the ones, but I feel bad because it's like, well, I got it spoiled for me pretty substantially. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to say is, did you guys use the in-game help on the menus?
It's not complete.
I was going to say there seems to be, well, the big thing I've noticed is it's probably the best example of in-game help or like the UI driven help that I've ever seen. But it's so funny. Like so for every coin or for every Astro bot that you find, for every bot, whatever, for every puzzle piece, all the collectibles, there's like a video that you can actually pull up from the menu. Like pull up from the UI if you hit the PlayStation button, game help. And not many games do this, but some games do, and a lot of first party games do. And it's really useful, actually. Like I've used it on several occasions to find something that I'm missing. Because you can buy, after you beat one of the stages, you can buy like this item if you go back to the stage that will help you find the things you're missing. So you don't really need to do this. But the thing that I was laughing about is, so it'll be a 30-second vignette, like video of how you find something. And so it's like Astrobot 4 in this stage. Here's a 30-second video. Puzzle piece 1. Here's a 30-second video. I always get mad, and I don't know if anyone else noticed this. I always get mad on YouTube when people make these videos about how to find things, and the gameplay just isn't good, or they accidentally die, or they do something else before they're supposed. And it's like just wasting time as opposed to just showing you what you're supposed to do. These videos are like that, and I'm like, what intern did this shit on like the last day of production? Why aren't the videos like quicker and more succinct? There are literally videos I've watched on there where the person dies. And then they come back and they do what they're supposed to do. And I'm like, why didn't you edit this video?
That's awesome.
So I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. I doubt many people are using it, but I did notice that. It's just funny because I'm like, oh my God, this is just as bad as the YouTube videos. The only thing is that I don't have to go on YouTube. So I have found all the help I need within the game, which is cool. So,
but what's weird, I think that those videos are community submitted, because later in the game, I was looking for a puzzle piece and there's no video for it. There's no whatever. You know, it's just blank. And I think it says something about like people can submit community videos to show how to do this. So,
oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So
it's really odd.
We could fill that in, because I did notice when I went on a couple stages that things were like misaligned, or there would just be a black box.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know if it was a UI issue, because I would notice sometimes when I was on a stage that it was showing me the wrong stages videos and shit like that. So I'm like, something's broken with this. But I did dig it. Like, I dig the idea. It works really well. If you guys want to check it out, the potential of the game helps up. It's really fluid. No loading or anything. You just bring up the box. It just shows you the video, and then you can just circle out of it, go back into the game. Nice little accoutrement. But as you can see with Chris, you can get the platinum trophy without ever having used those at all. But yeah, great game. Highly recommend it. We will talk deeply about it next week. So please look forward to it. All right. Dustin, are we good with recording? Because I see black bars for me on the bottom, but if you don't see that, that's
black
fine.
bars.
Like where the waveforms would be, it's just like 3 black bars. Like I can't see anything.
Oh, I see your waveform.
Okay, so
yeah,
we're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get into the news, my friends.
Oh boy.
You all wanted to talk about it. We have a bunch of inquiries from the audience about it. More inquiries than we've ever gotten. Number 1. We can finally stop speculating. The PlayStation 5 Pro has officially been revealed. The upgraded PS5 console will launch on November 7th later this year, and here in the United States, it'll run you the hefty sum of $700. Everywhere in the world, the price is even steeper. £700 in the UK, €800 in mainland Europe, and an astronomical 120,000 yen in Japan, which is over $1,000 in USD. Depending on where else you are on the planet, you may likewise be paying a high price. Beginning on September 26th, players can begin pre-ordering PS5 Pro from PlayStation Direct exclusively, likely not only to funnel maximal money to Sony, but to try to fight against blatant scalping that plagued PlayStation 5, though whether demand will be there or not remains to be seen. If you don't have PlayStation Direct access in your country, you'll have to wait until October 10th, when global third-party retailers, your Amazons, Walmarts, Best Buys, and the like, will start taking pre-orders. For those interested, PS5 system architect Mark Cerny gave a roughly 10-minute presentation on the machine, which you can find on YouTube, while PlayStation co-CEO Hideaki Nishino penned a brief letter on the official PlayStation blog. There he notes in part that Sony, quote, developed PS5 Pro with deeply engaged players and game creators in mind, as many have asked for a console that runs even higher fidelity graphics with smoother frame rates of 60, end quote. To do this, they thus focused on 3 pillars with PS5 Pro: an upgraded GPU, advanced ray tracing, and AI-driven upscaling. PS5 Pro's new GPU, quote, has 67% more compute units than the current PS5 console and 28% faster memory. Overall, this enables up to 45% faster rendering for gameplay, making the experience much smoother, end quote. Meanwhile, new ray tracing tech, quote, allows rays to be cast at double and at times triple the speeds of the current PS5 console, end quote, which will allow for more realistic lighting. Finally, the earlier leaked PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR, deploys, quote, AI-driven upscaling that uses a machine learning-based technology to provide super sharp image clarity by adding an extraordinary amount of detail, end quote. Sony also promises what it calls a Game Boost, which is the ability for PS5 Pro to better run PS4's extensive back catalog of thousands of games, as well as Wi-Fi 7 tech, VRR, and 8K resolution. All games coming to PlayStation 5 around the time the Pro launches, as well as after, will be required to deal with PS5 Pro. But if you're interested in which pre-console release games Sony and its partners will have ready for launch, they include, but are not limited to, Alan Wake 2, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Demon's Souls, Dragon's Dogma 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Gran Turismo 7, Hogwarts Legacy, Horizon Forbidden West, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Spider-Man 2, The Crew Motorfest, and and The Last of Us Part 2. Website CNET confirmed via interview that both The Last of Us Part 1 and Until Dawn Remake will be joining that list too. The PS5 Pro will come with 2 USB-C slots and 2 USB-A slots, HDMI 2.1 output, an Ethernet port, and a 2TB SSD. Inside the box will be a DualSense controller indistinguishable from the original, your various cables, and a stand to lay the Pro on its belly. To stand it up, you'll need to buy a vertical stand for $30, and no, it doesn't come with a disk drive. You'll have to buy PS5 Slim's disk drive, which will also work on the Pro, and will run you an additional $80 or your local equivalent. Before we get into the extensive inquiries that we received from the audience, I thought we would just touch base with everyone. And Dustin, I know you're raring to go. What say you about PlayStation 5 Pro? Well, let's go. Let me say this first. Will you buy one day one?
Yes.
Yeah. And Chris, are you going to buy one day one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I am too. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Everyone said they wanted me back. Well, be careful what you wish for, because you're about to want to burn me alive. But yeah, there's good and bad with this. Obviously. I think that the promise of the PS5 Pro is very compelling. You know, Mark Cerny laid out about how people have to choose between resolution or performance. And so the idea of the Pro is that you no longer, at least in many situations, have to choose. You can just have the quality of one mode with the performance of the other, and taking out that choice. And I think that's what we really have wanted from the beginning, for many of us, it's like, oh, this game does look so much better in the quality mode, but it's a fast-paced game or whatever. I'm just going to have to go with performance. And so the promise of a machine that in most cases, I would assume, just because they made it clear that they're not requiring anybody to do certain things, I think is great. That's exactly the type of thing that enthusiasts would want from this kind of machine. As far as the price, which I know you're gonna have a lot of questions that are going to be going over different things, so I'll put it lightly. The price is nowhere near as big of a deal as people are making it. It certainly has sticker shock. When you see that $700 price tag, we haven't seen a console be that high in quite a long time. But there are a lot of outside factors going on that we'll go into. The last thing I'll say, since we're keeping it brief in this intro part, fuck off with your $30 stand. Fuck off. In fact, a third party, please make a stand and sell for $10 or something. I'm guessing that if you have a disk drive attached, you might not need it. Certainly, if you don't, that the amount of area it's sitting on, you probably do need it. But $30 for the stand is insane. And it already was insane for the PS5 Slim. And then the lack of disk drive, because that's the main thing when this got announced, people were specifically tweeting me about and asking me about. And I'm not surprised by it. And it's the most interesting thing is how people have shit on physical media and told me that I was wrong and we don't need it and people are moving on. And now suddenly it's a crisis that this thing doesn't have a disk drive. Very interesting. Very odd. Just from my perspective, being an advocate for physical games. Just saying. But I'm not surprised that it doesn't have it. They're the ones with the data that are seeing how people are playing games. And clearly the move is away from physical. The fact you have the option to add it is good. And I think the reason why you can't buy it, a version that already has bundled in, is just because of the price. Like, it would just make the price, the sticker shock, even higher. So the weird thing now is the disk drive is sold out everywhere. I was just looking at eBay a few moments ago, and they are all selling for over $100 now. So hopefully they can get that supply worked out. The day they announced this thing, I bought a disk drive. So I have mine sitting downstairs already ready to go. But I'd love to get into more detail, but we will. So I will leave it at that.
All right, fair enough. Chris, what are your kind of 30,000 foot thoughts on the PS5 Pro?
Yeah, so, I mean, first off, we're on a PlayStation podcast and we are enthusiasts. We like new, shiny hardware. We are kind of the market for this specific thing. I definitely acknowledge that this is the Pro versions of any console really are kind of a deeply unnecessary machine. Like, if you really think about it, like the people who are rocking or who are happy with the PS4 deep into the PS4 lifecycle, who just didn't care that games were performing worse, like they're not going to care about this stuff. This isn't for them. This is for a very particular consumer, right? The person who maybe has somewhat of a PC kind of sensibility where they want the most out of their machine, but doesn't feel like they want to deal with the inconvenience and the granular complications of building their own PC and having a living room setup. Because, like, dude, like, I don't know, man, living room PC setups suck. Like, I love PCs. I think they're great, but like, I would much rather have a console in my living room than a PC. Like any day of the week. What I will say, because I know we'll be getting into price, and I think there's probably a lot of reasons for this. I think there's inflation to talk about. There's obviously I think the reality that people aren't talking about is that with some of this AI technology, there's a big boom. There's a lot of competition over components. I think that we're probably going to start seeing a lot more of. I think that probably plays into it a little bit as well. So prices, we'll get into it. But what I will say, my big thought of this whole thing, specifically with the unveiling, and I don't know how popular of an opinion this is, but I genuinely don't think Mark Cerny did a good job at all conveying what this machine will do. And I don't know if that's necessarily his fault, because I do feel like we are just kind of at a point of diminishing returns for these kinds of machines. Things look really good already. Like when they were showing the side by side, like, oh, Spider-Man 2 is going to look better, and Last of Us Part 2 is going to look better. I fucking could not. I'm not exaggerating. I could not tell the difference between them at all. And maybe that's a YouTube compression issue. In all likelihood, it probably is. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, I don't blame people for kind of looking at this presentation and being like, what the fuck do I need this for? Like, I'm not seeing really anything that really justifies it. And I do have to say, like, as I was watching the presentation, I was thinking, like, I'm interested in keeping up with this hardware. I want another PlayStation 5 anyway. So I'm in the market for a new machine for my office specifically. And I had to kind of consider, like, if I wasn't, would this be compelling? And I don't necessarily think the answer is yes, because the whole promise seems to be like, well, we're getting rid of the performance, or we're getting rid of this choice because you won't need the choice. You will have both performance and fidelity, and that's good. But I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on performance mode, and I didn't really give a shit. Like, but I'm also like, I understand that I have a very particular, like, I don't care how a game looks. It could look like literally a bunch of pixels, and as long as it runs at like a blistering frame rate, I'm okay with it. So, like, for my personal sensibilities, I actually don't know if I care if I get quality fidelity out of it anyways. I'd rather have that option, quite frankly. Like, I'd rather sacrifice anything I need to. It's cool that I won't have to. But outside of the enthusiast in me, outside of the fact that we do the show, and outside of the fact that, like, I just so happen to be in the market for another one of these machines, I do have to say it was a lot less compelling than I thought it would be. And I think that presentation, I don't know, man. I don't know if it was really what it needed to be. I don't know what they could have done to really ameliorate that, because YouTube is inherently going to compress anything that you show, and you can't make the PS5 look worse to contrast the difference, because that would be misleading. It's kind of a rock and a hard place kind of situation. But yeah, I don't know. I thought the unveiling was poor, but I also think there's probably a lot of things that people are making a big deal about that aren't necessarily huge deals, because this is kind of like a luxury item on top of a luxury item. It's like a subsidiary, of a luxury item in the first place. This is for a very specific type of consumer, and if that's not you, you can still continue to buy. You can still continue to use your PS5 and use performance mode and probably get a lot of value out of that. So
yeah, I totally agree with that. There is a lot to say. To present kind of my high level thoughts here, we have an inquiry from Double Dave who says, Colin, I recall you being fairly bearish regarding PS5 Pro pre-launch, or I'm sorry, PS4 Pro pre-launch. So this was back in 2016. What are your thoughts on PS5 Pro? Do you find yourself more invested personally in the PS5 cycle than the PS4 cycle? I'm excited to see if the PlayStation Spectral super resolution technology will become the new standard for PlayStation moving forward, similar to how DLSS and FSR have become on PC. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. So yeah, people that have been with me for a long time, and I know a lot of the audience has, will remember that when PS4 Pro was announced, I was like, this is fucking stupid. Now, I've talked about this extensively, but it's good to kind of put it into context, since now we have a new Pro console to talk about. So two things come to mind for me with this based on the PS4 Pro and the PS5 Pro. The first is that I just don't care, or didn't care about fidelity as much as I do now, and didn't think that there was much value in the console comparable to the regular console from my own understanding. The bigger concern during the PS4 Pro era was what I was hearing from developers. I know a lot of developers, they talked to me, and back in the day, they were concerned about PS4 Pro. They didn't know how to handle it or what was going to happen with it and what was going to be required of them, and how it would create unfortunate conditions for them to put these games out in, where it's like, oh, now we have to worry about this build. It almost becomes more of like a PC scaling thing or whatever. And that never really came to pass. As people got the SDK and all of that and started to mess with it, they realized it's really not that big of a deal. As I understand with PS5 Pro, and I've been telling you guys on the show, which is why it's so funny, and I tweeted about this, like how many, like 1,000 people at this point have been like, PS5 Pro isn't real. And meanwhile, like I've had friends working on it telling me like how easy it is to use, and how they've been presented with all the documentation and all the rest. And so my concern about the fundamental development aspect of a PS5 Pro and how that can interrupt the core product is irrelevant to me now because it's not a concern to the people that are making the games. So my viewpoint on PS5 Pro has changed from both of those perspectives. I am much more into frame rates now than I used to be. Not that this is going to be a CPU thing; it's more of a GPU thing. But it sounds like this AI driven scaling and all of that is going to really help with frame rates and undo some of the burden on that, which will, again, as we've said before, allow us to not have to make a choice. So we're 8 years beyond PS4 Pro. And my opinion on this has changed just as the situation has changed. Although, as people know, I bought a PS4 Pro for myself in 2017. So I did use a PS4 Pro exclusively for the back half of the generation, and I really loved it. So as far as the PS5 Pro is concerned, I'm totally in on it. I think that the price is high, and I think that they're making money on it. Like, I don't want to get it mixed up. Like, this isn't being sold at cost or at a loss. There's like no way. They're making money. And in fact, I said earlier that I'm going to have him. Where did I put his email? Oh, I guess I deleted it because we already got it set up. I'm going to have Tom from Moore's Law is Dead on, and he was saying in his email to me that like they're definitely charging a premium for this thing based on, traditional selling at a little bit of a margin. No one sells at losses anymore. It's just too dangerous. And you said it, Dustin, components are just too expensive. Someone had written in about this, and I researched it, that a lot of the chips that go through the Taiwanese companies, basically they've gotten such a volume of orders and cannot keep up with them anymore that like they don't even give bulk discounts like they used to, because they don't have to, because there's just so much demand. This is why we're trying to onshore silicon production in Arizona and Ohio and other places in the United States, which is going to be fucking sick. I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
And then maybe that will bring costs down. But I understand people looking at the price and it's just like, whoa, like fucking 3DO level pricing. It's like, damn, that is expensive. But then you just have to think about it for a minute. Because even when I saw the price, it was higher than I thought. And I was like, well, I'm going to buy it either way. But hey, I didn't expect it to be that high. But then you start to realize from things, and this is where I really have a deficit with this stuff, is I just don't have a very deep technical understanding. But as I understand it, we're going to get into this, like you still can't make a PC as powerful as a PS5 Pro for $700. And I love that people, I was reading about this too, and I'm like, I never thought about this stuff because it's not just about components. It's like, yeah, PS5 comes with an operating system. PS5 comes, with all of these different things. And then people talk about like, well, now it doesn't have a disk drive. And it's like, I'm just going to go build a PC. So it's like, oh, you're going to go build a PC and play on the platform that has completely abandoned its physical tradition by this point, to make a point about how there's no physical stuff on PS5 or there's no drive. What people have to understand about the lack of a disk drive, and we'll get into all of this, is they're comfortable doing this because few people are using the disk drive. I don't know like how much more I can get this message through to people. What did we see in the Capcom financials? 92% digital sales last quarter. It's like, guys, I'm telling you right now, a disc hasn't entered my PS5 one time. And I've had it since launch. Not one time has a disc been. I don't even know if the disk drive works. No idea. It could have been totally inoperable the entire time I've owned it. That Blu-ray has not slid into that little slot. So I am generally feeling good about the machine. I'm excited about it. We're going to get into all of it and break it down. But I do want to say, I understand the sticker shock. And I think a really, really important component over the rage in pricing, and we're going to talk about this next, is where you are in your life, where you are in the world, what your desire is and like what your need is in the ecosystem, and your flexibility financially. That's basically true for everything though. So let's get into your inquiries in earnest. Sacred Observer wrote in and said, "What's up, Sacred Crew? Longtime listener from the Podcast Beyond era, first time poster. I typically don't post any comments or questions, but seeing the negative reaction to the PS5 Pro price point has really got me wanting to engage in the conversation. Why is there so much visible pushback towards the $700 price point when this is a purely optional upgrade? I understand there is no disk drive, and I also understand that it is priced aggressively, but seeing comments like shades of E3 2006, referring to the launch PS3 at $599, is really an apples to oranges comparison, considering the fact that this isn't for the base console. This is just screaming entitlement to me. I won't dig into the macroeconomic factors, but if $700 is too much, the consumer can just stick with the existing base models. For the record, I will be upgrading, but I have always viewed it as a nice to have upgrade and nothing more. I'm sorry for the long-winded comment. I would be curious to hear your take on this online discourse regarding the price of the console itself. Thank you for the great content as always. Many people wrote in about the price. I appreciate all of you writing in. Some of you were good with it. Some of you were not good with it. Really running the whole gamut of opinion. Dustin and Chris, you also understand this, but I'll go to Dustin first. You understand tech much better than me. I've been trying to study on people trying to, again, build PCs at PS5 levels. Is it true that it's just not happening at $700? Like, sans disk drive, all of that, you're not going to get a disk drive on PC either. You don't have to count that. It's like, where are we on this price point from a literal component point of view? Is it that deep of a ripoff to people? Or is it just being sold at a premium?
So I don't want to speak too much on, like, is there a direct one-for-one PC that's $700? To my understanding, it is no. I was watching Digital Foundry trying to compare it to specific AMD graphics cards, which was tough to do, but showed in line that the answer to that is no. The major factor for me about this price is that the PS5 Pro is being brought in a very different time than 2020, which obviously 2020 wasn't really that long ago, but if you consider what happened to the world in those 4 years, you can kind of start to see things line up. Here's one way that I was thinking about it. So the digital only PS5 in 2020 sold for $400. Okay. So you plug $400 into an inflation calculator. The same item today would cost $486, 21% inflation. So
brutal, dude.
So we're seeing that already, right? So then, in addition, the PS5 Pro also includes twice the amount of storage. So let's pretend that you're going out and buying an SSD to put in a device as a comparison price point. Normally, a 1 terabyte drive, for example, the one that PlayStation sells on PlayStation Direct is $130. To be fair, that is on the high end of what one of these would cost. I think I've seen 1 terabyte drives that are compatible for like $80. So let's go in the middle and say that's $100. So $100 for inflation, $100 for the SSD upgrade. So we're taking that $400 price point. We're adding $100 for inflation. So 4 or 5, we're at $600 then at that point. Then you think about the tech upgrade inside as well that would account for the rest of the $100. And again, this is the digital version, not the physical version. So that's one thing that I've been thinking about. It's like, yeah, even if you account for the regular PS5 too, because you were mentioning about how the refurb version, like jokingly, that article said that's the price cut. It's like, well, even if you take $500 in an inflation calculator, that's $608 today. So that's $108. So it's like, yeah, there hasn't been a price cut, but Sony is in inflation making $108 less because of how inflation has worked out. So that's a huge factor to consider. The other thing too, because you were mentioning about how PlayStation is certainly making money on this product.
That's what I've been told from Tom, who would know better than me.
Which I agree with that. Here's the thing that I was thinking is that who sent the message? Okay, let's look at PlayStation's accessories. They sell a $200 controller that has back buttons and some other nice little features. It's over twice the price. DualSense Edge, selling fantastic. The PlayStation Portal, it doesn't have a fucking brain in it. It just streams to it. $200. Also, people buying it. They released their high-end headphones and stuff. I don't know how well those are selling, but clearly they saw some data that people are looking and willing to spend more on higher-end things. So they got the message that people are interested in spending more on something like this. The last thing I want to say about the price too, and how this relates to PC components to me, is when you think about PC hardware, at least, there is a value sweet spot, right? I think right now it's like the 4070 is probably the best if you calculate like frames per dollars, right? As you go up the line to something like a 4090, the value of that product goes way down, but people are willing to spend more to have the best thing available. So if you take that line of thinking and apply it to the PlayStation 5 Pro, no, the PlayStation 5 Pro is nowhere near as good of a value of a standard PlayStation 5. But when you release these high-end products that start to have diminishing returns, people are willing to spend money for that extra. We see that in the PC market all the time. So all of these different things combined, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense to me that this is the price. And you're right, Colin, in that there is a big factor of like where you as the consumer are. And it sucks to see something that you potentially want and can't afford or you're priced out of. For years ago, when I was doing video production work, I was totally priced out of Apple stuff, and it frustrated me, certainly. So I don't want to undercut that, but the key is that it's not an essential upgrade. They haven't made PS5 Pro exclusive games. And as Chris was saying, the performance mode, not always, not with every game, but is often really good. And so I think they've put this in a nice spot where it's like, yeah, this is enthusiast hardware for enthusiasts at enthusiast pricing. And that's kind of where it's at. If it's like the PS4 Pro, which I think analysts put at about 10% of total PS4 sales, a lot of these things start to line up and make sense. So obviously, and I know this is only kind of related, but yeah, they're still being a dick about certain things, like the stand being $30 is absurd.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think that also the increase on the controller prices, it's like, dude, so many people there's a problem with the current DualSense with so many people getting stick drift, and you've made no improvements and you're increasing the price as well. And I understand inflation applies to that too, but it's like, it's a tougher pill to swallow if there's things wrong with the current product. Not even mention the fucking horrible battery life on the DualSense. It's like, oh yeah, spend more. It's more money now. It's like, okay. So the one other small thing I want to say is just kind of unrelated to the price that I should have mentioned earlier. Chris is totally right. Presentation wasn't good. The fact that they go through all of these tech details about how amazing it is, and then the first game they show you is a PS4 game. Come on.
They shouldn't have even had a presentation. I think they should have just released the screenshots. Like here's the console, here's when it's coming out, this is what we hope it can do, and these are the games that'll work with it. Yeah.
I really don't think they did a very good job showing off what the potential is. And I guess that's the point I'll leave on with the pricing and all these things combined, is that if you're on the fence about how good the PS5 Pro will be, do not pre-order it. Because there is a possibility this thing comes out and reviewers get their hands on it, Digital Foundry gets their hands on it. It's like, this isn't really as substantial as we thought. And so that is a possible outcome as well. We got to wait and see. Right now, especially for us as the three hosts of Sacred Symbols, I think it is important that we get these. I am excited about it. I know that there's a possibility it's not going to be as good as I'm hoping for, but that's how it goes with almost all tech products, is that you probably shouldn't pre-order them and buy them. Let other people or professionals go and buy them first, and make sure that even if the value isn't as good as the original PS5, that the value is there for what your desires are.
An important component of the pricing thing, which I understand more of, is what's going on internationally. And a lot of people wrote in about this. Monty Pearson wrote in. Said, hey, CC and returning D. First time writing in, so I'll get right to the point. PS5 Pro's £700 price point for the UK is insanity. The conversion rate of a PS5 Pro and disk drive in the UK works out to around $1,045 USD. Even taking into account the tax for the US, there is still more than a $200 difference in price. The English pound and the American dollar are not worth the same. Why does Sony insist on charging us gamers in the UK more for the same product? They're becoming worth the same. I've been saying this for a long time. Like, the British economy is not in great shape. You're like, international economies are not in great shape. Our economy is not in great shape, but because we have been recovering better and because we still have the USD as the standard, we've been benefiting in ways that other countries simply won't. And it's from these perspectives that I do understand more of the consternation. Because, and I looked up this data just to be clear on it, the average, so these are from the OECD, this is on Wikipedia, the OECD is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. This data set of wages earned per country contains data on average annual wages for full-time and full-year equivalent employees in the total economy. Average annual wages per full-time equivalent dependent employee are obtained by dividing the national accounts-based total wage bill, so like your GDP, by the number of employees in the total economy, which is then multiplied by the ratio of average usual weekly hours per full-time employee. So this is just a mathematical equation, right? The United States per worker, $77,000, right? USD, which is quite a bit of money. It was $61,000 before COVID. And a lot of this accounts for inflation. Some of it accounts for growth. But it's like, you look at the UK, 55,000. So making 25,000 less, 23,000 less per person. And their cost of living is just as the same, even higher, with growing inflation in those countries that we're not dealing with to quite that rate. Even in Australia, a bit healthier at $63,900. The point I'm making, and in Japan, it's awful, $42,000. They're paying over $1,000 for their PS5 Pro in a country where they make $42,000 on average per person. The reason I bring this up is because it's easier to withstand per capita in the United States because of our higher earnings and lower standard cost of living here. It's people ask, why is the console cheapest in the United States? And it's because it's quite simply the most fluid economy. They need to sell the most units here. They need to do the most business here. But they're going to try to make their money elsewhere too. And unfortunately, these adjustments between currencies are really smashing things. So from a British point of view, European, Australian, etc., I understand the sticker shock is much more extreme. And I think the sticker shock for everyone is extreme because we're just not used to seeing things this costly. But it's what I said earlier, too, that I think is really important, is that you have to really determine this based on where you are in your life, your own individual life. And it reminds me of when PlayStation 3 Slim came out. As I've told the story in the past, I had access to PS3 when I worked at IGN the entire time. I used to bring one of them home with me, and I kept one of them at home with me, the fat PS3s, but I never bought my own. I refused to buy one until it was $300. I didn't have a lot of money. And to me, I kept saying, I'm like, the value of the PS3 to me is $300. When the PS3 Slim came out in 2009, went to EB, bought one, and got it for $300. That's where I was in my life. That's what I was willing to spend on it. That's what it was. I simply wouldn't have bought a PS3 for any more money than that. You might be in a similar situation in your own life. In fact, many of you are. Money's limited. You live paycheck to paycheck. You have families and other obligations, and you simply can't afford these things. You have to determine where you are in your life. Just like when someone has a great year or a great career or a great job for years and goes and buys a Beamer or something like that, while the other person drives a Ford. There's nothing wrong with that. It's that some person is at a different place in their life buying a different set of a different luxury for a different set of expectations. I just think it's important to determine that these things will change for individuals over time. And as I said, even for PS4 Pro, from a use case, it changed for me over time. But I do understand that the economic reality for a lot of people is not reflected in increasing wages. And that's an economic problem, dude. That's not a games industry problem. I think in games, we've been used to for a long time, frankly, not paying a lot for things. And I've said that over and over again. People don't like to hear it, but it's just true. The game, especially adjusted for inflation, but even in real money, dude, people were paying $200 for an Atari 2600 in 1982. And then they were paying $300 for a PS2 in 2000. It doesn't even make any sense. Things have always been kind of skewed in one direction. And I think we haven't had inflation this bad in the entire history of console gaming. Maybe in the very, very earliest days in the Carter era, right? When you had television and all that kind of stuff too. But we've not experienced the necessity in some sense of these corporations publicly traded and beholden to boards and shareholders, unfortunately, in some sense, to have to say, like, yeah, we need to extract more value out of these things than we ever have, because not only is the cost of just doing business increasing, but look at the economic reality and how difficult it is for us to make a serious amount of money on anything anymore. So I understand it from all perspectives, but ultimately, the consumer is going to have to make the decision that's best for him or her. The one thing I wrote in my notes that I wanted to say is that, and what I've noticed is that people getting mad at other people for buying or being interested in the PS5 Pro. First, kind of wish casting that no one wants it at that price, which is obviously absurd. It's going to sell plenty of units, and the disk drive stuff is clear. Now I'm hearing some people say, "Oh, it's like the scalpers." Remember this whole thing we had to deal with the scalpers buying PS5s and then just holding them forever, never selling them? Yeah. It's like, okay, guys, I don't think there's going to be much of a scalpers thing going on with PS5 Pro, but I could be wrong on that. And I think, as I said in the write-up, I think part of the reason they're selling on PS Direct originally is to not only funnel themselves all of the money, but to control that as best they can, because that was a big problem. But I don't anticipate that happening. But I think what people have to just consider is, again, where does it frame into your own life, your own financial situation, your own desire and need? And I think there's nothing wrong with saying, I don't want this machine at this price. I won't pay this for this machine. I'm fine with my standard PS5, because that's exactly where I was with the PS4 when the PS4 Pro came out. I wouldn't blame you for that at all. And the pricing differential is much more extreme, and therefore I expect that more people are going to have to make that decision. However, we also know that the PS4 Pro sold 14 million copies, and an Ampere Analysis Insights white paper, I don't know if you guys have seen this, has been circulating, saying that they anticipate that it's going to sell probably the same amount of units, ultimately. The thing that I want to say, though, is that everything that a company like Sony does obviously is out for profit, but I wouldn't overestimate how much money they're going to make cumulatively on this thing. To put it, if they're making $100 on each unit, which is probably high, right? And they sold as many units as PS4 Pro did, then they would make 1/3 the amount that they spent on Bungie in profit over that time. So it's chip damage. And it's something that they're going to have to deploy, as we've seen with the controllers, as we're probably going to ultimately see with games, although probably not until maybe the PS6 era, and so on and so forth. So again, I'm sympathetic. I get that people are in. I was broke as fuck once, man. You don't have to explain it to me. I know how difficult it is out there for a lot of people, and I'm not shaming anyone for not wanting the PS5 Pro. I'm also not shaming people that have the money but don't want to spend it on that. That's like me with a lot of things, where I'm like, I'm just not paying that. No, I am not paying $22 a month for Netflix. Bye. Everyone makes those decisions every day. So it's okay to make those too. But here's what I wrote in my notes. Vote with your wallet, not mine.
Right.
We each have to kind of cast the vote ourselves. And I Dustin said it, highly encourage you. Do not, if you have a problem with this, do not pre-order it. Do not buy it. And send them the message that will hurt them the most in their pocket. I just think the unfortunate reality, and maybe it'll play out differently, Chris, but I think the unfortunate reality for people that want to play that kind of market game is there are still too many people interested in buying it. So
yeah,
I just think it kind of is what it is. But I get it. I totally get it. Sticker shock, a little bit of arrogance, a little lack of competition. But really, it's about your individual wants and needs. That's it. And I don't like the shaming that's going on, one way or the other. Oh, you're too poor to afford it and you're upset about it. Or it doesn't matter to you. You have all this money and you're just sending them the wrong message. It's like, just worry about yourself. That's all you have to do. Nick Peltier wrote in and said, gents, am I completely off base, or does $700 seem reasonable for the PS5 Pro? Seems like the gaming market has set the expectation that this would be the price point. Microsoft recently released the Series X with no upgrades other than a larger hard drive for $599. It does have a disk drive, by the way. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch, which would struggle to run some Xbox One launch games, still costs $350. You can't even begin to build a PC with comparable gaming capabilities for less than $1,000. People often spend $1,000 a year on a new phone, even when their current one is still functional, but $700 for a 4 to 5 year commitment seems excessive. For those who say they make monthly payments for their phone, if $700 feels too steep, perhaps saving that $50 a month is a better option. The PS5 Pro at $700 instantly becomes the best value in 4K gaming, and it's not debatable. I do think that people need to save their money more, just generally speaking. And it's not that $700 is a lot of money. Like for many people, even people with money, that's a lot of money to spend. But I think you just have to watch around the margins in your own life and see how that all works out. I don't like the phone reference, though, that people are making. I get it, but the phone is everything, right? It's like, yeah, you'll pay a real premium price for something that does all of this crazy shit really, really well, often for years at a time. It's kind of more of a necessity. This is kind of more of a luxury item that's an option. Again, I just think it would have been nice if the PS5 came down in price a little bit, but I just don't think that's in the cards with the inflationary and economic situations, especially in Japan when they're dealing with the yen natively and they're able to kind of benefit from foreign exchange, which is not always the case. It's actually a pretty fortuitous situation for them in that sense. And they say that in their own financial documents every quarter, that they're benefiting from financial exchanges. So I just wouldn't, I don't know. Is it a great value? We've gone over this. I think so. But I'll leave that up to the tech wizards out there. $700 for what it's going to be for me is good value. But again, that's within the context of what you're looking for and what you want. But I'm more than willing to pay that. I'm also seeing that people are trading in their PS5s. I'm not saying you should do this, by the way, but trading in their PS5 for $400, cutting the price down to $300. If that's something you're interested in doing, you could do that as well.
I think that's an aspect that gets forgotten. That's like, oh, it's $700 for an upgrade. And it's like, well, yeah, it is an upgrade, but if you just buy it, then, and you already have a PS5, now you have two PS5s. You know, it's not a $700 part that you're slapping onto it like a GPU or something like that. And yeah, the GameStop trade-in is pretty damn good right now for a PS5. Gets forgotten. If you wanted to sell on eBay, I'm seeing about average $350 for selling a PS5. So that's some money tacked off too. But yeah, the overall aspect of it's like, oh, well, it's $700 for just a little bit better graphics. It's like, well, you also have two PS5s.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, I would just say, remember, it's optional. You don't have to have it. Just don't buy it. If it's so stupid, then just don't buy it. And send the message. I think Apple got this message when they released the Vision Pro. I saw someone on my plane back to Virginia with that on. I turned around and I was using the bathroom and scared the shit out of me. But there he was. Imagine. Yeah,
it was the pilot.
It was the pilot, right?
Yeah,
playing flight simulator. But I don't know. I think phones are more important. They're more relevant. People are going to pay a lot for them. They excuse that, and I think that makes sense. I don't think that we need that to argue against just the individual nature of a purchase like this. I personally think this thing is going to sell out. But probably, the PS4 Pro did at $400, and it's obviously cheaper. I don't know how many they're going to manufacture. Maybe I'll be dead ass wrong. I'll be interested to see. I'm going to try to get one on PlayStation Direct the day it goes live. If it sells out, then we'll know. All right. Brett D. Strobel wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Crew. I find it a little strange that there's no option to purchase a PS5 Pro with a disk drive, like with the Slim. Could this be a sign that Sony may be trying to completely do away with disk drives soon, or am I reading too much into it? I don't know that they're ever going to be able to really totally get rid of disk drives, but it's the reality of the situation. The bigger disappointment that I have is that they didn't use that opportunity to maybe lower the price a little bit. Some people say, well, you're exchanging one for like a larger SSD and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. Again, $700 does seem a little high to me, but something that I can still afford and will still gladly buy. I just think with the disk drive, guys, I don't know. You're really hanging on, man. I appreciate it. And they'll always be able to cater to you. And they want to cater to you. They want to sell games to you. They have no problem doing that. But fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer people every quarter are buying games on disc. And they don't want them on disc. They don't need them on disc. I feel like the disc thing is almost getting a little strange in the sense that they will eventually probably get rid of the disk drive or always have this optional external disk drive. And it's not going to be central to the experience. So you're not the standard anymore. And you have to kind of stop talking like you are. No offense. But you're not. This idea that the disk drive should fundamentally come with the console is not something most people give a shit about. They just don't. They're not going to buy games on disc. And this is, I think, something that the internet disproportionately, and we'll get into the cycle of the internet later in another inquiry, but it disproportionately shows you all sorts of viewpoints and economic realities and all sorts of things that are just not real. It's like going on Instagram and everyone's really happy and they're on the beach and they're with beautiful people and they're not doing anything and they're living their lives and stuff. And it's like, that's just a reflection of a fraction of what's real. That's all you're seeing. The hullabaloo around the disk drive is really that. It's like, no, most people don't give a flying fuck that the disk drive's not on the console. I'm sorry that you have to be told that. But
well, you can even see that kind of reflected in, opposing ecosystems. Like I think, what is it? Isn't like the Xbox where it's like 25% of the modern Xboxes sold are like only 25% of them are Series X.
Oh, is that true? Yeah, that's low. Yeah,
or something like that. It's like a large majority.
Yeah, I know that a majority of them are S's. I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's something crazy. Like, and so it's like, okay, well, like, clearly people, but that's obviously conflicting. In some ways, that's an interesting case study because it shows that people don't give a shit about fidelity and also don't care about disk drives, which is kind of like almost like a twisted version of whatever's happening here. But
I can't wait till we get to PlayStation 7 and there's going to be no disk drive option at that point, probably. And everyone's going to be like, how am I going to play my PS4 games now? And I'm going to be like, oh, I don't know. I'm going to play the digital versions of them right here on my console. All right, we'll see you later.
Such an unflattering impression.
How am I going to play my games on a disc?
Yeah.
Like it's 2005.
Oh.
Maybe we can bring back fucking cartridges next.
Nintendo did.
Yeah, those are like cards. Yeah, they're not so bulky and sexy like they used to be. And expensive. So expensive. All right. Frames overall. This is so I'm excited to talk about this because a lot of people wrote about this. Aiden Gonzalez wrote in and said, hey guys, I'll keep it short. Was anyone else surprised hearing Cerny say that 75% of players prefer frame rate over fidelity after years of hearing the reverse? It's nice to see 60 frames becoming the standard. Keep up the great work and have a they're eating the cats and dogs kind of day. We will. It's in the United States leading up to the election, so we're going to have that kind of day every day. I did hear that stat. Some people were writing in saying like, this is exactly the opposite of what you said. And I'm like, no, it's not. I said that my friend who works on a big service game said that about their game. But it seems like obviously Sony would have overall telemetry. And I love seeing that because although I was confused by it because I'm like, if that's true, wouldn't it be more important for you to invest in a new CPU, right? Then
you run into compatibility issues then when you change the CPU.
Gotcha. Because it's like, well, you're kind of arguing that it's not really what anyone's looking for. I guess this is where or few people are looking for, but I guess this is where the AI-driven learning and all that kind of stuff comes into play to make the games run faster. So I did notice that. Very interesting piece of data that we can move forward with. It's a little relieving, to be honest.
Yeah, thank God. Jesus, I was worried about you guys for a long time. Based on that, like one kind of piece of information that we got from that one game, it was just like, oh man, I personally I cannot fathom how people don't choose performance over fidelity, and so like to learn that in fact the overall majority of people understand the value of frame rate is relieving,
Deleting a couple of inquiries here since we talked about these things already. Nick Vu wrote in, said, hey gents, while the PS5 Pro is officially revealed and like clockwork discourse follows, however, where I generally find community negativity lame and ill-founded, this time it seems almost justified. $700 is a huge asking price for a mid-gen refresh, which is why I understand the backlash on Twitter, but there's much we don't know yet. On the PlayStation blog, it states, quote, enhancements include PS5 Pro Game Boost, which can apply to more than 8,500 backwards compatible PS4 games playable on PS5 Pro, end quote. What does this mean? 8,500 games is most of the main library for PS4, so what about games like Bloodborne or Red Dead Redemption 2 that are hard locked in the code? With Bloodborne locked at 1080p 30 frames and RDR2 locked at an upscaled 4K 30, will the PS5 Pro unlock it? My guess is no, but then what are these game boosts they speak of? What say you find, gentlemen? Love the content as always. It's a great question. I really don't know. I doubt that they'll be able to do that to those games, but do you know what this is implying, Dustin?
So I think a lot of people, when they read this, and rightfully so, read this as potentially as something that like Xbox does, where they're able to go and through software means able to unlock the frame rate and unlock resolution in certain games. It's an amazing feature that Microsoft put on the Series X that I wish we had on PlayStation. My thought was this isn't that, first of all, because if it was, I think it would be a very big deal if they could go and unlock frame rates on older games or something like that. What this probably is to me is that if you had a PS4 game and then you ran it on PS4 Pro or a PS5 Pro, if the game has an unlocked frame rate or a variable resolution, it will use the extra horsepower of those given devices, and the overall average would be higher. I'm assuming that's the case also with PS5 Pro, is that if there's a game with dynamic res or an unlocked frame rate, that it will be able to take advantage of the extra horsepower, but only in those specific situations. It's weird that they talk about PS4 in particular, because I'd imagine in most cases, games that have unlocked frame rates and variable resolution, that the standard PS5 is already probably maxing those out. For example, Holly right now is playing Dragon Quest Builders 2. And there was a point where I wanted to use the PS5 and she did at the same time. So I brought out my PS4 Pro and installed it for her. And she was playing and she's like, this isn't very, like, this is kind of chunky. Like, I think she's like, this isn't smooth. I was like, oh, so it's the PS5 taking advantage of the variable frame rate of the game. And so because you're playing on a PS4 Pro and not PS5, that's why you're seeing a difference. So I would imagine, like I said, that a game like that would in theory be able to take advantage of PS5 Pro, but I'm guessing that the differences are going to be minimal because the PS5 Pro already is probably maxing those out. It was weird to see them give that an emphasis. I'd love to be wrong where they come out and they're like, look at what we're able to do with a PS4 game. Look at Red Dead Redemption or even Bloodborne, and like we've figured out a way to unlock these. That would be amazing. But again, I think that is too high of a selling point that if that was the case, they would have told us by now.
Yeah, they would have shown it. Also, like I feel like if you could get Bloodborne running at 60 frames per second, like I feel like a lot of people would be like, yeah, $700, all right. You know what I mean? Like if they could do stuff like that, they would have shown that. It would have been a lot more compelling than like showing side by sides of Spider-Man 2 looking equivalently great. So my hunch is that that's not exactly how it works.
From my layman's perspective, what I was wondering what it meant was you have like a PlayStation 4 environment, right? And it has all of these benchmarks, and the game attempts to reach these internal benchmarks using the power that's there, but often we find that games stutter or they're not quite the highest resolution, and somehow it knows that and gives it like a higher ceiling to achieve those benchmarks that are within the PS5's hardware like function at a higher level. Obviously it doesn't work like that, but that's how I put it in my mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Dustin, your hair from this perspective, it looks like you have, you messed it up. You looked kind of like you had like one of those monk things going on. Not monk the character, but like a monk in a convent.
Not
my hair's too long right now. I really desperately need a haircut.
Yeah.
So I can't style it. So it's just kind of, it is what it is.
Chris Burdo wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Gents. The time has finally come and the PS5 Pro has been revealed along with its $699 sticker shock. After watching the reveal a second time and comparing the specs between the two machines, I'm struggling to find the incentive to upgrade. Sony spent 7.5 minutes highlighting the tree density in The Last of Us in the background crowd in Ratchet & Clank, all the while struggling to show any tangible reasons to spend $700. I consider myself an enthusiast in most cases, but was first in line for the PS4 Pro, but what they showed, or more specifically what they didn't, has me wondering if it's worth it this time around. My question is, do you think Sony acted out of hubris, knowing that their longtime rival is seemingly sitting this mid-gen refresh out? $699 is a lot of money to ask gamers to spend, especially when their own first-party studios remain silent as to what they're working on. Should they have shown off something new to showcase why the Pro is needed? Will you still be picking this up? Would you do it if it weren't beneficial to your jobs at LSM? Thanks, I'll hang up and listen. We already went around and said, obviously, that we're all going to get them. I would do it at this point if it wasn't beneficial for my job. I'm not even sure it is. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if it really matters to do my job well, but it's interesting. And should they have shown something new off? No, because I don't think you want to tie your products to PS5 Pro and confuse the market. I think you just want to show the games as PlayStation games. So I don't really mind that from a market, because I wondered that immediately. I'm like, what were their options? And it's like, yeah, all right, you show off Venom, and then now we're like, oh, so it's a PS5 Pro game. It reminds me a lot of like the confusion in some case with the Wii and the Wii U, when apparently there were like millions of people that didn't really understand that like one was one and one was the other. In this case, you don't want people to have that confusion. You want them to understand that they're the same thing. So I think presenting them as just PS5 games with pro upgrades that are buried in press releases and on PlayStation blog posts is probably the wiser way to go, since you're dealing with your enthusiasts anyway. The person that's interested in PS5 Pro is going to pay attention when the games come. The person who's interested in the games from a more casual standpoint probably doesn't want PS5 Pro. So I don't really mind those two things not being put together.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry about that. What I want to talk about is hubris. Do you think that there's something to that here, either of you? I don't, in some sense. Like, I think Sony realizes that it's not in the greatest shape. It's doing well. Margins are increasing, but there's a lot of work to be done. You don't want to alienate your customers by getting too out of pocket with them. And I think that this is one of those examples where it's like, maybe this is just the cost of doing business plus a small premium, which is what you would expect as inflation and all of those kinds of things gets out of control. Chris, to your point, like where you're saying you're not seeing much reason, you're not seeing incentive to upgrade. Do not upgrade then. And I don't mean that as like an insult or an attack. It's like, make sure to stick by your guns. Everyone who feels that way should definitely not buy this machine.
Well, right.
And send that message, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, I look at it like I'm just kind of future-proofing this thing. Like I just would rather kind of like, okay, if a game comes out that is going to kind of like to be fair, there's already games that are kind of struggling on PS5. Like, you know, there's I think Final Fantasy 16 struggled a little bit from what I remember anyway.
Definitely.
There's other games that like I know Dragon's Dogma does too, but like I don't know if that's necessarily going to be helped by this. Although maybe the AI stuff might actually help a little bit with that. So I don't know. For me, I look at it as like I like new hardware. I think it's cool. I'm in the market for another one. I could see it helping later on down the line where it's like, oh, this thing kind of runs a little bit worse on the base PS5 than this. Okay, good. I'm glad I have this thing then. But yeah, I don't blame people for being like, the sticker shock is crazy. Like $700 is a lot to spend on something, especially when what is being sold to you in that presentation is kind of difficult to even conceptualize or even perceive. Like, again, just showing Spider-Man 2 and that like slide of like the foliage in the distance is a lot more detailed. And I'm squinting at it. I'm like, is it? It's fine to me. This reminds me, you know what this reminds me of a lot of is in some ways Concord. Like, is $40 an unreasonable price for Concord? No. Is $40 an unreasonable price for Concord in the context of the market that it's being brought into? Yeah. And I think for a lot of people, the answer is probably going to be it's like, yeah, there's a lot of inflationary realities of like why this thing is $699, why it's $700, why it doesn't have a stand. You know, I'm sure there's. I
don't take umbrage with the standing, by the way. Don't you think that like the PS2 didn't come with its stand either? You know, like it's not. This is not a new. This is not a new thing. You know,
$30.
Yeah,
that's my problem with it. If they want to sell a stand, that's fine. Sell me it. It's functional. It has a function, but it's like, dude, it's $30 to just have your system prop up the way you like in your thing. It's
Why don't you just lay it on its belly like an adult anyway? I don't think I've ever had any of my consoles stand up like that in my entire life.
My PS5, well, my 360, oh no, my PS5 is stood up and it's behind my television because it literally can't fit anywhere else. Like it's out of sight. I can't put it in the television cabinet thing because it'll overheat. So it has to be outside. It has to be like facing the world. And so it's like, okay, great.
I guess I stood my PS3 up.
I had my PS2.
The PS2 I was too afraid to do it with much because it didn't have the stand, you know, and I was afraid it stood up, but I was like, it's one fucking elbow into this thing.
Yeah,
it's going.
It stood up fine from the PS2 was so flat and boxy that I was like, what the fuck would I need a stand for? The PS5 is a little weird because it's a little bit more like oblong and kind of like I remember like trying to stand the PS5 up vertically. Without the stand, and it was just it's too heavy and it's too like not like it's kind of teetery a little bit. And it's like I'm gonna use the stand. But like so what I mean, the point that I was making is that like your average person is going to look at this and they're gonna be like, oh fuck that, you know, that's insane. There's like $700 for better grass in the background of The Last of Us Part 2. It's not really compelling. And Dustin brought up the fact it's like they showed PS4 games, and it's like I thought that was interesting too, because like, dude, they showed PS4 games to kind of showcase it, and even with that, I was kind of struggling to see. You know?
Yeah, it's like it wasn't. So, I love what you said, because I was thinking about the same thing, where even on PlayStation Network, when you look at trailers, they're so compressed. It's like, this is how you want, and I get it, you don't want to have all this bandwidth or whatever, but it's like, this is how you want to show your shit off, is like, this. It looks like garbage.
Yeah, like
these games. That wasn't quite as bad, but at the same time, I'm like, you can't. That's why I don't know if you guys saw, and this was wise on Sony PR's point, is to have one person go and see it in person. Did you see all this stuff? The guy at CNET, and he said something like, it's like putting on a pair of glasses. Like, I do think it's like something you're gonna have to see with your own eyes.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and for that. Yeah, and for that, I think it'll be worth it. I think for the people who are looking for that kind of thing. But like, as we know, as we're speaking right now, there's millions and millions of people still rocking the base PS4, or not the base PS4, but like PS4 Pro at least. And so like, there's a lot of people who just don't give a shit about this. And so this is definitely this is just for a very particular audience within the PlayStation audience, within the tech audience in general, that, you know, wants that extra boost, that cares about that extra boost, that is like interested in maybe future-proofing their hardware a little bit, making sure it'll be able to handle some of the stuff that comes later. But at the same time, like, I really kind of don't begrudge people for looking at this and being like, what the fuck do I need this for? You know, for that price, because it's a wild price. You know, it's not like It's not Apple Vision Pro. It's not like, you know, $1,500 or whatever. But like, you know, it's steep for a console, and I get, obviously there's inflationary reasons, there's all sorts of reasons. I actually don't think the lack of competition is necessarily playing into the price. I think the reality is just like the inflation and just the bidding over components. I think that's more of a reality as to why this thing is priced the way it is. I do think the lack of competition might play into the part of why they feel so comfortable with this stand bullshit, to be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
that's true.
I do feel like if you had a healthy, like a really healthy Xbox, like I don't necessarily know if you would see that. I feel like you might actually just have like a PS5 that just stands vertically, like without a stand, without worry. You know what I mean? Like, and part of
include a plastic one. Like they did with the standard PS5. Yeah,
just a cheap, like, I don't need a fucking metal adamantium, you know what I mean? I don't need a fucking specialty stand. Just keep it from teetering. One thing I will say, like, that we didn't necessarily get into, but like it should be kind of, I mean, it's technically like well telegraphed and obvious in retrospect because of the disk drive, but I am a little bummed out that it looks the same. Like, I get it. Like, I understand. I get it. You want to have that visual identity, but I actually like how different the PS4 Pro looked from the base PS4, and how different this PS3 Slim and I don't know. I know these are different things, obviously, but even just the Xbox One to the Xbox One X, I thought was like, this is kind of cool. Like, this is sleek and nice looking. Like, and I don't know, just aesthetically, I think a lot of more people would be a little bit more interested in this if it had a bit more of a unique identity. I think the fact that it is so uniform and so similar kind of adds to the feel of like, what do I need this for? This is the same thing again. And it's kind of exemplified by the presentation again, which was just not very good. I do think it's going to be one of these things that when you see it in person, you'll kind of see the value. But even for those people, that's like a very specific subset of the population that is interested in that, and I'm among them. You know, I want high fidelity. You know, I want high frame rate. Do I care if something looks amazing? No, but it would be nice to not have to worry about that stuff.
I had another thought that's related to this about the presentation and why it was bad. Because you know, the talk of like, is it worth it, and Sony not doing a good job showing it. I think I saw a clip. I think it was Digital Foundry on Twitter, and they brought up a great point that's worth bringing up, is that first-party games, their performance modes are pretty dang good overall, and that you get a 60 FPS. There are some compromises, but it doesn't feel like a huge compromise in a lot of situations. And it's interesting that they chose really not to show very much from third-party games, where oftentimes those performance modes are where you're getting the biggest compromise. For example, a game we just talked about earlier was Space Marine 2. From my understanding, this game runs at 1080p, and it is not a solid 60 FPS. That at least someone here on Reddit says that it can tip down. It went as low as 37 on Digital Foundry's video about it.
On PS5?
And on the PS5. 1080p can dip down to 40 FPS range. It's like, that's not very good. That's not a very good quality performance mode. And you think about all these other examples too. In fact, I was remembering, I mean, there's been a bunch of games that the performance mode you're seeing is 1080p. There was that shooter game you played, Colin, that you were like, ugh, at 1080p. Was it Dead something?
Dead Island, Dead Island 2.
Oh, well, I think that actually, that's not the example I was thinking of, but that I think is an example of a game that you put on the performance mode and you're like, ugh, this looks kind of...
Yeah, what game was that?
It has like a co-op mode.
Ugh. Was it this year? Let me look.
I think it was last year. Is it Dead West?
Oh, Evil West?
Evil West.
Yeah.
That's it. The one that had the gross performance mode that was low res. It's like there are so many examples of these compromised performance modes that those might be a way better use case, since your first party developers are making the most optimized games for the hardware. So I'm really curious when we start to see these deep dives, like show us what Alan Wake 2, the PS5 Pro mode, a game, Colin, you had considerable issues with the performance mode.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it on Pro. I mean, I'll definitely play it on Pro. You know,
I bet I saw some people say, I think actually one of the guys from Digital Foundry talked about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth being like a night and day kind of thing too, where like the performance mode, the comparison between it like is crazy.
Another great example,
which I can believe.
When I was playing the performance mode on Rebirth, I was constantly thinking about how it was compromised between the pop-in, the blurriness, the drop-in frame rates. Same case for 16, maybe not quite as bad as on 16, but both examples where you felt way more compromised than on a Sony first-party title. So
yeah,
I feel like it would have been a huge strength to show what some of these upgrades are. Even Rebirth, that's one that's pretty fresh in people's mind, that they remember playing it and they remember the performance mode being kind of stinky. So
do you think that there was like kind of like an issue with like, well, you can't use our game, like if Mark Cerny went on, if Mark Cerny was on screen, it'd be like, look at how shitty Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was. You know,
look at Cloud's fucked up face.
Look at Cloud's gross porcelain bitch face. Now look at it on the PS5 Pro. You can see his you can see the dust mites eating his dead skin.
Let me ask you guys this, because this was at the core of the question really was like the lack of competition. What is Sony supposed to do about that?
Yeah, that's not really.
I don't really know. People are saying like, well, it's a lack of competition. It's like, okay, and I mean, like, that's the competition's problem. If people are making the argument that it's like because there is no competition, as was already said, these consoles would be cheaper, I'm like, maybe. Microsoft just released a $600 Xbox Series X, and they're losing badly. So I don't know that really reflects Dustin decided to leave. He's out.
He burrowed to the center of the earth.
I unplugged something. I was worried it was going to make my camera turn off with my foot.
So I just wanted to. It's just like I hear what people are saying about this, but it's incumbent on this is the market. It's incumbent on competition to compete. Sony basically put Xbox away, ostensibly as that's the word I'm using too much apparently lately.
Ooh.
For all intents and purposes, they've put them away as a console rival. That's not a thing anymore. So yeah, there's going to be some consequences to that, but it's not stopping other competitors from coming and competing. And if the competition that Sony and Microsoft were going through was that valuable, then people would have supported Microsoft more. I just don't understand the end result of this particular line of argument. It's very similar to when people argue about how there's no disk drive in the PS5 Pro, so they're going to go buy a PC. It's the same thing. It's like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like what you're saying actually doesn't make any sense.
Well, dude, stand on business, man. Like if this is like really infuriating to you, like go get an Xbox. Literally. Like do it.
We dare you.
It's a good machine. We dare you buy an Xbox. I like my Series X. Like I don't even think you would necessarily be disappointed. It's a cool machine. Like go buy it. But like you're not. So what are we talking about?
Half of you that are complaining about the PS5 Pro are going to buy it.
Right, yeah. That's true.
Just like half the people that complain about, the EA, card shit with the teams and all the rest, the Ultimate Team stuff. They buy FIFA and Madden every year.
Another Call of Duty dislike.
Yeah.
Millions of units.
The PC
Well, that was the thing that
comparison-
was weird with me with the PS5 Pro, is just people wish casting this thing as to being like, no one wants it. It's like, well, that's not true.
Yeah, it's obviously. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dustin.
the PC comparison is interesting to me. Like, oh well, look, you could buy this PC. It's like, dude, I love PCs. Right before I went on leave, you guys remember my PC was breaking and I bought a new one, and it's amazing. It does everything I want it to do. It's beautiful, but it's not a console. It doesn't deliver a console experience, and sometimes I want that. And I'm also the type of person that wants to have a PC experience, sometimes wants to have a console experience. There's some people that only want to have a console experience. And I made a cheeky tweet about this that I think some people misunderstood, where I was like, some of you have never tried to hook up your PC like a console. And it's obvious, because let me tell you, it's fucking annoying hooking up your PC to your TV. It's like, oh, well, don't worry. You just got to get one of these wireless keyboards that has this and pull it out every anytime you need to type something, pull out this little keyboard. And then, you go sit down to play. You need to update your drivers. Oh, for some reason, the audio isn't coming out of the right source. Oh, dude, it's like, I love PC gaming, but there is something about console gaming that a lot of people want. They don't want to deal with that shit. And I don't blame them. And I just spent thousands of dollars on a new PC. I get it. Yeah. So they're like, oh, just get a PC argument. It's dumb.
Well, I also just think that, it's as you're saying, there are verticals and silos that people put themselves in. Like, I am a console gamer, and to a degree, a traditional handheld gamer. I like arcade games, but I don't want to play them really. If that was the only option, I just probably wouldn't play video games very much. I don't want to play on mobile. That's a vibrant, place to play games. I'm never going to play games on mobile. If you were like, that's where you can play games now, it's like, well, I'm not playing video games then. I'm not playing games on a mobile, on my fucking phone. And it's the same way I feel about PC. I play Lilymo's games early on Steam because that's how we distribute them. But that's basically the only PC gaming I do. I appreciate other people like to do that, but that's not the silo I'm in. And I'm never going to be in that silo. I guess maybe if I'm forced into that one day, but I like consoles. That's okay. If I'm a peasant for that, I can get down with that. That's okay. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I think people like even PC people like the simplicity of, like, they love the Steam Deck for all the reasons that I feel like a lot of people love the simplicity of console. Dude, I love my Steam Deck, like, unequivocally. It's one of my favorite things ever. Like, I love this thing, and especially since I got the dock. Like, that's actually, like, in my opinion, that's kind of like the best, PC living room kind of experience. Just I have that dock, and, like, even just to stream games from the PC to the dock to the TV, it's like, ooh, this is good. This is way better than having a dedicated PC in the living room sitting there fucking where I got to pull out a keyboard every time I have to do anything. So, yeah, I've used both of those setups, and console's way better. In the words of Todd Howard, it just works.
Yeah, it's it's true. I can't wait for the PlayStation handheld, the new one. That's inevitably going to come. Not the Portal, which is great.
It'd be great.
But beyond that. All right. Uvula Smack wrote in. Said, hey guys. Have we been sold a lie? The fundamental marketing push behind the PS5 was 4K, 60 frames, and ray tracing. It turns out that to get all that, you need the $700 4 years after the launch of the original PS5. That, combined with the lack of first-party tentpole games, makes this generation one of the most disappointing. I wanted to speak to this because I think that a lot of people feel like this, and I get it. I'm not trying to tell you how to feel. You got to interpret events the way you want to interpret them. But I can't pretend that I am not having a great time with my PS5. I am. It's awesome. I love it. Because it's in the zeitgeist to make fun of everything and be mad about everything all the time, and we'll talk about that in a little while. I'm not saying you're saying that, Uvula Smack, but other people, where it's like, I'm just not going to pretend that's true. I am very satisfied. Like, very, 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 very satisfied with the PlayStation 5, with the games that are on it, with the experience, with the cadence of releases, with the back catalog, with the services, with the base functionality of it. God, man, turn on your PS3 sometime. As we always say, go fuck around with that thing for a few minutes and see how far we've come. And the PS4, I mean, it's light years better than the PS4 too. I understand people's discomfort with the reality that first party games and to a degree second party games are coming at a slower clip. And it is frustrating. We want those games. I want those games. You want those games. But I cannot pretend that everything in the seams is making it just fine, such that while those games are fundamentally important and I want them and I love The Last of Us and I love Horizon and all that, if they never came out, we never got another game from PlayStation first party, I'd still be perfectly satisfied with the third party games that we're getting. And that's always been true. I've never experienced video games through a lens of first party first, except for during my Nintendo years. And really only for a fraction of those Nintendo years out of necessity. I would say N64 and to a degree GameCube, where you really had to rely on first party and second party stuff. But even in the NES and SNES era, we were playing third party games like a fucking crazy. And so I refuse to fall into this trap that I think some people have fallen into, although I think some people are authentically there, where it's like, I want my Spider-Man 2, I want my Wolverine, I want my The Last of Us Online and all that. And I'm like, dude, I do too, I get it. But I'm not sitting here twiddling my thumbs at all. I am falling more and more and more and more and more behind on everything that I hope I get to play at one point, letting more and more things go that I'll never get to. So my honest, heartfelt answer to this is that I can't relate to that argument. That said, Dustin, were we lied to about the technical abilities of the PS5?
I don't feel that way. And when I read this question earlier this morning, I went and I looked at the PlayStation blog post when they revealed the PlayStation 5 with the specs. And I didn't see anything about it promising all the three of those things at the same time. And I was really racking my brain to try to find somewhere there was this promise that it was going to do all those three things at once. If someone sees it has this like some kind of marketing from PlayStation that it's going to be your 4K 60 and ray tracing all at once machine, please send it to me, because that would suck if it was specifically marketed that way. But it was pretty clear from the get-go, where you have a game like Spider-Man, Miles Morales that came with launch. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So you get this 4K mode that's native 4K, and you have this performance mode, and there's a ray tracing mode, and eventually down the line, they did introduce a ray tracing performance mode as well. But just from seeing the specs at the launch of the PS5, I knew it wasn't going to be a 4K 60 ray tracing machine. And I don't really feel like it was presented that way. Is that, yeah, it has the capabilities to do 4K, and there are going to be many instances it'll do 4K. It has the ability to do high frame rates, and you see many instances where there's 120 FPS modes on certain titles. And there's certainly plenty of ray tracing games that have that as well. Some of them combined with performance mode. So I don't really feel like that was the marketing of the thing, that it was going to be this 4K 60 ray tracing machine. That's an unrealistic expectation for it to do all three of those things. And I don't feel like it was presented as such. I may be wrong about that. I can't remember everything that happened when this system before it came out and what the promise was. But from when I was looking around, I don't feel like that was a promise.
All right. A few more things, then we'll get out of this PS5 Pro conversation. It's been going for a while. DJ Housecat wrote in and said, hello, sacred gentlemen. While I'm sure we're going to get your takes on the value proposition of the PS5 Pro, I'd also like to get your thoughts on the implications for the inevitable PlayStation 6. If you exclude PS3 and adjust for inflation, PlayStation consoles have launched around $450 to $500 in November 2020 prices. If current inflation patterns hold, then the PS6 is a November 2027 or 2028 console, the cost should be around $650. Would it really be feasible for Sony to launch the Pro console at $700 and release the successor 3 to 4 years later or $50 less? Or are we facing a $700 or $800 system? Could Sony maintain a similar install base with that high of a price tag? The economic implications are most intriguing. Thank you for your time and your expertise, gentlemen. Take care. It's impossible for you to imagine that the PlayStation 6 will be cheaper than the PS5 Pro. I just don't know exactly how that would work unless the cost of components, unless the cost of components decreased drastically and inflation stopped.
Yeah.
I just don't. This does bode poorly for what these consoles are going to cost in the future, but that's just going to be the cost of doing business. I think we'll see how people respond. In some ways, you can argue that Sony might be having a test bed with PS5 Pro in some way, pricing it so high to see how their hardcore respond. The people that they really need to rely upon. Chris, do you agree that it would be unimaginable that they would release a PS6 in 2028, let's say, for less than $700? I just don't see how that would be possible unless things really adjusted.
I mean, I've learned not to count out insane shifts in reality over the last couple of years. But as far as like the holding patterns go now, like, yeah, I don't foresee this thing being less than it feels like it's going to be like an $800 machine. And that's like a fairly positive outlook, based purely on just a vibe, just a pure gut check. Like, I don't have any information or anything, but I feel like, yeah, there's no way. I do feel like this is in some way a test. I do feel like they are trying to they're testing the water a little bit, being like, okay, how premium can we charge for this? Because like we've talked about PlayStation's desire, whether intentional or just perceived, to kind of take the place of an Apple-like entity in games, right? And like kind of wear that mantle in some way. And this could be one of those things where it's like, let's test out how well we can, like, how well can we make out on this thing if we price it higher than normal. We know that $599 was like that superstitiously bad price for the PS3 that they never went back to. Seems like they're over that, obviously, because they have to be because of various economic realities. So I don't think this bodes well for the sticker shock of the PS6. But who the hell knows? I don't know. Maybe we'll have some crazy boom in the US where we're like making all of our components. Like, who the fuck knows? I don't know. I doubt it, but that'd be great.
Do you agree, Dustin, that this seems foreboding?
Certainly. I wonder too, I'm not an economist, obviously, but I wonder too, just with inflation, if inflation continues to go at this rate, then I would say certainly that's the case. And I wonder too, even with inflation as it is right now, I mean, we're talking about them making money on the console, but if they feel like inflation is only going to get worse, then maybe they'll be making significantly less money on it in just a few years with inflation. So I would imagine that would be the case. Literally everything is going up. Everything is going up. When you go to the grocery store, fill up your gas tank, you go to a concert, whatever. So I don't see why a PlayStation would be any different.
All right. A couple more inquiries to get through here. Kyle San wrote in and said, hello, my poor half-eaten pets. I've been an extremely harsh critic of PlayStation nearly all generation. Remember the Mumbauer situation, repeated back-end game licensing problems, and Sony's willingness to torch themselves to win the ABK case. However, I believe they handled the PS5 Pro correctly. Is it perfect? No, but when I state my support on this move with some caveats, I am automatically labeled a fanboy and downvoted. We have to stop with this nonsense. The gamer is ruining the fun environment surrounding video games and making us look bad to fringe or prospective console gamers. You are poisoning the well of the thing you love so much. If you want it to survive, maybe you should consider buying products instead of criticizing them every fucking time they come out. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I generally in spirit agree with what you're saying. I want the gaming community to be more serious. I want us to take it seriously, and I want us to have good conversations and arguments about topics, but this negativity for negativity's sake is obvious, and you kind of buy into it at your own leisure and your own peril. Here's what I'll say about this is we have to just worry about our own individual behavior and what we can control in the world. And this is what I always say to people. Some people are like, well, you ever see the responses to the things you say on Twitter and the videos you put out? It's like, I can't do anything about that. Like, I can't be responsible for other people's behavior, the way they act, what they put out into the world, and how they choose to treat other people. This is true for games. This is true for politics. And this is true for entertainment and everything. This is true for everything. I really just want people to focus on themselves and making their own small mini environments better. And I think as those things merge, I think that maybe things will become more positive. I feel like we have some of that negativity even in our own ecosystem, but I don't want people to be confused and think that they should be happy about everything. No, of course not. I'm not happy. I mean, it's me. I'm not happy about anything. But what I'm saying is that like the way you treat other people is a choice. The way you react to things is a choice. No one can. If the Sony $700 thing really got you under the skin, that's you. You know, the reality of the situation is its own thing. Your reaction to it is something else entirely. And the only reaction that these companies will care about is you not spending your money. There's no doubt, because we're targets of it often, that like there is this small cottage industry of people in games, often on social media, sometimes on YouTube and other places, where their entire thing is focusing on not on the games, not on the products, but what other people say about the games, what other people say about the products. This is a low form of content and is reliant not on their own intrinsic talent, but on the things other people say that people actually care about, that then they can gleam onto. We have to do our best to just not feed into this. Our shows are not like that. Things come up when they need to come up, but we don't make these reels and make fun of other people and take the piss out of them and drag them through the muck. And because I think people that make content and have audiences, big and small, do that sort of thing, I think it's made it okay in a lot of environments, not only in games, but in other places. It happens in sports coverage, it happens in film coverage, it happens in TV coverage, and so on and so forth. Certainly politics is completely toxified. A lot of it comes from the almost tacit okay you get to treat other people like that, because you see the people that you watch treat other people like that, and so on. And so I think it's important to just break that cycle however you can. Are we losing? I think so. But I think we can make our own little spaces better. And that's what's wonderful about the internet, is we can just have a little slice of it. I don't want to affect the culture. I want to affect our own culture. And it would be nice if our positivity, or at least the way we treat people and the way we treat topics, would seep into other things. But I think it's going to need a lot more creators like-minded like us to do that. And we're not in that space. But Kyle, I am noticing it. I mean, I am seeing it. It's everywhere. It's in everything. Some of it's funny. Some of it's cultural. I always say that about the Jets, my favorite football team. The culture around the Jets is miserable. It's miserable, and it's funny how miserable it is. Like, and everyone feeds into it, and that's like what it is. And that in a weird way makes it fun. But games and all these other things are different. And it's all about just one-upping someone else, about embarrassing someone, about making them feel bad about their purchase. That's why I said earlier, vote with your wallet, not my wallet. And so, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. But I'm telling you, the reaction to PS5 Pro that you saw on social media will not be reflected in the sales numbers. And the canary in the coal mine, all the disk drives getting sold out. So yeah. I think Sony has an idea of who they're trying to target, and this is not the predominant PS5 any more than the PS4 Pro was the predominant PS4. I suspect it'll be in the 10 million range probably ultimately, and that will be something so that'll end up being fewer than 1 in 10 people that own PS5 will end up even having one of these. So keep that within context. It's not going to be for most of you, and that's okay. You can complain about it if you want. I just don't know at some point what the interpersonal abuse and all that kind of stuff, what that gets you and where that comes from and all of that. And I just don't want to participate in it. So, yeah, I'm sorry. You guys don't want to say, surely you've noticed the increasing toxification, but I really think it's those bottom feeder creators that have kind of set the stage and made it okay. And it sucks, but that is what it is. I can't control it.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think it's unique to the space at all. I think the internet's been trending that way. I think algorithms trend that way. I think engagement is important for algorithmic success, and I think I just think that's kind of how it works. Unfortunately, we reward a lot of that behavior with attention and time, and it's the attention economy.
Yeah, it's just, you're right, but it's just, and I'm not saying that everyone can replicate what we've done or what others do, but it's everything about Sacred Symbols and Last Stand is counterintuitive to what it's like. Everyone likes short things. It's like our shows are 5 hours long, right? No one wants to pay for anything. We have the biggest gaming Patreon in the world, right? You need to have millions of audience and lots of views. It's like, no, you don't. We make way more money than people that have millions of viewers. to me, that's like, I wish people would try the other path. It's the less intuitive path. It's the more difficult path. It's more fruitful, in my opinion. You know,
well, that's kind of thing. It's easy. I think the thing is, it's like it's just too enticing. Like the reward is very enticing because it's very easy to make that kind of stuff. It's very easy to just say shit that you don't believe for engagement, and then watch people get angry and then get a check for it. It's very simple. It's very effective. And I can't remember who said this to me, but like I've always thought about it. But like I wish I could remember who told this to me. But like when I was like a kid, and somebody was like, "It's easy." Like it's easy to make a lot of money, or I should say, it's difficult to be. It's difficult to make a lot of money, and it's difficult to be successful and be and in an exceptional way, like exceedingly, like oh, I'm living the high life without being incredibly unethical in some way. You know, that's like it's very easy to kind of go down that path in a very like toxic way and like reap the benefits of it. You see a lot of people doing that. You see a lot of people selling themselves out. Not going to say any names, but you know, because it's a quick path. You know.
Yeah,
it's a quick path.
I agree.
And that's in the game, and that's in the game space too. You know, I think totally. It's sad, but
yeah,
there's what it is.
It is. There is something unfortunate about it, and part of me wants to fight back against it, and then part of me realizes it's like, what are you supposed to do about it? First of all, I don't want to. I always think about. Remember when I was on that guy Salty Gamer, his podcast? He was talking all this shit, and I was like, I'll go on your show, and then I basically did the equivalent of creatively disappearing a person. Like you've never heard from that person ever again. You know, right. And I don't want to do that to people either. I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but he was so out of his depth talking to a real person that I didn't take much pleasure in it. It was funny at first, and the longer time has gone on, I'm like, I didn't want to like do you like that, dude. I was just trying to like defend my show and all that kind of stuff, but like you really weren't very good at this. And that's what I've realized is a lot of these people are fucking stupid. Like I'm just calling it straight up. Like a lot of these people are dumb as fucking rocks. You know, room temperature IQ level shit. And I'm not being facetious. Like it, because intelligent people would never, ever, ever do this kind of shit. Some of this kind of stuff, like to the nth degree with dead ass serious disposition. It's like, right. And they're just out of their depth. That's all they can do. The only way, like a barnacle on the ship, that they can hold on is to do the lowest common denominator nonsense. And part of me felt like, yeah, go embarrass them on their own shows. And then I'm like, that doesn't really bring me any satisfaction. It's like fighting against like a mentally handicapped 5-year-old. You know, like I don't want to beat someone up like that. I want to have like a real iron on iron kind of situation. And that's more what I'm seeking. So you almost have to just like rise above it, as lame as that sounds. But I know, dude, it is really encapsulating all things. And I've really been, especially with politics, I've been really, as the driver, I've been seriously thinking like, do you want to just like live your life offline as much as possible? And the answer is, I don't think I have the fucking constitution or the fortitude to even do it. You know, there was a story, it might have even been on Gawker back in the day or something, where a guy literally lived offline for a year and then wrote about it. And it was so interesting, like no online. He had to get all of his news from the TV or the newspaper or magazines. He had to talk to people on the phone, like all that kind of stuff. And I was like, so interesting, but it kind of sucks. Like who wants to do that? So you have to like have these interactions with people and see what they're saying. And you're going to see it all. And my hope is that one day on Twitter, I can, anyone with a double-digit IQ, I can just be like, I don't want to see this. And then it'll just somehow know, you know? Yeah. It's like, I don't want to see any more 80 IQ takes. Thank you, though, for those. I want to see 130 IQ takes. Please. I'm desperate. All right. Let's end on a positive note before we move on to these other news items. Super Stu wrote in, said, hello, which games have you all put on the back burner in anticipation of the PS5 Pro? For me, I've waited to play Cyberpunk 2077 until the Pro version comes out. Like y'all, I've become a 60 frame supremacist. Slitter me timbers. You can play Cyberpunk on PS5 at 60. I did, but you would not get high resolution. So you'll have the best of both worlds, hopefully, when they patch that game, and I'm sure they will. You had already brought it up, Dustin, I think earlier, is Alan Wake 2. I know a lot of people bust balls about it, but I did have serious tech issues with Alan Wake 2. I don't know what it's all about. I wonder if it's like a one-on-one PS5 thing. The reason I say that is because of the problems Returnal gave Ben back in the day. It's like, who knows what the fuck's going on with that? So I am looking forward to playing that, and I think that will be a game I will definitely take advantage of on the Pro. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to wait for some of these games, like Until Dawn, for instance, is coming out before that. Silent Hill, all the rest. Like, I'm going to play these games before the Pro comes out. But it'll be nice to see how they look on the Pro. Are there any games in mind for you, Chris, that you want to see on Pro?
Well, yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of serendipity, I guess, because I'm currently in the middle, or not currently, but like I kind of left off Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at a point where like I spent like 30 something hours on it. I was like, I'm good. I'm satiated for like a game's worth, and so the way that I justified it to myself was like, I'm gonna pick up the rest of this game and treat it like it's the third one, ostensibly. Oh, I'm gonna pick up where I left off and continue it from there, because I'm kind of satiated with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth right now, especially because I went and did Remake just before that. So like I think I spent like a total of like 50 hours or something playing Final Fantasy VII. And I was like, oh wait,
yeah.
And this is one of the and this is one of these games where I feel like the boost is going to be pretty noticeable, based on what I've been hearing about it. So it would be cool to play that game with like high frame rate and high fidelity, because I've been playing performance mode and it hasn't necessarily bothered me, but knowing that I will have a direct point of comparison based on like my previous experience with the game and my experience going forward is kind of tantalizing to me. So I think that's probably going to be the game that I'm going to ring in the PS5 Pro with, just to see. It's also a game that I'm like, itching to get back to. I really liked the time that I spent with it. I like 100%ed like all these areas, and I 100%ed everything up until Gold Saucer. And then I got to Gold Saucer and I was like, I've been doing a lot of this.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Great game though. I loved it.
Yeah, it's great. But excited to get back to it. And I think that's probably like the one that that's the one that comes to my mind right now. I can't think of any other ones.
Dusty Boy, anything for you?
Yeah, well, like Chris, also, I did finish Rebirth, but I left a lot of extra stuff to do. And so I'm excited to go back and check that out on Pro. I also want to replay Alan Wake 2. And I think it would be really awesome to play that on Pro. And then I was looking, because I was thinking like, it's coming out in November. And so I was trying to think what is coming out in November and December that I really want to play on PlayStation, or just in general. It's like, I'm not going to play Assassin's Creed. I'll play Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, but I'm not sure what we're going to get out of the Pro other than if there's like 120 hertz mode, and that would be cool. I would take that. So it's really looking forward to next year games like GTA, Death Stranding 2, things like that I'm happy that I'll be ready to be able to play those games in the best possible way when they come.
Right on. All right. That's our PS5 Pro conversation. We'll have more to say, I'm sure. Look forward to seeing what you guys have to say. Number 2, beleaguered Sony-owned studio Bungie has a whole lot to prove in the years to come, not only with its revival of Marathon, but with its stalwart product, Destiny 2. While Bungie did release its most recent Destiny 2 expansion, the final shape to critical and commercial success, the game also seems to be clearly on the wane, with reports that each subsequent expansion has been played by fewer and fewer people since the core product launched in 2017. Likewise, Bungie has suffered from a glut of layoffs, poaching from parent company PlayStation, which confusingly purchased the team outright in 2022, and even losing more personnel to a spinoff that will turn into a proper PlayStation studio to develop a separate game that they were at one time incubating. The reality with Destiny 2 in particular is this. Bungie has closely followed annual or near annual expansion releases with diminishing returns, and it can no longer afford to do so. As an example, Forsaken came out in 2018, Shadowkeep in 2019, Beyond Light in 2020, The Witch Queen in 2022, Lightfall in 2023, and the final shape earlier this year. So what do things look like moving forward? In a post on its always well-populated official blog, Destiny 2 game director Tyson Green says the following in part, quote, "First and foremost, we all still love Destiny. It is a unique and challenging game, both for you and for us. I personally have been working on Destiny for 15 years, and it still excites me creatively. There are not many games I could say that about. But at the same time, we recognize that it has become too rigid. Expansions have started to feel too formulaic and are all over too quickly with little replay value. Seasons and episodes have started to feel too formulaic and are all over. Oh, I'm sorry. Seasons and episodes keep getting. I read the same one. Seasons and episodes keep getting bigger, but can still feel like you are just going through the motions. We believe it's time for Destiny to change and evolve, and that our community wants this game to grow and innovate too. And to do that, we need to start breaking some of the molds, end quote. Because annual expansions, quote, dominate all of our development effort, end quote, Tyson later continues, quote, we are going to deliver 2 medium-sized expansions, one every 6 months. Each of these will depart from the one-shot campaign structure we've been using essentially unchanged since Shadowkeep, and each will be an opportunity to explore exciting new formats instead. We are excited to try new things that challenge your idea of what a Destiny experience can be. We are actively prototyping non-linear campaigns, exploration experiences similar to the Dreaming City or Metroidvanias, and even more unusual formats like roguelikes or survival shooters. Each expansion will present a new opportunity to try something different, end quote. Bungie is also going to approach its season structure differently. Quote, with the change to 2 expansions per year, our seasonal model will be changing as well. Instead of 3 episodes, we will be building 4 major updates per year, one every 3 months. Each expansion will launch alongside a major update at the start of a season, and then a second major update will follow 3 months later to refresh the core game with new and reprised content, including activities, rewards, new weekly events, new features, and combat meta and balance updates, end quote. And for those still messing with the core game and older content, Bungie vows to work on its biggest problem, approachability. Green later continues, quote, Destiny is too complex. With literally hundreds of activities, you practically need a PhD to decide what to play and how to get rewards you're looking for, end quote. So they're working on that, as well as the rewards you get for playing, which much of the community feels aren't transparent or compelling enough. While the Final Shape support plays out for the rest of the year and into 2025, Bungie teased their subsequent 2 expansions under this new rubric, starting with codename Apollo in the summer of 2025 and into the fall of 2025, and then codename Behemoth to begin winter 2025 and into spring 2026. Little is known about Apollo as of yet, though it's being described as a non-linear, character-driven adventure in which you could tackle stages, missions, and challenges in any order. Chris, what do you make of this? A lot of change coming to Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely seem to be in a kind of unstable state of flux. They just had, I think, well, not just, but in the last couple months, they had that video where they were talking about the frontiers and the 3-episode act structure, and apparently that's going away. So it seems like a lot of things are changing kind of rapidly. I like Tyson Green. I think he's been there for a really, really long time. That's a guy that probably should be at the helm of something like this. I'll say this. Everything that he's saying sounds great. I think addressing the unapproachability of it is important and is speaking very candidly about like, hey, look, it's really overcomplicated. We got to iron this stuff out. I think it's good. I think that's the right thing to say. I think that's the right thing to focus on moving forward, given that they've completed their arc. Just making the game, playable and approachable and usable in a way that it kind of hasn't been. I think the idea of exploring different kind of genres within the game is exciting and interesting. I think having different gameplay styles in Destiny, things like survival shooters and roguelikes and stuff, I think that's interesting and compelling and cool. The more unique gameplay experiences that you can funnel into Destiny, I think I would. That's more exciting and enticing to me than like a new campaign necessarily, especially at this point where I feel like the story is wrapped up and if you can continue it at some point later on, that's cool. But like what I'm really looking for out of Destiny is a reason to play it again for gameplay reasons. And that's exciting. It's interesting. It's new. It's unique. They haven't really done anything like that. So I think this is all cool and compelling. And I think this would be a lot more... I'd be a lot more positive about it if I wasn't aware of just the reality of the fact that the studio is 50% smaller than it used to be. They lost a lot of key talent, probably. It just kind of feels like these games survive by the promise of their future in some way. Because you're asking people to buy in and invest time and money into a project that presumably will persist and exist for years and years to come with consistent support. And the way that it feels from the outside looking in is that Destiny is very unstable. I don't know if it'll be around for another 2 years. Like, I would like that to be the case, and I think it will. but I don't know. It's not like 2 years ago where like we knew, like there's going to be another expansion and there's going to be an expansion after that. There's just a level of uncertainty, I think, here that kind of taints what otherwise would be kind of compelling and interesting stuff. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of the broad strokes of how I'm feeling about this. It's cool. Gameplay changes, awesome. I think that's one of the reasons why Fortnite and games like it have thrived. It's because they didn't just stick with like, hey, we're a battle royale. It's like, no, here's fucking Guitar Hero. Here's fishing, and here's like we're gonna put concerts in here. It's like, yeah, give me different modes of playing through this world that isn't just playing PvP or playing a strike or playing in the patrol space or doing a campaign. Expanding on that I think is wise. I wonder if they'll be able to pull it off with the resources they have at their disposal right now, given that the team again is 50% smaller and the focus seems to be marathon right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Fortnite because that's what I was thinking too. It reminds me a lot of that approach, being like, yeah, we need to give you more ways to play and more ways to interact. It's all about like keeping people and not letting them bail to other products. It's quite competitive, and they're gonna have to be more bold. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Yeah, I have a weird analogy in that. So Holly and I, our trash TV of choice right now is Kitchen Nightmares, which is
love it.
I at this point I have to feel like it might be the best reality show ever created.
It's so
Kitchen
good.
Nightmares.
It's great.
Which we had watched it years ago, but now we're like trying to watch everything basically. But there's this episode in this guy that has a pizzeria and Italian restaurant where when they come in, Gordon has put out all of the food that he's ordered on like multiple giant tables, and basically gets the guy to admit he's like, yeah, I've been ordering the same amount of food from our heyday years ago. They have all this food, and it's like, dude, you can't do this. This is not how you're operating. And so in the case of Bungie here, it's like Bungie, when Destiny 2 had its heyday of lots of players, and with each expansion, more and more people have fallen off. And so they need to readjust their development, not only for the amount of players, but as Chris was saying, the amount of staff that they have at this point. So it has to change in some way. They can't keep doing these insanely big and expensive expansions to a diminishing player base. So it makes sense they have to change. The key question is, how are these modes going to shake out? Will they be compelling enough to bring in players and also keep the current player base that is supporting it satisfied with coming back and playing the game? It's really feels like a whole new Bungie at this point. Obviously, there's a lot of the same people, but they have to operate in a totally different way. So hopefully these modes are cool, and totally agree that they need to change onloading new players, because even onloading old players, I've put, dude, if you look at my PlayStation account, I have put more hours. It was either in Destiny 1 or 2. It's considered my top played PlayStation game, but I haven't played in years. And when I tried to hop in a few months ago, I was like, dude, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I've put hundreds of hours in this game, and I have no clue what to do.
Yeah.
So certainly should be priority number one for them.
When you look at, I'm looking at SteamDB right now. Destiny 2 is the 35th most played game currently on Steam. So it's nowhere near being this like dead product, but it's certainly a ways away from its heyday. It's also a console centric game, I think, more than a lot of these other PC games. Like the all time high player base was only 300,000 on PC.
Yeah,
you'd expect it to be way higher than that. So they have a lot of work to do. It's going to be interesting to see if they can turn this around. I can't believe Sony bought this team.
Yeah, it's worth noting that on PC, because they moved from BattleNet to Steam, like at a certain point. I don't remember if it was after a certain expansion or whatever. So like that, like the Steam player count is kind of, or for the for the all time high is probably like a little bit skewed.
That's true. That's a good point.
Because I actually forgot about that until you just said that. I was like, wait, it is on Steam. It was like, oh wait, I remember having to do a BattleNet account for some reason.
Like there are more people playing Elden Ring right now and Civ 6.
Sure. Yeah.
Games you don't require anyone to play with. So Okay. Couple more quick ones, and then we can get into the inquiries and end this long episode. Number 3, the official PlayStation blog quietly published the list of the most downloaded games from the PlayStation Store, this time for the month of August 2024. While Sony releases lists for both North America and Europe, we report on the American numbers here to keep things simple. And not surprisingly, Game Science's smash hit action game Black Myth Wukong topped the PlayStation 5 charts in August, followed by a couple of predictable entries in Madden NFL 25 and College Football 25 at 2 and 3. Other notable games include Star Wars Outlaws at 5, Spider-Man 2 at 7, Helldivers 2 at 11, Ghost of Tsushima at 12, Sea of Thieves at 13, and MLB The Show 24 at 19. Over on PlayStation 4, things are much more boring and predictable, with Minecraft as the top game. Beat Saber remains PSVR 2's best-selling game, with Astrobot Rescue Mission jumping into the top slot for the original PSVR. Finally, for free-to-play games counted across both PlayStation consoles, Valorant was the top downloaded game for the month, with Fortnite and Roblox rounding out the top 3. In the free-to-play realm, a couple of new competitors have been creeping up the list of old standbys that are always included, the likes of Fall Guys, Call of Duty, Rocket League, Apex Legends, and so on. The newer entries include a racing game, Asphalt Legends Unite, which was at number 4, and Destiny-like title The First Descendant, which slotted the month in at 5. This Asphalt Legends Unite game apparently is huge on PC and mobile and seems to be doing really well. It just came in July to console for the first time, so keeping an eye on that. People really like The First Descendant, the sexy Destiny. Dustin, you weren't here for Black Myth. I know you have some thoughts on this game. I don't know if this is now the time to share them, or if you would like to do so at another time.
I did play. I played through the first chapter and was decently into the second chapter, and I just dropped it because I was kind of getting bored. It's a fine game, and I have been thinking about going back. And I know that was Gene's experience, is that when he went back and replayed the beginning, having a better understanding, he found the flow through it much better. But it's fine. It's just fine. But I guess it's not fine enough to have me want to play the whole game.
Yeah, fair enough.
But we'll see. I really am interested in going back to it. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I was curious about the balance between PC and PS5 sales for the game, because the game did so extraordinarily well on PC. Plus, we know the Chinese market that has access to PS5 but mostly plays on PC did really well there as well. But these numbers, being American, suggest that Black Myth Wukong definitely sold more than 1 million copies on PS5. Because this would be the first month that Madden, I think, would be available. And college football, though it's in its second month on the chart, is the best-selling game in the United States this year. So I would think that 1 million would be maybe even soft, and that this game might have sold even better than that. So nice job, Game Science. You seem to have gotten a piece of the zeitgeist with your game. All right, finally, number 4. It's another week of Sacred Symbols, and thus it's time to talk yet again about PlayStation Plus games. This time, we have PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium titles to go over, the middle and higher tiers of PS Plus that a growing fraction of PlayStation Plus's overall user base utilize. The following games will be available beginning September 17th, so long as your subscription is active, and we'll begin with the month's lone PlayStation 5 only title being added in the form of all possible futures 2D/3D game The Plucky Squire. Sony's aggression in getting day one games on Extra, particularly from indies, is growing, as The Plucky Squire will launch into the PS Plus game catalog the day it launches more widely. Meanwhile, there are 2 PS4 only games that are likewise available to play on PS5 but don't exist there natively. They are the licensed 2017 Ben 10 action game from Taurus and the highly rated 2018 open world FPS Far Cry 5 from Ubisoft. Fucking awesome game. The remaining titles exist natively on both PS4 and PS5 alike, and they are the well-regarded 2017 adventure game from Infinite Fall called Night in the Woods, 2021's adventure game Road 96 from Digix Art, the 2021 survival FPS Chernobylite from developer The Form 51, which was natively brought to PS5 in 2022, Keen Software's 2022 sandbox game Space Engineers, the Parallel developed and Quantic Dream published 2023 adventure game Under the Waves, and the Saber Interactive developed 7v7 American football game Wildcard Football from 2023. Now, all of those will appear for Extra and Premium subscribers to PS Plus, but if you have Premium specifically, you'll also have some extras exclusively for you. First, a PSVR 2 game in the form of Pistol Whip, the 2019 PSVR game that was ported to PSVR 2 in 2023 via developer Cloudhead. There are also a trio of classic titles that you can also buy them a la carte upon launch. The biggest of the bunch is likely the 2008 PSP game Secret Agent Clank from developer High Impact. The other 2 are Japanese PlayStation 2 games that Sony owns the IP for, but which they opted not to self-publish in the West. These games are the 2001 flight combat game Sky Gunner from developer Pixel Arts and the other is the 2002 simulation title Mr. Mosquito from developer Zoom. According to website True Trophies, the following games are leaving the PlayStation Plus game catalog on September 17th when all of the aforementioned titles are ingested. Horizon Forbidden West, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, Midnight Suns, Alien Isolation, Nier Replicant, and 5 separate Star Ocean games, amongst others. Brian Borlaug wrote in and said, "Hey boys, with this new round of PS2 games on Plus, is Sony going to fully dive into the obscure releases? I still have my copies of Skygunner and Mr. Mosquito, but having stuff like this added gives me hope for future titles. Can we truly get Thousand Arms or even Legend of Legaia? Hell, Legaia 2 was published by the same company as Mr. Mosquito, Fresh Games. So is there a greater sense of hope for some of the weird shit with this service?" Maybe. It's, as I noted, important to note that Sony would very often not publish their own games in the West. This went on through Demon's Souls on PS3, which Atlas published. As I recall, yeah, like Mr. Mosquito was published by Fresh Games, you're right. And then I think Atlas published the Skygunner game, if I recall correctly, obviously a pre-Sega Atlas. So Sony owns these IP and has access to them. So I don't know exactly how that's all going to work or if it should give you much hope for third-party stuff, but this truly isn't third-party stuff. And Mr. Mosquito is a really cool game. I recommend people check it out. It's very weird. Yeah. You know, like you're basically a mosquito harassing a family and trying to like feed awesome. Or whatever. It's pretty funny and very unique, very quirky PlayStation 2 era game. I never played Skygunner. I remember the box art. It was very clean blue box art, if I remember correctly. And then Secret Agent Clank, I have no interest in at all. Any interest in this lineup, guys, of games? Pretty weak, I have to say.
Dude, I think that, well, this is for extra, but the Plucky Squire looks amazing. Looks really, really cool. If you haven't seen a trailer, just watch one to get the concept about it morphing between 2D and 3D. I think it looks awesome. And I still have premium until the end of October. So I'll be checking it out on PlayStation. Cocktober is I'll still have it. So what was the other thing? Oh yeah, Pistol Whip. If you've got a PSVR 2 collecting dust and you have extra, whip it out for Pistol Whip. Let me tell you, because Pistol Whip is fucking awesome. It is very... I found it to be a very strenuous game because it'll have you like basically doing squats the entire time. This game made me very sore when I played it on Quest. And so it's really fun. It's like a rhythm John Wick type game, if that makes sense. So if you have a PSVR, this is sincerely, I would say, one of the best games to check out for it. So play it.
Sorry, I'm just writing a note here real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, my friends, that's all we have for the news. Let's get into listener inquiries as we wrap this up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. I put up a thread in the newsfeed each week. You reply to that thread. I go through your inquiries, sprinkle them throughout the show. You've already heard a bunch of them. Here are 6 more before we go. Thomas Hewitt wrote in, said, "Hey, CC, and hopefully D. Ubisoft share price has continued its sharp downturn trajectory that it looks to have been hurtling down since 2021. Another sharp drop in share price seems to have come after a Ubisoft shareholder wrote an open letter urging the company to go private, part of which stated, quote, the company needs to implement significant cost reductions and staff optimization to improve operational efficiency, end quote. Rock Paper Shotgun came out with the fairly clickbaity headline of Ubisoft investor wants to dethrone Ubisoft's founders so Ubisoft can lay more developers off. But isn't the letter correct? As you and I are well aware, Ubisoft has a massively bloated headcount, which is totally out of proportion to the quality and even quantity of its output, and something's got to give. I'm no expert when it comes to the stock market, but do you think it's likely that we'll see Ubisoft shareholders make a genuine challenge against the Guillemots in leadership to bring serious structural change to the company? I'm sorry. I'll hang up and listen all the way from Bonnie, Scotland. Thank you for writing in. So I was looking this up. Ubisoft employs 19,000 people right now, which is fucking insane. It's way bigger than PlayStation Studios, for instance. The reason I think they're able to sustain this is, first of all, they're a French company, and frankly, that it's just the economic realities of mainland Europe and a place like the United States are just different. It's cheaper to live there. It's cheaper to be there. It's cheaper to employ people there. And then they have studios in really random places, Singapore and India, So like, it's just cheap to have that headcount, or cheaper, but it doesn't make any sense. You don't need all of these studios. I do think that this has been somewhat overstated because I brought up the letter. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'll put it in the chat here if you want. It's from a guy who owns like 1% of Ubisoft, maybe a little less. It's a pretty substantial amount, but he argues that the company should be worth 40 to 45 euros right now per share. I haven't looked today. Yeah, what? That can't be right. That can't be right. No. Disgruntled investor, Ubisoft. What am I not seeing here? Ubisoft investor wants to. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see it. It's telling me it's $2 a share. There's just no way that that's true. So I don't know what I'm looking at here. So I don't know what's going on with Ubisoft. I don't know what they need to do to change, but it's clear that it's not working out great for them. It seems even that Star Wars Outlaw seems to be sold fine, but not great. Avatar obviously didn't sell great. We're waiting on new Assassin's Creed games and The Division and all this other stuff. They do have a few big hits. Rainbow Six Siege obviously is still printing money, but then again, on the other hand, they have X Defiant, which apparently is on its last legs. So I'm not really entirely sure. I was saying to Micah when we were discussing this, I'm like, this would have been an interesting target in a world where Xbox made rational decisions instead of buying Activision. It's like, why wouldn't you have bought these guys and taken the IP and restructured them, and absorbed a few of their teams? You would have to lay a bunch of people off, but the reality is when you own Tom Clancy, which is pretty big, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, you have things like Rayman, Watch Dogs. It's like 19,000 people. I don't know about that. So I think that the pain is just beginning with Ubisoft, but I'm wondering if you guys think going private would be a thing that they can do. That would be pretty interesting to go back and buy all the shares at a deficit and then hopefully reorganize the company, make it stronger, and then go public again. You could do that. They're going to need to wrest control, though, from a bunch of people. So how are you feeling about this, Dustin? Any thoughts?
I don't really have too many thoughts about this just because I don't really follow Ubisoft all that closely, other than the Guillemot family seems to consistently be at war in one degree or another involving the stocks and the ownership of the company. And in addition to just the different controversies they've had regarding the leadership and different toxic workplace environments, stuff like that. And now we see that their headcount is super inflated and certain games not doing so well. So yeah, maybe going private and a restructure. They have, like you said, all the IP and a lot of the talent to make this thing work, but clearly something at the top isn't working.
According to Market Watch, it's closed now. They're traded in France. 11 euros 69 cents. I guess that's how you'd say that in euro. Stock, which is awful. 5-day performance, negative 23%. 1 month performance, negative 31%. 3 month performance, negative 46%. Year to date, negative 49%. 1 year, 12 months, negative 59%. Stock drop. Unbelievable. I wonder what would have happened. Remember when Vivendi was trying to aggressively?
Yeah.
They were buying shares. I think, didn't they get up to like 23% before they abandoned it? So basically, you can read about hostile takeovers, but hostile takeovers are very difficult to execute these days. They used to be a lot more common in the 70s and 80s, and then there was a bunch of legislation passed that could like basically get the board out of all these problems or whatever. So it is a difficult thing to pursue, but if you want to hostily take over a company, you need to control 50% plus one vote. And then you'll have control of the board, basically, and you can do whatever you want. And Vivendi, the French conglomerate, entertainment conglomerate, for people that don't remember, were slowly buying Ubisoft stock and overtly saying, like, we're going to hostily take the company over once we get the requisite amount. And they would have a new announcement, like every few months, like, we just bought 4 more %. We bought 2 more %, and so on and so forth. And it was this creep. And then they just abandoned ship. Now, that was smart. but I do wonder if they could have gotten there, if they would have been able to reform the company in a different way. Chris, what do you think? I would say Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Tom Clancy, a few other things are more than enough to sustain a big publisher. I just don't think that the size is. It's just a strange size for a company that big, or for a company that has that. I should say has that few IP. So they do need to reorganize in some way, I would assume.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's a joke at this point, but I'm still waiting for that. I'm still waiting for that Splinter Cell. Still just waiting. Remember years ago, Colin was like, they wouldn't say anything about it if it wasn't happening, right?
Yeah, no, what a dumb
It's
fucking thing to say.
hysterical. Yeah, I don't know. This Ubisoft, I feel like, has been in dire straits for about as long as I have been paying attention to them cognizantly. Like me personally, like I was aware that like they did Rayman and when I was like a kid or whatever. I remember their splash screen or whatever, but I don't think I really like took notice of them until maybe Assassin's Creed really like started paying attention to them. And so like at this point, like they've we got a Simpsons situation going on with Ubisoft as far as I'm concerned, where like they've kind of been bad to mediocre for longer than they've been good, in my view. And so it's just like I don't know what we're meant to do with this. Like they have flashes in the pan. I think like Rayman Legends was great. Baffled that they didn't do anything with that. And obviously they have like the Rabbids Mario collab that like people really really love. That I can't. I find unconscionable because it's just a one step away from a minion to me. But yeah, I think I think they need to shrink a lot. I think they need to really reorganize. I think something needs to give because like what their current strategy is just not working, and that's pretty self-evident. The Beyond Good and Evil thing alone is kind of a disaster. And yeah, it's too few IP for that many people. I think that's you said that, and that pretty much summarizes my feelings on it. It's too much, especially for their output. It's not even necessarily how much they own; it's how much they put out, and it's like it's really not a lot. So like, what are they doing?
I don't know.
Get it. And then there was that Skull and Bones thing with the Singaporean government. Like, they just seem like they're just improvising. It seems like they're winging it.
Yeah, there's going to be a reckoning with Ubisoft, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
I really think so. Historicus wrote in, said, "Greetings, Alex here from Phoenix, Arizona. I have an important but simple question to ask. This one is directed at Colin. When will you play Elder Scrolls Skyrim? Are you ready to experience Bethesda at its peak? It's my favorite game of all time, and I have yet to beat it myself, the main story. I've spent the last 12 years in countless saves playing the side quests and DLC. Trust me on this, it's worth your time. You didn't beat it?
How's that possible?
I don't know.
That can't be true. I don't even believe that. That can't be real.
Maybe he just doesn't want it to end. It doesn't end like Fallout 3 does, I think, where it's like it's over. Remember that? That sucked. I hated that shit. I think they patched that eventually out of Fallout 3. I played Skyrim. I played it when it came to PS3 for maybe 10 hours. It wasn't great, in my opinion, but it wasn't running really well. This game has been long on my list of like, yeah, I should get to this at some point. I just don't think it's going to really ever happen. I'm just not that compelled by it. I don't know. It's a Bethesda game. It's fine. Fallout 3 was a place and time thing for me. Because I never played anything like that. But then when I realized that there are actually quite a few companies that can easily make better games like that than Bethesda, I started being more gravitated towards them. I just didn't know really that was going on for a while. And so when I played Fallout 3 in 2008, it was a seminal experience. I think Skyrim is probably great. There's so many other things to play, but it's possible. It's just like when Starfield comes to PlayStation 5. Will I play it? Almost certainly not. But it at least will join the realm of possibility, which it is currently not in at all. So no, Historicus, stand down. Magic School Bus Dropout wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, how do you feel about the band turning down $7,500 from Rockstar to have their song in GTA 6? Seems silly to turn that down given how much exposure they would get. What say you? Would you guys turn down this offer if given to you?" So the band in question is an old synth like new wave band called Heaven 17. And one of their founders, Martin Ware, tweeted out like a few days ago. He said, "I was recently contacted by my publishers on behalf of Rockstar Games, RE, the possibility of using Temptation, which is one of their songs on the new Grand Theft Auto 6. Naturally excited about the immense wealth that was about to head my way, I scrolled to the bottom of the email for the offer. It was $7,500 for a buyout of any future royalties from the game forever. To put this in the context, Grand Theft Auto 6 grossed, wait for it, $8.6 billion. I think he means 5. But think of the exposure. Go fuck yourself." So that's what he is saying here. What would we have done? I think this is a missed opportunity, personally. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 6, I have to put this into because he said GTA 5 $8.6 billion. You realize that that's like 4 times more than any movie's ever made, right? Like that's worth more than any NFL team. That's like an enormous amount of money. And Grand Theft Auto 6 will surpass it, and it will do so on the backs of the biggest cultural entertainment launch in history. To be involved in that in any way for free, frankly, would be a major thing. That they gave you $7,500. I'm not saying you should be giving your songs away for free, but if they were like, we want to include your song for free in Grand Theft Auto 6, I'd be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I, especially from the Vice City soundtrack, found so much music. A lot of it I knew, some of it I didn't. And I was really excited to be able to do that. And obviously, San Andreas was the same. I don't really get it. It seems detached from reality and like to cut off your nose to spite your face. They're giving you $7,500. It's a nice amount of money for a license. And your song is going to be heard by tens of millions of people. Certainly someone is going to go look you up, go download your songs, buy merch, see you on tour. I don't like this idea of being flippant about the exposure because I think that that's often taken advantage of and we make fun of it. Oh, edit this video for exposure. It's like, that's different than Grand Theft Auto. I mean, that's like a different, that is exposure. That's like the exposure that people would fucking kill for. That's not fake exposure. Like, oh, my YouTube channel of 1,000 people is going to see your free edit. It's not it at all. So I just do what you want, Martin Ware. Do what you want, Heaven 17. Bad move, in my opinion. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I also do feel like it's for Rockstar to, I don't know, man. It does feel like a bit of a low ball, in my opinion. Like, come on. Like, that's kind of wild. But I still would have taken it. Like, the sheer amount of music and the sheer number of bands and artists that I found through video games specifically, even Grand Theft Auto, Tony Hawk, Crazy Taxi, these were very formulative kind of games for me. And as far as like developing my taste in music, and that value is pretty high, even just for something like that, for Crazy Taxi or for Tony Hawk. So for the biggest video game ever, probably, to come to you and say like, hey, we'll pay you. It's a low ball for sure, especially given how rich Rockstar is. Like, they could afford to treat their artists a little bit better than that, I think, personally. But yeah, dude, like that is next level exposure to the point where like I would try to get a song in there just they don't have to pay me. You know what I mean? Like if I was personally, this is me personally, I would throw it in for free. I do think they're lowballing people a little bit. Even just make it an even 10.
Yeah,
you know
sure.
what I mean? Like
Sure.
even just an even 10, it's like that's pretty good.
So that the guy that made these tweets, his name's Martin Ware. Apparently it wasn't $7,500 flat. It was $7,500 for each writer. So there's 3 writers, and they were each going to make $7,500. And someone then asked what they thought a fair offer would be, and this Martin guy said he thought $75,000 for a full buyout would have been appropriate. Like, dude, I've never heard of this song. I'm not the most musically knowledgeable person, but I've never heard of this guy, and now I never will. I'll never hear the song, probably. It seems
that's different. That's different contextually, I think. Like, because I was under the impression it was like $7,500 split between the artists, which is like that is shitty, I think. But that's not bad for an individual split.
Yeah, whatever makes you happy, I guess. But
yeah, dude, that exposure, that's you said it perfectly. It's like that's actual exposure. You know what I mean?
It's not the fake exposure. Go ahead.
If I was in Grand Theft Auto 6, I would be over the fucking moon. I'd be in one of the most iconic things that will probably ever exist ever in an entire sphere of art that will probably never be surpassed again until these guys do this again. Yep. So it's like, that's pretty incredible. And I do agree that like the whole pay you and exposure shit is really lame. There's really barely anything that I think justifies that, but this is one of those things. This is kind of like the gold standard of exposure as far as like licensed music goes. Like I found so much music from Grand Theft Auto.
I hope his manager was, honest with him about. I mean, make your own decisions. Someone else is going to take that roster slot and be all over it. So, so no worries there. I wish we could do a fake podcast for GTA 6. That'd be fun.
That's what I was about to say.
Oh my God.
It can be what's the fake version? The Sacred Symbols, where it's CYM, or a crash symbol.
Yeah.
Remember how someone joked that we should be called the Sacred?
Yeah. I got you.
That could be us. I don't need paid for it personally.
No, me neither. I'm good.
I think it'd be great.
I'm fine. I have enough money. I'm fine. Need someone else, give it to someone else. I just want to be in the game.
Yeah.
All right, Martin. Well, you made your decision, and Magic School Bus Dropout. Go get your GED. I am Mogo305 wrote in, said, hello, gentlemen. Do you know there's a difference between Vampire Survivors on console versus on mobile? To elaborate, I own the PlayStation version, and I've enjoyed it plenty. Bored at work, I decided to download the free-to-play version on the iPad to kill some time. At the end of a round, I learned a major difference in the mobile version, which allows you to revive if you watch a short ad. Do you think the paid version should also include some kind of revival option, or is this free-to-play maneuver a smart move? Thank you for all the content. Well, the version we have on console does have many ways to revive. You just need to unlock them. But I was wondering what you guys think of this. Watching an ad to revive yourself, is that too much? For a mobile game, maybe not. I don't know that I'd want to see that in console gaming, but what does it matter if it's a single-player game? So it's an interesting mechanic. I wonder how much money they make on their blatant Castlevania ripoff. Dustin, I'm only saying that because I know it's bothering people out there now that I keep talking about it. Vampire Survivors came to PlayStation while you were gone, and I played it pretty extensively. Really fun game. In the European European sales charts for PlayStation Network, it slotted in at number 20, which might not sound that impressive, but it's based on gross income. So a $5 game managed to sneak into the top 20, which is pretty because it's not on the American top list, but it only had 3 days on the market too. We'll see next month. Maybe it'll sneak in there, but I thought that was pretty impressive. So this game has been minting money. Shit ton of people on my store or on my friends list have been playing it. I played it extensively. It's really fun. What do you think about the idea of reviving by watching a short ad?
It feels gross, but I'm pretty sure that that's pretty common in free-to-play games on the mobile space. I absolutely would never want to see this in a console experience. I already hate how ads are creeping into your smart TV has a little ad in the corner on the UI. It's so
annoying. I hate it.
I think Xbox has been putting ads in their UI that are totally not game related. So yeah, that shit sucks. Don't do that. And by the way, Colin, for Vampire Survivors, I did buy it again. I've bought it on Steam Deck. I bought it on Switch. And I was sitting there and I was thinking about, I don't need to buy this again. It's $4. I'm just going to buy it again.
It's so funny. Yeah, because it was disc. Yeah, we had a PS Plus discount. That's right.
Yeah, it was $4.50 or something. And so I bought it again, and I put many more hours into it on PlayStation, thinking about the plat, not all the trophies, but just the base level plat. I don't know how hard it is, but I was really, really going hard on it before Astrobot came out. And now that I'm done with that, might be time to get back.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun. The trophies are funny, just how many you can get and how many you can earn. I don't think the platinum is too difficult to get. You just have to kind of you have to unlock everything and see everything. It's all the extraneous stuff. Plus there's DLC, and the DLC is all discounted too. It's you have some nerve discounting your $5 brand new game on our console anyway. I would have paid $5 for it, but I'm happy to pay $4.50 for it. Finally came over. Chris, you have any thoughts on the reviving with short ad, by watching a short ad?
That's for the mobile people.
Yeah.
Keep that. The way that I feel about it is asking a mobile player how they feel about watching an ad to revive is I'm going up to a dog. It's how do you feel about eating your own shit? And it's you can do that. God bless. I'm gonna eat food,
right?
Personally, so as long as that's I'm all for taking a really good game and making it a premium experience on a console or on a hardcore platform, and just being yeah, this is great. This is no compromises at all. There's no ads. There's no bullshit. And then if you want to take that game and kind of twist it into a mobile version that has all I don't know, gratuitous microtransactions and you watching an ad to revive, my blessing. Absolutely. go ahead, go do that because they love it over there. They love it. They love sitting on the toilet and like dying in Vampire Survivors and watching an ad about, I don't know, fucking a window store. And like, oh yeah, I never thought about that window before,
dude.
And then they're back in the game. You know, whatever. I don't care. It's such a weird state of mind to be in to just not be bothered by that. I can't fundamentally imagine wanting to spend any time playing mobile games for that specific reason.
Ugh. Yeah, I always bring up Plants vs. Zombies 2. That put me off forever from that. Just not being able to, it's like, can I just give you $20 and you leave me alone? Yeah. But it's like, no, you can't do that. Sorry. I loved this one. I tweeted out something about Vampire Survivors and how I was enjoying it, and I was reading the comments on it later on. And there were a few people being like, oh, you're always so far behind. Could have gotten it on Game Pass. I'm like, dude, it's $5. It's $5. Are we really? Yeah. Can you use that as a Game Pass buttress? The $5 mobile game? Come on. Just buy it and support them for Christ's sake.
That's 5 Arizona iced teas.
I know. That guy's fucking strict on business, is he not? He will not raise the price no matter what.
That's how you know things like when Arizona gets, when that's when I'll worry. You know what I mean? Like when Arizona's like, it's $2. I'm like,
yeah, because then they can't withstand it anymore.
Yeah, now that's how you know things are bleak.
All right, Joey F wrote in, said, all right, geezers, the other day I picked up Hogwarts Legacy for £50 less than when it was first released, and it's more of a complete version of the game. Is there any real value to buying games on release date in the modern era of gaming? From games like Star Wars Outlaws forcing players to start again, to Concord straight up being pulled from the shelf, to Black Myth Wukong having technical issues at launch. Mix these with the inevitable price drops, added content, an ever-growing backlog of games. The cons far outweigh the pros from buying games day one. I agree.
Yeah.
Chris and I discussed this, I think, just recently, but I wanted to reiterate it. It's like, don't buy games that day. Like, if you don't care about the health of the industry, and a lot of you don't based on the way you talk about game pricing and all the rest, which is fine. I don't care. I said it last week and we were laughing about it. I was like, I don't give a shit about half the industries I interact with either. So I just want the best deal. So you don't care about that. You don't care about, I always hated, I want to be part of the conversation. Like, there's a value to that, I guess. But everything, video games never, a video game, except for Concord physically, a video game will never get more expensive from the moment it comes out. It will only get cheaper. And there's something to be said about that. Imagine a person who's years behind in gaming, right? And they want to catch up, or they want to like play what they've missed. They would always be happy playing $5 Steam sale games for the rest of their lives if they just stuck their flag like 15 or 10 years ago and are like, I'm going to catch up from here. Then you're always just going to be getting the best value. I don't blame people for doing that. The only reason to buy games day one is if you care about the companies and want them to do well. And I do care about the companies, so I want them to do well. And I buy games day one for that reason. And also because I want to play games quickly sometimes. But oftentimes I'm perfectly happy waiting. And if I am, I imagine other people are too. You have complete control. It's like we were talking about before, controlling your own behavior. Nothing's stopping you from waiting until games are $10 and buying them. So, something to consider. Dustin, why buy games day one?
Well, the main factor for me buying games day one, outside considering if I wasn't trying to keep up and have things to talk about outside of games, is that I like not getting spoiled for things. And so we were talking about Astrobot and people immediately posting things online about it. A game like Rebirth, if you waited to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, especially if you're getting a PS5 Pro, yeah, you're going to get a way better experience. And maybe I don't know if it's gone on sale, but probably by then you'll maybe can get $5 or $10 off or something like that. And so, yeah, you're going to have a way better experience. But for me and my level of connectedness online, I want to experience everything in that game for myself. I don't want to see it through a fucking tweet or something stupid like that. And so, unfortunately, yeah, I want to play that as soon as it comes out. I also am just impatient, particularly with sequels. I wanted to play Rebirth as soon as possible, even at the expense of it being a more expensive game and having potential problems. I'm just impatient. And with certain games, that's just how it is. There are other games where it's like, I can wait on that. I don't need to play it now. There's certain publishers like Ubisoft. You should never buy their games day one, even if you're excited, because they discount it sometimes in less than 2 weeks. It's just stupid. And then there's other publishers too, like Nintendo. It doesn't matter if you buy it on day one or if you buy it in 5 years. They're still selling games like Odyssey for $60 at Target unless there's every once in a while a sale for certain games. But Nintendo games, they never change the price on them. So you might as well just buy it when it comes out. And most likely there's not going to be technical issues with most Nintendo games. So really all depends. But if you are not impatient and you're not worried about getting spoiled, then yeah, absolutely wait.
Last question comes from Derek. It says, hey boys, any thoughts on how gaming vernacular has changed over the years? Words like biome and open zone are being thrown around all the time, but I feel we could just be saying level still. Returnal has levels with distinct names. It's a level, people. Come on. What's even weirder is seeing people retroactively use these terms for older games. I hear people say that Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time are open zone games. Shut up. That's absolutely preposterous. Are games just evolving and we need more words to describe things? What are some examples of newer gaming terms that you like or dislike? Thanks for and much love. I've never heard open zone. Have you guys heard this before? Open zone games? I've never heard this before.
I've heard it recently. I think I heard somebody describe Sonic Frontiers as an open zone game, but I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either. What's the difference between open zone and open world?
Yeah.
Is zone like Borderlands where they're like interconnected smaller worlds, perhaps?
Yeah, but that would still... I think so. I really don't know. That's a more modern, like more new. That's like hot off the presses. You know, that's like fresh off the an AI invented that one in the last like 3 days. But
if it started popping up first in a Sonic game, we definitely need to ignore it.
That's where I first heard it described. I don't know if it's necessarily from that. I'm actually curious. Hold on, let me look this up. Because I really have no idea. Open zone
biome is one that's creeped up this generation, in my opinion, and has really annoyed me as well. I've tried to use it, but I love the word stage, which is not often used anymore. And level obviously is a good one too. It's funny that we take these names for granted, but where do they even come from themselves? You know, kind of funny the etymology of these different things, like a level, a stage, a boss. You know,
I guess the etymology is like kind of like a building, right? Like it's like level 1, level 2. You're kind of making
presumably
that would be my assumption.
Yeah. And then stage, like a stage. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah.
This is unfortunate because so I looked up open zone game definition, and the first thing comes from Sonic Wiki.
Ugh.
Ooh.
So they're the ones that are doing it. Gross.
Yeah.
I think that it does make sense slightly in that a game like Returnal certainly has levels. Right. But if you think about a game like Horizon, there's a snowy area of the map. There's a deserty area of the map. And so I can understand using the term biome within the open world, because if you say level, it doesn't sound right because it's all interconnected. And we think of levels as very segmented parts of a game. Yeah. But also you could just use the word environment. Like, I feel like that is interchangeable with biome. There probably is a literal different definition between the two. I don't know them personally, but environment's fine. You know, the snowy environment, the jungle environment.
Yeah, I think it's just fine. I think it's just literally a smaller word, and that's why.
It's more convenient to say biome.
Yeah, it's more convenient. I think that's probably like the only reason that I like biome personally. I think it works. I think there's a very clear reason, like you said, like with open worlds, like there's very clear reasons why like that wouldn't be a level or why that wouldn't be a stage. So biome doesn't bother me, but open zone, I've been hearing this a lot, and I really still don't really, because is Destiny an open zone? Yeah, what? I really don't know what. Even the Sonic.
I don't like that. I don't like the open zone thing. The term, and I've said this before, but the term I hate the most that's been creeping up the last decade maybe is rolling credits. Listen,
you brought this up.
If you say you're rolling credits for a video game, why don't you get in your car and roll it off of a cliff? Because I don't want to hear it anymore about rolling credits.
Roll your credits.
Yeah, go. Yeah, roll your. Yeah, see your life flash before your eyes. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Hate that term. Hate it. Hate it so much. You beat the game. Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Good to be back with the boys here as a family. We will be going this apparently according to Dustin. He's coming back. So,
Yep.
Feeling good about that
We're back
decision?
up.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, after you accused me of being too slow on the live show edit, changed my mind.
That threw you for a loop.
I haven't been able to focus on anything since.
That's interesting.
You know?
We're collapsing.
I know. We're tired. It's been a long episode. It's been almost 5 hours. So let's get out of here. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, I will. I don't know what lays ahead for me today. I'm at that awkward stage where, it's 3 p.m. I didn't really sleep, but sleeping now would be stupid.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll push through. I guess. Like I feel like I'm at that level of like exhaustion where like I actually feel like kind of like fine. So like I think as long as if I can stay up till like maybe like I don't know like 7:30, at the very least, get to bed, wake up early as fuck the next day. I think I'll have a reasonable fix for whatever the hell's going on.
Fair enough. Dustin, goodbye to you. Good to have you back. Have a good rest of your day. Be well.
Thank you. Yeah, it really is good to be back. It's tough knowing when something like this happens, when to try to get back to some normal stuff. And it felt right that this is something I really wanted to do. That's something that's been helpful for me, is to do some normal things. And once again, I just want to thank everybody, really, the audience. Thank you guys. That there's a lot of really dark days, and I felt your love, and I really appreciate that. And there's certainly going to be a lot of dark days ahead as well for the Furmans, and it's really nice knowing that everyone's got my back and is here to help us through everything that happened. And I will always appreciate that. As I said in my letter a month ago that Colin wrote, that it certainly does mean a lot.
I didn't write it. I read it just to be.
Oh, you wrote it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Colin wrote on my behalf of my thoughts. But yeah, it's really appreciated. And I'm looking forward to the days to come. So despite some of them probably going to be really tough. So
fair enough, man. Well, we're happy to have you back and take things slow. And you have my permission to be away from whatever you need to do as long as you need to. So don't worry about things on that front. And yeah, we're good. It's good to be doing the show with the three of us again. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we're back to full form here. Get off the rest of the rust and get into full fighting fall form. Whoa. Lots of alliteration there. As the games begin to come out at a greater clip and PS5 Pro approaches and all of the rest. So thank you boys again. Thank you all out there for listening, viewing, whatever it is you do on Patreon and free feeds alike. But Patreon is where we keep the lights on. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Could not do it without you. Lastdaymedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.